The channel numbers are on the screen. Would like to request all of you to please tune in accordingly. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it's good. I hope it's a good morning, right? Can we all say together, good morning, everybody? All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Pulses Conclave 2025, organized by India Pulses and Grain Association in partnership with Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India, and is supported by Niti Aayog, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, along with Ministry of Food Processing Industry, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause on that note? Come on, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was extremely meaningful day. We had some insightful discussions. We learned something more about the growth of our industry. And today we are all set to discuss the global perspective. So starting with the very first session, ladies and gentlemen, the topic is going to be about strategies for achieving Atma-Nirbharta in India's pulses production. And to take the session, ladies and gentlemen, we have here with us Senior Editor and Policy Commentator, Mr. G. Chandrasekhar, sir. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome the gentleman on the stage?
Leave that here. Maybe I'll walk. I'm not sure. All right. Yeah, perfect. Good morning. Such a delight for me to be here this morning. I've been a part of this conclave from the inaugural session in 2012. That was what, 12 years ago. And I've been a speaker in every single conference. In the last budget, when the Finance Minister of India spoke about achieving self-sufficiency in pulses, because our pulses import numbers are growing rapidly. And I always believe there is nothing wrong in importing, but that's another story. The association, Bimalji as the chairman, we discussed that we need to work with the government of India. We need to advance this theme or the objective of the government of India. How do we reach self-sufficiency in pulses? Because you contrast it with our edible oil economy, we import 2/3 of our requirement. We produce only 1/3. We spend $15 billion every year on edible oil import. But pulses, of course, are much, much smaller. But we don't want pulses to go the edible oil way. Let's be very clear. Therefore, we decided that we will discuss today, this morning, what are the strategies to move towards Atmanirbhar or self-sufficiency. Okay, very clearly, we need to first take note of the current status. The planted area and production of pulses is declining over the last 3 years, year after year. I can go into the numbers, but I think this is probably not the time. You can engage with me offline. I'll give you all the numbers if you need. production has consistently fallen short of the target fixed by the Government of India. Production of key crops, particularly pigeon pea and chickpea, chana, has been declining. The demand-supply fundamentals are tightening, okay? And while the import volumes have been rising in the last 3 years, it was about 2.5 million tons until 2 years ago. Then it's very nearly doubled, or it's even gone up this year. There are 3 new challenges which Indian agriculture has been facing in recent years: land constraints, water shortage, climate change. And all these 3 have combined to impact Indian agriculture, and we are, of course, doing all that is within our capacity to overcome these challenges. And therefore, I believe for the policymakers, for the trade and industry, for all the stakeholders, this is no time for business as usual attitude. We need to break out of this business as usual attitude. We need creative disruption of this entire pulses ecosystem within our country, within India. Okay? The objective is obviously to transform the pulses sector and make it globally competitive, for which we need to follow an ecosystem approach, in my view. Now, what is this ecosystem approach? We need to comprehensively, mark my word, examine input sourcing and usage. We need to examine agronomy, output marketing, processing, distribution, consumption, trade policy, tariff policy, food and nutrition security, and related areas. I think we need to examine very closely the entire end-to-end of this pulses ecosystem. And therefore, the policy must focus on availability, affordability, and accessibility of pulses for a vast majority of the population. For which now I will come to a few points which, if you think appropriate, may be treated as IPGS points for reaching Atmanirbhar. Okay? I believe pulses sector policies must seek to achieve 5 objectives. And then I'll talk about how to achieve those 5 objectives. Very clearly, one is, of course, self-sufficiency, which is the primary or principal objective set by the Government of India. The second one is remunerative income to growers, improved nutrition for consumers, very, very important. Raw material availability for the processing industry. And last, of course, sustainability, environment and sustainability. These are the 5 big ticket objectives which our policy must seek to achieve, right? Now, first proposition is on production enhancement, okay? So we need to first recognize, if we want to have quantum jump in production, and we've had, let me record here that we've had quantum jumps in production. We were at some stage 10 or 12 years ago at 11 or 12 million tons of production. That went to 16, 17 million tons in a gap of 5 years. After that, we had another quantum jump 5 years ago. We went to 23, 24, 25 million tons production. But now in the last 3 years, it has started to fall. And therefore, we need to reverse this trend. So what do we do? What should we be doing about this? One is production enhancement. I hear a lot of people talking about wanting to raise yields. Indian yields are very low. We need to raise yields. I believe yields are not something lying on the ground and that you can lift just like that. No. Yields are not the cause. Low yields are the outcome. Low yields are the result of a series of structural problems that Indian agriculture has been facing. Therefore, and particularly pulses cultivation has been facing. So what are these structural challenges? One is rain-fed cultivation, lack of irrigation, use of marginal lands, low level of input usage, susceptibility to pest and disease attack. All these have combined to make your yields low. Therefore, if you want to raise your yields, address those structural challenges first. Yields will automatically go up. If you have better input management, better water management, yields will go up. Definitely, there's no doubt at all. So what kind of action plan can we think about? First one is technology. I think we need to recognize that technology has to play a very significant role in revolutionizing Indian agriculture. Our technology input leaves much to be desired. I would like to see in our country a major breakthrough in seed technology as far as pulses are concerned. Okay, extremely important. Seed tech is a long-term play. Don't expect any miracle that a seed company would spend some money on R&D, research, and come up with a new seed variety in 2 years or 3 years. It's a long-term play that takes at least 8 to 10 years. Or encourage investment in R&D for the seed companies. And if you have good seed, good vigor, and I'm sure it's going to contribute to yield. Seed companies, let me assure you, have cut down on their R&D budget over the last 10 or 12 years because the policy environment is not supportive. We need a very, very supportive policy environment. And the decline in R&D budget of seed companies, I see it as a big national loss, and we can't afford it. We need to reverse. Therefore, first is technology. I'm talking, in fact, I remember I was part of a research project some 15 years ago on genetically modified pulses, BT chickpea, BT pigeon pea, that showed excellent results. But again, as policy environment wasn't supportive, it was not continued. Investments were withdrawn. I'm not saying that GM technology is the only way forward. The same technology has gone to several higher levels now. We have gene editing. You don't have to insert an overseas or an alien gene, a foreign gene. Gene editing is possible. There are newer technologies available. I think we need to ensure tech infusion in our agriculture. And what are those appropriate tech infusion in pre-harvest and post-harvest stages is something we need to know. In my view, there are multiple technologies that our country needs to adopt as far as pulses are concerned. Information technology, agriculture biotechnology, nuclear agriculture technology, satellite technology, nanotechnology, drones, field robotics, digitization. These are all technologies which must come and play a role in our agriculture in general, and certainly in the pulses sector in particular. So technology is the first strategy that we need to adopt. Second one is stewardship. The stewardship is something where growers, in my view, need guidance. Okay? We need to engage more and more with agriculture universities and what we call in India, Krishi Vigyan Kendras, farmers science centers. And there are 500 or 600 of them across India. When you combine these agriculture universities and Krishi Vigyan Kendras, and they can actually help handhold farmers groups and farmer producer companies to do much better agronomy, input management, much better planting practices, ensure good quality of inputs, better water management. All that will build capacity among the farmers. The stewardship is missing. We need to have that stewardship, and therefore through awareness, training, education of farmers, through stewardship, the capacity of the farmer to produce better quality at lower cost actually increases. That's the second point I want to make. The third point I want to make is called replication. What is replication? We have some districts in our country with reasonably high yields, and there are several districts with low yields. We need to study what is it that the farmer in a high yield area does well that is not done by farmers in the low yield area. Study that, research that, what agronomic practices that high yield area growers follow, what kind of input management he does, what kind of water management he does, what kind of prophylactic measures he does, what kind of pesticides, insecticides he uses. These have to be studied and ensure that these practices which allow high yields be replicated in low yield areas. And that replication is what is going to raise our yields in low yield areas. Fortunately, in the last budget, in addition to the proposal of Atmanirbhar in pulses, self-sufficiency. The government has also said they are going to target 100 districts of this country. There are more than 700 districts in our country. 100 districts will be targeted, which are low-yield districts, which is where the government will focus on. I would think, study what is happening in the high-yield district and try and replicate that in the low-yield district. That will actually help us. The next, that's the third point. So technology, stewardship, replication. Fourth point is minimum support price. Okay? Minimum support price, as we have practiced in our country for probably a few decades, has failed to deliver. Okay, I think we need to recognize that. It has failed to deliver desirable outcomes. Therefore, we need to review the rationale of fixing the minimum support price. A large price hike alone is not going to ensure that we produce more. Price is a good incentive for the farmer, but his degrees of freedom are limited by non-price constraints, and therefore we need to address those non-price constraints of the farmer. Therefore, we need to review minimum support price the way it is fixed. I would actually ask, can we link minimum support price with productivity? That's the question we need to. How can it be done? That needs involved discussion, but that's a thought I want to leave with you. For I would recommend this minimum support price cannot be a standalone price incentive. It has to be MSP plus plus. So what is this plus plus? The first plus is a robust procurement system. We have a procurement system, but the way it is implemented leaves much to be desired. The last farmer in this country must also get his minimum support price. It does not happen. The weaknesses in the implementation of the procurement system need to be addressed. The procurement infrastructure needs to be strengthened, and therefore that calls for greater investment and greater commitment to ensuring that we do not leave out any farmer from getting his minimum support price. The second plus that I talked about is trade policy. I have found often the trade policies, the import-export policy and the tariff policy is not in sync with our production or our minimum support price. Therefore, that can potentially defeat the very purpose of giving higher minimum support price. Therefore, minimum support price, strong procurement, and trade and tariff policies, they all have to work in sync. But these are all implemented by different ministries, and therefore that calls for a holistic approach within the policy making circle. I then come to, but this is not the end of the story. This is not the end of the story. I believe Atmanirbhar is not merely producing more. Atmanirbhar is being self-reliant and self-sufficient, which should cover not just production, because if you may produce more, if there are no consumers, what will you do? Prices will collapse. Therefore, we need to take that look at the big picture. While we need to boost our production with technology, with stewardship, with replication, with better MSP implementation, etc., consumption is what is eventually going to drive your production. If you boost your consumption, production will move automatically, because that's what is going to give farmers confidence that there is a market ready. Our per capita availability number is said to be 14 to 15 kilograms of pulses per person per year. Nutritionists recommend at least 20 kilograms plus. So we still have to travel a good distance to reach that 20 kilograms. But worse, let me tell you, there is a skew in this consumption. What is that skew? The top 15, 20, 25% of the population with fairly decent purchasing power gets to consume not just 14 kilograms, but 25 kilograms and upward, because they can afford. The bottom 40% of the population with extremely limited purchasing power does not consume 14 or 15 kilograms. It actually consumes less than 10 kilograms. So this per capita number masks a reality. A small section consumes very high quantities, very large section of the population gets to consume much less. And it is that large section of the population which is nutritionally challenged, It is that large section of the population which is crying for policy attention. It is wanting to consume more pulses. It is wanting to consume more protein. And therefore, it is that population which needs to get pulses at absolutely affordable rates, reasonable rates. And if that calls for a major, if it calls for any subsidy from the government of India, so be it. It has to be subsidized. Pulses supply through the public distribution system, through the welfare program will have to be subsidized, because that is what is going to ensure our nutrition security in addition to food security. And I always focused on nutrition security because food security, I have $700 billion foreign exchange, I can import food. I have the money to import food, but I can't import nutrition. Nutrition is not a commodity available in the marketplace. Therefore, nutrition is something which is ongoing on a daily basis. We need to focus on nutrition security. We need to ensure the most vulnerable sections of the population continue to, they get to consume. They get to consume pulses because pulses are protein laden. And my own research suggests there are two kinds of protein: animal protein, vegetable protein. Animal protein is very expensive. Milk protein is expensive. Egg protein is expensive. Poultry meat protein is expensive. Whereas in vegetable protein, you have soybean, you have peanut, and you have pulses. They are the most economical protein available. I can share my research with you when, if you want to. Therefore, it is extremely important that we need to boost our consumption. And that boosting of the consumption can take place through various welfare programs of the government of India. We have midday meal schemes, we have the integrated child development program, Anganwadis, we have the public distribution system. The government of India gives 5 kilograms per person per month of either rice or wheat to 800 million people, which is 800 million people would be roughly 160 to 170 million families, okay? Can you not give 1 kilogram of pulses per family per month at subsidized rate? Should be possible. You will actually help advance their nutrition security. After all, rice and wheat are carbohydrates. The vulnerable consumers need protein, and therefore I think adding pulses to this supply of rice and wheat through these welfare programs will in my view make enormous sense. So when you supply pulses, you are actually advancing nutrition security. The next point is processing and value addition. Opportunities are abundant. Pulses lend themselves to, as Mr. President mentioned in his welcome speech yesterday, pulses lend themselves to a lot of value-added products, and they can be incorporated. They are already incorporated in a wide range of traditional Indian snacks. But I think we need to boost that. We can produce special snacks and foods targeted at children, targeted at the working women, targeted at sports persons, energy bars, for example, targeted at senior citizens, what's called geriatric food. Well, I think these are all big market segments, and in each one of these segments, the target population to consume is very, very large. Therefore, I think it devolves on the industry, food processing companies, food manufacturers, FMCG companies to actually get into this area, use pulses to deliver high protein snacks. Next, modernization. Again, as Mr. President, Mr. Chairman Bimalji mentioned yesterday, our pulses processing industry deserves to be modernized. I visited scores of them and I felt sorry. And therefore, there are of course modern mills, there is no doubt at all. But across India, there are thousands of mills which need to be modernized. And we need a modernization fund. Dal modernization fund will help transform India's very traditional dal mills with very poor scale economies. They use very traditional methods. Even, let me mention, their food safety and hygiene standards leave much to be desired. All this needs to be changed. If there is a fund to modernize the dal mills, I won't be surprised if we are able to attract even foreign direct investment in Indian dal milling industry. Last point, no, I think it's the last but one, exempt trade. I would urge this exempt trade import and export policy window should be kept open. Don't shut the import export policy window. Keep import and export open. But if you have to, but you need to monitor, you need to moderate import and export trade. And to monitor and moderate this trade, use tariffs. That's the only mechanism. Don't ban import or export, but use tariffs to moderate our import and export. And then, most important, again, I feel sorry for your free trade agreement. The government of India has several free trade agreements. What are we doing as a nation to leverage our strength of the free trade agreements? We should be able to export our pulses to at least our neighboring countries. Bangladesh is an importer of 1.5 million tons of pulses. Sri Lanka imports at least 500,000 tons of pulses. They are our neighbors, immediate neighbors. We have FTA with them. What are we doing to promote our pulses in those countries? I think that's again, these are matters, these are thoughts which I want to leave with you. I think this is also for the policy makers to consider. Price risk management and price discovery, very, very important for the pulses value chain participant. We suspend futures trading without assigning any reason. I think actually it hurts the value chain participant because they have no risk management opportunity at all. Last, and this is the last, data. Most unfortunately, I believe, unfortunately, government's reactions are not data driven, and they are not proactive but reactive. I think we often try and close the stable after the horses are bolted, as they say. And therefore, I think it is important for the government to have data, latest data, and the government needs to have forward guidance. Today, Government of India does not know how much of cargoes has been contracted for, from where, what price, what quality, and when is it going to arrive. Without that forward guidance, it is not possible for anyone to take a very informed decision on monitoring and regulating the trade. And that is where I would strongly think an association like IPGA will have a big role to play, to have a research and commercial intelligence desk and then provide forward guidance to the Government of India. So I have just attempted to paint that big picture, what we need to do to reach Atmanirbhar. It's a challenge, but it's still doable. This is a framework within which we need to discuss our plans for self-sufficiency. But enormous political will and commitment is required on the part of all the stakeholders in this ecosystem, whether it is the government or the trade and industry or the farmers organizations or consumer groups. I think we need enormous will to transform the Indian pulses sector. It is possible, it is doable, but we need to have commitment, and we also need to have some patience to see results. Good luck, thank you very much, God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a detailed explanation of your topic. I believe everybody have learned something new out of this presentation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to proceed towards the first panel discussion of the day. Well, the topic is Session on India and Australia, Pulses Trade and the Way Forward. But before doing that, obviously, we would like to present a token of gratitude to our very own G. Chandrasekhar, sir. Would like to request you, Satish, sir, to please do the honor. Can we have a round of applause as we felicitate Mr. G. Chandrasekhar? Thank you so much, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to proceed towards the first panel discussion of the day. The topic is Session on India and Australia, Pulses Trade and the Way Forward. Starting by inviting the moderator, first of all, on the stage. Please put your hands together for Kiran sir, ladies and gentlemen. He is Agriculture Councillor from South Asia, from Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, from Australian High Commission, New Delhi. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome the gentleman? Now, allow me to start introducing all the panelists one by one, starting by inviting Mr. Manik Gupta, Vice Chairman, IPGA. Please put your hands together. Next, I would like to request Mr. John Southwell from Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner and Minister, Councillor Commercial from Austrade, South Asia. Let's welcome Mr. Peter Wilson, who is the Chairman of Pulsed Council Grains Australia. And Ms. Harsha Rai, who is the founder of Mayur Global. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have all the panelists on the stage. Would like to request you, Kiran sir, to please do the honor.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. I'm pleased to welcome everyone today to today's panel discussion on India and Australia pulse trade and the way forward. My name is Kieran Caramel. I'm the Australian Agriculture Councillor for South Asia, based out of the Australian High Commission here in New Delhi. You all would have heard the Australian High Commissioner, His Excellency Philip Green, speak about the strength of the relationship, the strength of the pulses trade and how Australia and India are partnering together. And if you did not hear him speak yesterday, shame on you. It was quite the speech and remarks from the High Commissioner. So if there's an opportunity to revisit those, you should definitely do so. But having said that, we have gathered here an impressive lineup of panelists today who reflects the strength that the High Commissioner referred to yesterday of the pulses relationship between Australia and India. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Manik Gupta, Mr. Peter Wilson, Ms. Harsha Rai, and Mr. John Southwell. So thank you so much for being here today, for participating and lending your expertise on the relationship and the ways forward in building opportunities for the pulses industries. So maybe I'll start by firstly directing the question to you, Mr. Gupta. Australia and India have a historic trade in pulses for over 2 decades and probably beyond. What are the benefits of this time-tested supply relationship to Australia and India, and why has this trade been successful?
So the benefits of this relationship actually is to both countries, to Australia as well as to India. And from an Australian perspective, it gives the farmers a large market in India, a profitable market in India, allows the farmers to diversify their sort of country footprint, their product footprint, and then it also helps with sort of bilateral cooperation that we've seen go from strength to strength. As we know that from a pulses perspective, pulses is the best paying crop for the Australian farmer. And the Indian government, last year especially, gave the signal at the right time for the farmer to plant more pulses which could come to India in the period when India needed it. So from an Indian benefit perspective, that's one of the big benefits, that the response from Australia can be very swift. If the weather supports, then the crops can be very significant. And from a supply chain dependability perspective, you know, Australia is much more dependable. It had a good mix of container shipments and bulk shipments that allow the Indian sort of traders and millers to buy according to what size suits them. And why that relationship has been successful is obviously one of the big reasons is that you know, there is complementarity on the harvest cycle. So the India's demand cycle coincides with the Australian harvest cycle, especially with regard to chickpeas and lentils. So, so it's been a pretty solid, symbiotic, beneficial relationship between the two countries. Obviously, one of the big asks from Australia to the Indian government is more policy related clarity. I think we've talked enough about it. I don't want to say much on that. But you know, reliability of suppliers, reliability of supply chain, being able to respond quickly in size. I think these are sort of the tenets, the cornerstone of the strong relationship that the countries have built.
No, thank you for that. And I agree. I think the price signals and those government signals and policy signals are very, very important for us in terms of making our own decisions. And I think, Peter, I might ask you, you know, as a pulse grower and representative of the Australian pulse industry, as a pulses chair, you know, there's a range of factors that you have to think about when you're growing that influences your planting decisions. And of course, one of those is the regulations and the policy decisions that come out of India. But I guess, you know, there's also domestic policy and regulations that also factor into your decision making when you are planting. Are you able to talk about that and, you know, I guess minimal intervention, how that impacts on your ability to make the right choices in terms of aiding your farming practices as well as your business going forward?
Thanks, Kieran, and can I acknowledge other members of the panel and all the wonderful ladies and gentlemen out here in front of us. I can only endorse what Manak said earlier about that relationship between Australia and India. And I'd probably go a step forward, and before I get to the specific question that Kieran asked, I'd say a little bit more that the relationship, particularly over the last 30 odd years, has been an intelligent relationship. India and Australia have developed the symbiosis that you spoke about quite intelligently. And Australia couldn't have done what it did in the last 7 months if it didn't have its roots in the late 80s and the early 90s in terms of our genetic development, in terms of varieties, the geneticists that have helped us get to that stage, and then the husbandry that farmers have applied on farm to ensure the best quality could be produced that is fit for purpose. And I think that's really, really important. We're beyond just producing stuff to send to people. I think it's important, as I answer the back half of the question, is that we've got to be making sure that we are producing products that people want to consume. And we were in Naya Bazaar only the day before yesterday with the balance of the Australian delegation. And on offer and observing was very clearly the people eating with their eyes. They're running their hands through those red lentils and the desi chickpeas, and they're looking at them. And I have to say, when they were going through the red lentils, you know, they're Australian red lentils, and instantly the customer preferred them over the Canadian product, and great reference to my Canadian friends. But people eat with their eyes. They want to make sure that the quality is good because they're taking it home into their hearths and they're going to cook with that product. So we've got to be producing the right product. And I guess the Australian farmers, indeed like any farmer in the world, including Indians, Canadians, they want to make sure they're going to plant something that's going to turn into something that they can sell to somebody. And they've got to be able to do it in a fashion that it's profitable for them. Otherwise, they simply won't produce it. So market transparency, price discovery tools are absolutely critical. And I really hope people did listen to Chandrasekharji's comments just earlier. We shouldn't fear price discovery tools. We shouldn't fear transparency in the marketplace. And we shouldn't fear deregulation, because I think in the Australian experience, and I'm a lived experience with coming out of orderly marketing and highly regulated and structured markets, that since we have seen single desks go by the wayside, and there were some reasons why they were good for their time, and there's some reasons now why they're no longer functional. And that is, we have a much more fluid international market. We have a lot more data. We know what the weather is doing in Madhya Pradesh, just as we know what's happening on my farm on the Darling Downs in Eastern Australia. So the data and things are happening quickly. And so therefore we need the capacity to respond very quickly. And I commend the Indian government for making the decision they did in early May last year. And the Australian industry, because of all the things I talked about earlier, was in a position to be highly responsive to the call of the Indian government. And I acknowledge Sunil Kumar Singh sitting in the front row there. We were able to respond to the need and get that product, the seed, into the ground and the crop produced in the fashion and in the quality that the market required. And then we shipped it quickly. We got it into the market as directed by Sergi. So it all worked very, very seamlessly. So my message is we shouldn't fear transparency. We shouldn't fear the role of markets such as futures markets and the role that they might play in driving innovation right through the supply chain. I mean, India, and I often talk about the fractionation industry and the vegetable protein market. You know, India has the largest fractionation industry in the world. Almost all of the desi chickpeas produced in India are turned into either a dal or a besan, which is used in foodstuff from sweets to savoury. All and absolutely fantastic, and I have eaten far too much of it this week. But I think you want to create that sort of innovation, that space for growth in the industry, and I think that does come from probably less regulation. Sorry for the extended answer, Kieran.
No, thank you, Peter. And I think that comment that you made around what the consumer wants and consumer needs is something that Australia, I think, does very well, not just on pulses, but across a range of commodities, including wheat, barley, but also other commodities like fruit and veg and meat products. But I guess it's a nice segue, I think, maybe to you, Harsha, as I guess sourcer of Australian pulses, lentils and chickpeas. You know very well what it is that your consumer wants and who your clients need. Are you, and I believe you were in Australia recently as well, off the back of the good growth in chickpea production. Are you able to talk a little bit about how, I guess, the qualities that Australian pulses does have that you see as useful or has been benefiting your business, and what is it that brings you to Australia? Would love to hear your thoughts around what the consumer preferences are.
Hello everyone. I'm delighted to share my recent experience visiting the heart of chickpea growing areas in Australia. The crop conditions were looking exceptional. The weather throughout the season, the growing season, has really favored the crop this year in Australia. And that is how we could see such a phenomenal harvest this year, where the production is more than what was expected initially. And when it comes to quality of chickpeas this year, it's outstanding. We couldn't see a lot of damage or any kind of damage in the crop, and the color was so beautiful and such a wonderful quality that we have seen. While we did go to the lentils growing areas as well, and those were affected by drought and some frost conditions, and definitely the lentils production this year in Australia is going to be much lower than what we have seen in last 2 years. Now India has been importing a lot of lentils in recent years from Australia, and now chickpeas this year. This has definitely brought a very longer term or a very high connection between India and Australia in terms of Australian pulses trade business. The kind of quality that Australia has been growing for lentils, different varieties, chickpeas this year, this is really something which is very much acceptable by our market, and it is very well received in last few years and this year. Apart from quality, there are many other factors which have actually contributed to such a great volume for Australian business. Say transit time, which is much lesser as compared to the other origins. In such high volatile market, everyone wants to make a position which should come within a specific time period. Nobody wants to have a very longer transit period in terms of their trade transactions or decisions that they are making. Apart from that, we have noticed in last several years that Australian suppliers have offered competitive price for their lentils, which India has been importing. And this has really made business more in terms of volume, and we are very happy to be trading with Australian markets, and we feel very positive about this trade relationship that India and Australia has for pulses commodities, and we think this will go really forward, and we look forward to the growth in this particular sector, I would say.
Thank you, Harsha. So maybe, Mana, can I get you to maybe talk about your experiences with Australian product? And I guess I'm particularly interested in understanding your perspective when it comes to how I guess, imported produce can actually be complementary to what's happening domestically? Because, you know, the sense that I get is that we're not necessarily playing in the same market. There is different uses and, you know, different segments that imported products like Australian chickpeas and lentils does go into. Are you able to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, generally the acceptability of quality, and in fact the preference of quality for Australia is long been known. You know, apart from a large trader, we are also a miller now in India. And we have a couple of mills in Rajkot. And, you know, when we visit the plant and we are starting to use Australian chickpeas, so the realization on Australian chickpeas always has been a bit higher than domestic chickpeas, and it always gets factored into the price anyways. But then there is also this variability in the size of chickpeas that affects the realization. So I think even though broadly the quality is quite homogeneous and quite well accepted, there are differences that we are seeing this year in terms of sizing a little bit, which is impacting the realization on the dal or the besan side. But broadly, I think the quality is quite well accepted. On the lentil side, like Harsha said, because of specific end use, you know, the East Indian market and sometimes even the West Indian market, you know, pay a premium for, mostly pay a premium for Australian lentils. So yeah, I mean, the quality has never been an issue really. I think from Australia, I think product is fairly clean and quite homogeneous for the most part.
Thank you. So maybe over to you, John. So as a Senior Trade Commissioner with the Australian Trade Commission, you have a very important role of bridging Australian Indian businesses, so bringing, you know, people like Manik and Harsha to Australia and connecting our, you know, our industry, which a number of them are in the you know, crowd here today as well. Are you able to talk about the importance of this business-to-business linkages and to the economic relationship in particular, and what your organisation is doing to support this?
Thanks, Kieran. I think there's a number of elements which I'd like to just reflect on. First of all, Australia and India have always been friends, except on the cricket field, which is sometimes, you know, it is quite an interesting partnership. But ultimately, we've always, but now we're actually comprehensive strategic partners. We're actually economic partners as well. And it's something which has just seen the absolute rise over the last, particularly over the last 5 years, last 10 years. But I think it's important to also note that right now we're talking about pulses. Over there we're talking about Bharat Tex and textiles, and in Mumbai at the moment there's the Dry Fruit and Nut Council meeting happening as well, MIWA. And all of those things is where you can see an Australia and India symbiotic relationship, where pulses come in for consumption and food processing. Wool and cotton goes to garments making for both processing and also for export. And also down in Mumbai at the moment talking about almonds and macadamias, etc., for, again, for consumption, processing and export. Now, why is this important? Number one, it's for assisting both the family farm in Australia. It's assisting the family farm here as well, but it's also the communities which actually support those as well. So remember, it's not just simply a zero-sum game associated with just trading an item. It's also all the people that derive a benefit from that. And if we think about the Indian diaspora, the global Indian diaspora, it's about 35 million people across the globe. If you talk about the vegetarian population of the world as well, it's about 22% of the world's population. That's about 2.2 billion people across the globe that need things like pulses to ensure their nutritional security. Whereabouts are they going to get them from? India, Australia, Canada, United States. And also, whereabouts are they going to be getting processed pulses for consumption as well into more ready-made goods? India and many other places as well. And that's where we can actually provide a great input into the food processing ambitions here. So in this very room, there was discussions about World Food India in September later on this year. It's been happening each year. That's where we believe that we can actually provide a really good input into food processing here. While our role is about providing advice, connections and support to Australian exporters, it's always been about not just simply exporting our things and then forgetting about them. It's actually also how it can actually go into the supply chain. And something which we've been able to do, something which is a great privilege, is being able to go to places like Haldiram's in Nagpur. It's being able to go to Agripure on the outskirts of Delhi here and actually seeing how product either from Australia or from India or many other places has actually turned into and value added for then both consumption here but also export to here across the globe, and not just simply the South Asian aisles in supermarkets, including back to Australia, where we have about 1 million Indian diaspora. Now, for most of you guys, that's actually not a big number, but for us it's huge. It's actually about 4% of our population. So Australia in and of itself is a huge market for Indian processed goods. And whereabouts would we like to have it is grown in Australia, processed or made in India, and exported to the world. And that's what gets myself and my team, you will probably know Harsh Mohanpuri, us out of bed every morning, is being able to support those things, because ultimately it's not just about the trading game here and the people in this room, it's also the people that support in the economic supply chain as well. I guess just finally, how our organisation can support this. Of course, we have our engagements with our Australian exporters, but also wherever there is a need, wherever there is a desire for new products, etc., please get in contact with us. And our team has about 200 years worth of experience in engaging in developing economic ties between Australia and India, between each of our people. And they've seen the rise and fall of great trading opportunities, and we can see whereabouts we can find advice, connections and support for you as well. Thanks.
Thank you, John. I guess before, I don't know if we are meant to open up for questions, but I guess we'll welcome those. If anyone does have any questions, please raise your hand and we can facilitate those. But I guess maybe to round things out, can I maybe ask each and every one of you just one question, which is, you know, we talked about how great the relationship is, but where do you think we could step up? What could we do maybe as business to businesses or even government to government? Where could we step up to, I guess, grow the relationship, enhance the relationship, create further opportunities that benefit, you know, consumers, businesses, and farmers on both sides? Just, I guess, a really open-ended question. I'm really curious to hear from you all on that. Maybe starting with you, Manik. Yep.
So I have 2 points where I think you know, Australia and India can work together and have a better relationship. One is obviously on the research and development side, and I think some things on that have already been talked about. I think Australia is known to be the front runner when it comes to research, and what I hear, the beauty of that, it's all privately funded. And I think when we look at yields across the board, you know, Australia across various crops is you know, above average, and in some cases like cotton, etc., you know, really one of the best yields in the world. And this year, you know, we've been surprised to the upside even on chickpeas. One of the other second things is, again, it comes down to data. You know, this year, my 2 requests. One is that some of the numbers that we get from the Australia ABS, is it called? The Australia Bureau of Statistics. You know, those numbers, you know, there's a lot of bashing that happens in India on government numbers. But this year, I think ABS also got the numbers completely wrong. And this is one of the complaints or one of the comments that we hear, that, you know, we talked about a certain crop and the crop number was, you know, much different. Even on the export numbers, I think there's a big lag, you know, when the numbers are reported. You know, I think, and I'm sure in this day of availability of data, and we look at Brazil, for example, they publish export numbers on a weekly basis, and very accurate export numbers on a weekly basis. I think both countries can do better. I think Australia, certainly being so data-driven, can certainly do better on that, which not just helps Australia, but also helps India. Thank you.
Harsha?
Well, I completely agree with what Mr. Manak said, that, you know, the numbers had a big difference to what was mentioned before and what came later on. If we talk about lentils, the production lower, say around 600,000 tons, or for chickpeas, the production higher than, say, around 600,000 tons or 700,000 tons is a big move, which does not give, either the seller or the buyer to make a right decision in terms of their buying. The other thing that I think from a trade perspective is that there should be a bigger window for shipping, which is going to benefit more both buyers and sellers, because sellers would not rush to sell all their cargo at once, and buyers would not rush to buy everything at once, and not everything is going to arrive at once. This brings a little discomfort to the market, and ultimately it goes to everyone. So a bigger window of shipping and proper or a very accurate number in terms of production seeding will really help everyone in the trade to make the right decisions.
John?
Our two-way trade in 2020 was about $1 billion Australian dollars. Now it's about 1.7, and we have the trade agreement to thank for that. And out of all of that, India, believe it or not, actually exports more agri-products to Australia than the other way around. And I think what we need to do is aim to actually increase that number of two-way trade well beyond 1.7 to 2.5 or even beyond to really achieve a great outcome. The way that we do that is through greater inputs into food processing, greater imports from Australia, into Australia as well, to support a growing desire from the diaspora, but also those that aren't Indian diaspora in Australia, because there is a growing love and affinity for everything that is produced here. And also between Australia and India, making sure we market it to the world. And that's where, for us, particularly from a number of products, that's why I'll say again, the opportunity to grow in Australia, make in India, and export it to the world, you can see that that's going to be a reputation for quality and efficiency as well.
Peter?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't disagree with any of those points that were made, but I think the areas of collaboration and supply chain engagement stand out for me. And having spent a lot of time with the balance of the Australian delegation, and it's a family, there's a group of families travelling, and I think that's been quite instructive for people to understand that in Australia, and just as Canada and the United States, they're not just corporate operations. We have family farmers producing products that are coming into this market, and they're produced with the care and attention that is also carried out on Indian farms. So I think for that group of people who are travelling, for them to understand the importance of the quality that this market demands means that they can go back and engage with the balance of their research organisations just to explain just how important it is that weed seeds are kept to a minimum, that the seed coat is not blemished, that the appropriate herbicide and pesticides are applied below label to ensure there aren't residues, etc. So I think that's really good. The R&D piece that's already been mentioned, and I'd extend that. You know, Australia is probably in a bit of a unique position. We're very similar to India in terms of we grow a lot of our products on stored soil moisture. So managing that moisture base is really, really critical. So it is for India. So there are probably some learnings there from both sides where we can try and make better use of the stored soil moisture. And of course, a lot of the material, the germplasm we are using, there would be benefits for us to work with Indian researchers. And then in the storage and handling, we suffer the same afflictions in terms of post-harvest management as India does. Unlike Canada and much of the United States and Europe, where it's so cold post-harvest, you don't suffer that post-harvest storage pressure in terms of insect management. So I think there's some real opportunities there for engagement. And then, of course, the data piece. And, of course, I don't know who we should blame for poor data, whether it's the Indian government or whether it's the Australian government. But I think pulses, let's just be a little bit real about the reality of the agronomy of a pulse. It sets flowers and pods from the ground up. And whilst ever the moisture conditions are there and the moisture band is in the right spot, it will continue to lay on branches, flowers and pods until such time it gets too hot and it shuts off, or it runs out of moisture and it finishes. And so the variability is real, and I think we accept that, mainly because I don't want it to be my fault that the numbers were so badly wrong. But I think the crop does, under the right conditions, we can get incredible expansion in yield on both sides that seems like a shock. But it's because of the agronomy and probably the beauty of the pulse crop. It's not like a cereal crop, which is only having to deal with a head 3 or 4 inches tall. It's quite variable in its nature. And so, yes, there are lots of variabilities in the data sets. I would 100% agree with that. But I would just ask us all to respect nature, and accept there's going to be some variability. But we will take the points back to the ABS and flog them mercilessly for getting the data wrong.
Thank you, Peter. So look, I think that brings this panel discussion to a bit of a close. Oh, I see there's a question. Who's it directed to?
So here's a suggestion. It's not a question. We have been importing Australian lentils for a long time, and what, as a local broker in India, I understand is there are 2 types of varieties which Australia has been providing, is the small lentils and the bigger size lentils. Last couple of years, we see only the small lentils. I understand the research and development has developed a seed called Hallmark, which has given phenomenal yields, but that has really troubled us because in the eastern side, we pay a good premium for the smaller size lentils, and we pay a big premium for the bigger size lentils in the west side of India. Because of Hallmark, everybody is confused. You don't get premium on the east side, and we don't get those bigger size lentils in the west side of the India. I would say go back, and I would suggest the research and development of whoever is doing the seeding part. We really need those bigger size lentils.
Sure.
So Hallmark is, I would again say that on the smaller side. We need Aldingas, Jumbos, Flash, again back to Indian market.
Okay. So I think Peter's got a response, but just before that, Peter, if it's okay, so some of our growers are actually here. So it might be worth having a chat to them about, their planting decisions, but maybe Peter, if you'd like to answer that one or respond.
Yeah, this is a great plug for Grains Australia, and I can see Peter Bareggi down the front saying, make sure you say something. So Grains Australia is funded, supported, promoted and given life to by the Grains Research and Development Corporation in Australia, which is largely funded by farmers, Australian farmers, with a production levy, and matched with some government funding. Part of Grains Australia's role is in the classification space. So Rohit, to your comment, and absolutely valid, there hasn't been a classification process in Australian pulses. We've largely produced a nipper type or a nugget type, but there's been genetic slippage and variability in some of in the makeup of some of those varieties. And what we found, there has been slippage away from, so we think it's a nipper type, but actually it's migrating towards a nugget type in terms of its genetic size. So the classification process that is now in place is to try and correctly allocate sizing classification to give the breeders some real direction as to their focus on breeding, so they know exactly what they're breeding for today. That's not to say they haven't been doing a wonderful job, but it means today they've got some guardrails in terms of the types of lentils they're trying to breed for. And so I think you'll find that classification process that's been brought in under Grains Australia and the Pulse Council we will start over the next 5 to 7 years. The varieties that are coming out are going to be much tighter in their sizes, and there'll be a lot more clarity around what you're buying as a consumer.
Thank you, Peter. Oh, Asha,
Well,
please.
this shows how eagerly Indian buyers are looking forward to import Australian lentils, the bigger ones.
Great. Any other questions from the floor? Doesn't seem so.
Sergi must have a question.
No. It's a good question. I guess there's a question for the Indian government around whether the duty-free period will be extended, and I think that will influence some of our planting decisions. Is that a fair thing to say, Peter? So it's I think it's a watch and see, wait and see situation. I don't know if I've got
How is
an
it
answer
building
to
up
that.
to?
As in the... I don't think
It
it's a
depends,
question that...
as you said, it depends on the Indian government. And
Yep.
I'm asking the panel if there are any inputs as to how suggestive we are when it is coming to the policy that is going to come up, and by when will it come?
I'll be honest, I don't think I'm in a position to answer that. It's a policy decision for the Indian government to make, and they will, you know, factor in everything, including domestic production, prices, et cetera, to make an informed decision. So I guess from our perspective, we would just welcome an early signal, as you know, others have said around that. But John, I don't know if you had any comments just from your perspective.
I think if I can return, I guess, to one of the observations that was made very early in the piece in this session was one of the fantastic things that, and I think we received a notification about it about midnight in May last year on a Friday night, and instantly we were able to send messages to the Australian growers back in Australia to say, all right, we now have a price signal to ensure that farmers could actually then plant chickpeas to satisfy the demand, etc. This then enabled a number of things to occur, because even though we've scientifically advanced ourselves as a human race incredibly well, we send people to the moon, we're sending robots to Mars, etc. One thing which we actually haven't perfected is conjuring things out of thin air. And so it's really important that whatever signals are given, that they're given early. And what we'd probably like to say is to commend the Indian government for actually giving that price signal last year, because we simply were able to grow the crop that is now supporting both nutritional but also India's exports now. So I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I have a question with Mr. Kiran and Australia side. Only a simple question. Now I think this vessel, no need for methyl fumigation. So it is only for 10 vessel, or it is permanently the Indian government, they have allowed Australian origin all shipment in bulk vessel without any methyl bromide. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're working very closely with, you know, my counterparts in the Ministry of Agriculture, and particularly with the plant protection team, to formalise phosphine fumigation as a permanent treatment pathway. So right now, yes, it is. They are trials. Lentils have finalised, and we're finalising chickpeas at the moment, and we'll have discussions with the ministry to make it a permanent treatment pathway, because I know it's going to be of benefit for both exporters and importers, especially reducing costs, but also the efficacy of the treatment from a plant protection perspective, plant quarantine perspective. So it is something we're working on. I would ask that if you could also discuss it with the ministry and ask them when they're going to finalise the gazetting with the plant quarantine order. That would be fantastic. But we are working very closely, and we do really appreciate, I guess, the fulsome way in which the plant quarantine officials on the Indian side have been working with us. So I think we've definitely gone well over time. So thank you everyone for indulging us today as part of this panel discussion. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone on the panel for your wonderful insights. I think from my perspective, the big takeaway is the importance of communication. I think is a very fair thing to say, whether it's around data, whether it's around price signals from government to government. Communication is absolutely fundamental. I can assure you, at least from the Australian government perspective, we are having very strong collaborative engagement with the Indian government. This year is the 5th year of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnerships, which underpins the bilateral relationship. The economic ECTA, Economic and Trade Agreement, also underpins that economic relationship, and that also has mechanisms for dialogue and cooperation and engagement between our two countries. And so we look forward to using these mechanisms to hopefully address some of the challenges and issues that we have, but also to enhance the opportunities for that deeper collaboration, but deeper opportunities that the pulse industry in particular is driving, particularly from an agriculture perspective. So a big thank you to everyone, once again, for those on the panel, but everyone for listening and paying attention, and also being a part of the relationship between Australia and India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Would like to request you to please stay here on the stage, as I would like to request the moderator to please felicitate all the panelists one by one. Starting with Mr. Manik sir, Mr. Manik Gupta, who is the Vice Chairman IPGA. Mr. John Southwell. Can we have a round of applause while we do that? Mr. Peter Wilson. And Ms. Harsha Rai. And now I would like to request Sunil Savla sir to please step up here on the stage, as we would also like to thank the moderator for conducting it so gracefully. Mr. Karan, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Kiran. Would like to request all of you to please come together for a group picture. Thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to continue with the USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council session that will be taken by Mr. Jeff Rumney. Please put your hands together as I invite the gentleman. He is Vice President, Marketing, USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council. Mr. Jeff, ladies and gentlemen.
So that's great to have applause before I even start. I really appreciate that. So my name is Jeff Rumney, Vice President of Marketing with the USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council. Very happy to be here this morning. Very happy to be back in India. And I want to congratulate IPGA for running an amazing, amazing conference. What a beautiful facility. The stage is gorgeous. The AV system is absolutely amazing. And we have a great audience. So I'm happy to spend a few minutes with you. I'm just going to chat for a little bit about our organization and our relationship of our industry to India, and talk about an exciting event that we're going to do this summer. So on that, the mission of the USA Dry Pea and Lentil Council, or USA Pulses, is we are an innovative group of organizations that bring together the highest quality, nutrient-dense, and sustainable and affordable foods on the planet. So some of you may have noticed that we have a little bit of a name change. The USA Pulses is a brand that we're bringing forward to represent all of our activities, from the growers to our industry, but also nonprofit organizations that are associated with us that include our research activities, our marketing activities, policy, and support of the grower. So our vision is very similar to the vision of IPGA, and that is to double pulse crop consumption and production. And our long-term vision is to establish USA Pulses as a must-have food for our diets and our cropping system. And the values that we have at USA Pulses is to help end world hunger, completely revolutionize our food system, improve the nutrient quality of every diet, and lower the carbon and water use efficiency of our food systems. And also very important, to support family farming operations and rural communities. And the outcome of our vision and mission is to have a healthier population, a healthier planet, and a growing and profitable pulse crop value chain in the United States. And that value chain very much includes the India industry. So this is our marketing team. We have an amazing staff at our office in Moscow, Idaho, and we have a team throughout the world. And you can see here in India, Sachin Khurana and his team with Quick Relations really does an amazing, amazing job in this market. So I'm going to run through just a few stats. I know everybody here might be a little overwhelmed with numbers and percentages, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. But I just wanted to point out the history of exports from the United States to the world. And in the last 10 years, our exports have been fairly steady. We did have a little bit of a dip in the previous 3 years, and that was associated with access to markets and also some droughty conditions that limited our yield and production. But you can see in this last marketing year of 23-24, the red line represents our value of exports. And that value is actually quite high in relationship to our production. And that's because prices around the world have been abnormally high for the products that we're exporting, and also for the export markets that we're working in. So how does India fit into the total export picture for US? So this chart shows the last 3 years of data from exports from the United States to our major partners. So in 2022-23 cycle, so that's the 22 harvest year, the exports to India were 0. But then as we got tariff relief, you can see that the exports to India basically matched what we have in our major markets like Mexico, Europe, and South America. And the last chart is actually year-to-date exports. And you can see the exports to India are far above our other export markets, showing the importance of this market. And we are truly committed to this market. You can see this is pulse production in the United States for the last 20 years. And you can see that there's basically 3 phases of growth of the export market, of planted acres. So in the early years, most of these acres and production were going into domestic use. And then we had a phase of run-up of growth in the India market, in markets around the world, and it peaked in 2017. Then we hit challenges in the export market all around the world for various factors, and recently we're just about up to our peak. And we fully anticipate that if demand indicators continue in India, that we will be able to continue rising our production. There's a lot of opportunity in the United States for increasing acreage and for increasing yield opportunities. We're introducing some new technologies in the United States that will allow us to produce a winter-style pea that has really, really good yield opportunities. So I just want to make one announcement. There's quite a number of India traders here in the audience who have attended a harvest tour that we as an organization sponsor. We bring traders in, we take them across our production region, they can see the fields, the processing facilities, and meet one-on-one with all of our exporters. This summer, we're going to do it a little bit differently. We are going to have a summit the first week of July. It'll be July 7 through 10. And the theme of this summit is Harvesting Unity for a Collaborative Future. And it'll be held in Spokane, Washington. So rather than traveling all the way across the United States, excuse me, I hit the mic, traveling all the way across the United States in a bus, the activities will be focused around Spokane. So we're hosting international buyers from all over the world. We anticipate at least 100 buyers will be in attendance. And these buyers will be able to meet one-on-one with the entire U.S. pulse industry. So, how does that work? Well, one of the things that we're going to do is to try and emphasize having really, really great speakers, but fairly short sessions. And then we'll have breakout sessions in which there'll be more specialized topics, like domestic consumption in the United States, the use of AI in your business, and world growth opportunities. The sessions or a part of the event will also include some business that our organization needs to do. And a lot of the buyers really won't be interested in that. So we'll give an opportunity that you'll be able to go on a farm tour, see the countryside, meet with some processors, learn about the quality grading of our commodities. And then everybody will come back. The last day will be a huge celebration. We're going to rent a big yacht, go out on Lake Coeur d'Alene, have a great kickoff ceremony, fireworks. It's going to be really an amazing event. So I invite you all to check out our website. Our registration page is going to be up here in a few days, and you can check out the information and actually submit a pre-registration, and then we'll be following up with the formal registration. So with that, I will close. Thank you very much.
Hello. Just a moment.
Jeff, could you also comment on the importance of these events for trade across the world and more importantly for the trade in the US as well?
So Sachin, I think you're referring to like our harvest tours?
Yes, the
Okay.
harvest tours and especially this one, the one we are doing this July.
Okay. So that what Sachin is asking is, what is the importance of harvest tours, bringing people into our production region in regards to trade? They are really, really critical. It's the most efficient way to bring buyers and sellers together. So as an organization, we are essentially, the lubrication of this giant machine that moves products from our farmers' fields into the elevators, onto the ships, and into the export markets. So our job is to open doors and open opportunities. And it takes a lot of work, a lot of money to run a harvest tour. It actually costs about between $90,000 and $100,000 to do one of those events. So just as a matter of efficiency, to bring a large number of buyers into one central location, we'll be able to host quite a few more buyers. And also, it's just an ease. Rather than spending 13 days on a bus, you'll be able to meet essentially the entire industry in a matter of a couple of days. So a little more partying going on, a little more efficiency, a little quicker to do it, but a lot of business as well.
Jeff, and how many countries do we expect participants from? Last question.
Sachin, if I knew you're going to grill me with all these questions, I don't know, maybe I need to cut your fee a little bit, right? So we have marketing programs that are based in Latin America, in Europe, in the Middle East, obviously in India. We have a program in Africa, in China, and through Southeast Asia. So it represents 7 different programs and I think about 50 different countries. Any other questions, Sachin? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are extremely, extremely honored, Jeff, for your such a warm word. And now to share the gratitude, to felicitate the gentleman, I would like to request Dilip Mohanty, sir, if you can please step up on the stage and do the honor.
We have to come to the center. That's where all the photographers are.
Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely honored and proud to welcome our Honorable Secretary of Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. She will be joining us here any minute. Would like to request all of you to please stay seated till then. Would like to request you to please stay seated, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, with your huge round of applause, let's welcome Srimati Nidhi Khare, our Honorable Secretary of Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. She has been playing a key role in building our nation with her policies, and we are extremely grateful for her presence today here with us. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us here. We can't be more happy and delighted to have you here with us. And on that note, I would like to request Bimal, sir, to please do the honor. Mr. Bimal Kothari, Chairman of IPGA, to please do the honor by presenting a token of gratitude to ma'am. Can we have a round of applause when we do that? Ma'am, IPGA is extremely honored for your presence here on the stage of the Pulses Conclave. I would like to request Bimal, sir, to please join us here on the dais and please share some words with all of us.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm glad to announce that Honorable Secretary from Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Mrs. Nidhi Khare, is among us now. Let me tell you, friends, we have been very interacting with this ministry, with ma'am, very closely. Last 2 years, we have seen the price of pulses going beyond, the expected levels, beyond the reasonable levels. But the way, I must compliment ma'am, that the way they have handled this entire situation, the price has been brought down under her guidance. So I must commend, I must appreciate the efforts and must commend the steps taken by her. It is, I always used to tell, it is your responsibility to look after the interests of 1.4 billion people. And she has really done a great job. I must, on behalf of IPGA, I appreciate and commend her efforts. And we have been interacting with her on the policy matters from time to time. She has been very cooperative. Her ministry, all the people under the ministry, they have been working with us on very closely, and we also keep on giving the inputs from time to time, and we ensure that there is a stable policy. The consumers are getting the pulses which is required for the nutritional security, so they get at a reasonable and affordable price. So I won't take much of time because she is very busy, and as she mentioned, I have to leave early. So I will request her to address the gathering. Thank you.
Namaste and a very good morning to all the delegates who are present here in this August Indian Pulses and Grains Association's conclave in Bharat Mandapam. I should compliment the organizers, particularly Mr. Bimal Kothari and Mr. Upadhyay, for actually bringing all the stakeholders under this roof. And this has been going on as an annual event for IPGA, and from the government side, we stand to benefit because we are basically interacting with a lot of delegations from different countries, particularly America, USA, Myanmar, other South American countries. And these are, all this actually paves a very strong, it builds strong relationships across. As we all know, India is the world's largest producer, consumer, and also importer of pulses. India's total pulses production has also increased during 1 decade by almost 40%. So despite the significant enhancement in domestic production, India continues to be still dependent upon import of pulses due to rising demand, consumption preferences, and also the growing economy. So earlier, while the people would not so much bother about nutrition, today you see there is greater consciousness about nutrition. The younger people are now looking for protein supplements, and what can be better source of protein than the plant-based protein. India imports about 8 to 12 LMT of tur from Mozambique, Tanzania, Sudan, Myanmar, about 5 to 7 LMT of urad from Myanmar and Brazil, 10 to 15 LMT masoor from Australia, Canada, and other countries. Achieving self-reliance in pulses is very, very crucial for food and nutritional security. And therefore, you must have noticed how even in the budget announcements this year, there has been a very clear emphasis on Atmanirbhar Bharat for the growth of pulses. The pulses mission has been established, and the prime objective of this mission will be to produce say climate resilient seeds, to focus on farmers, to increase the acreage, to also increase acreage in non-traditional areas, and so on. During the last 3 years, pulses production has actually faced lots of challenges, including delay in monsoon or incessant rains during the season in 2022, looming El Nino scenario which extended the dry spell during the monsoon season, It also depleted soil moisture, and there was lower water level in all major reservoirs during 2023. So over past 2 years, we felt the production was impacted. Therefore, to incentivize pulses production and reduce import dependence, government decided to procure tur, urad and masoor directly from the farmers. So these farmers who are now growing pulses for us, we are trying to actually get them pre-registered, and we have the central nodal agencies who are helping out with them. And yesterday when we were interacting with delegation from US, we also found out how US is also reducing its cost by simply procuring directly from the farmers, transporting it and shipping directly to the countries where it is it is in huge demand. And this is how they have cut corners with the cost. I think we need to learn from US. We also were interacting with a delegation from Australia, and the kind of confidence that Australia has shown, particularly in their very timely decisions in taking the chana production. And we also had your pictures. We showed, we saw how in the video you were yourself driving the tractor and you were actually sowing chana. It is because of your efforts particularly that even on a very depleted say production of chana last year, we were able to have moderation in prices for the consumers right from the season of 28, from the season of October. And because there is good sowing in our own country, we expect a very good production of chana this year. And I think we can understand from each other's markets, from each other's demand, how we should actually help each other. And since India is the largest consumer country also, we are also keeping our doors and windows open. We want to have long-term relationships, but we also need to understand that the prices for the consumers need to be in moderation. Availability of pulses should be throughout the season, throughout the year. And this demand is only going to rise. So what I have, while I have been interacting with several delegations, I have kept saying that actually the demand is going to grow during this decade, at least in our country, because the economy is growing. There is an aspiring population which has become very conscious of its nutritional inputs, and therefore there will be room for everybody, and therefore farmers across the world should feel that they are part of this grand scheme of things. And I think there would be, I'm sure the delegates who are present here would also perhaps learn a few recipes from our country to then enjoy these food items in your own country. And you can also make supplements, especially when you are looking for plant-based protein substituted by the animal-based protein. So we are basically now looking at how to learn from each other, and such conclaves actually give us this, it actually provides a lot of opportunities to everybody to interact with each other and then find who is doing what and how everybody is actually doing better. We can learn from each other's good practices, and we can also take them, note them for our policy interventions. And I think such conclaves are always successful because there are people who work very hard to actually, and for almost 6 months or maybe 5 months, they have been working very hard. They have been telling me to, keep my dates safe to attend this. So I can understand how much rigor, how much work has gone behind in making this conclave a successful conclave, in making sure that important stakeholders actually participate and have a free discussion, have a discussion where we can all honestly and in a transparent manner we can talk to each other and then decide what works best in the interest of your country, your farmers and things like that. So I must say that while since we are seeing a projection of increase in demand for pulses, we are also trying to invest in breeding programs to develop short duration, high yielding varieties that are well accepted by consumers. We are also encouraging farmers to cultivate pulses in non-traditional regions with suitable agroclimatic conditions. We also are working towards productivity enhancement through technical know-how transfers, supply of high quality inputs including climate resilient varieties, improved seed replacement techniques, crop advisories and insect pest disease management. Also, we are working towards better storage, how we can store pulses in their pristine quality for a longer duration of time because it is not perishable, and how we can enhance the shelf life. You must be also surprised, I have also shared it with a delegation yesterday, that we have also come out with guidelines on solar cold storages for our country, because it's a hot country. It is more, the propensity for pest or insect or say the spoilage is greater. So we are actually looking for different kinds of storage facilities, and from MNRE we have come out with guidelines which is solar powered cold storage. So this is also, we are reducing the carbon footprints, and we are actually using renewable energy to basically go for the energy requirement. So these are different things that we are doing, and I'm sure we will all stand to gain with these conclaves. I wish everybody grand success. I hope you had a good time here in India. This is the best time to actually come to India and discover, also plan for maybe 2-3 days more to go around the countryside. You'll find every time you take to different directions, you'll be really surprised with the diversity that our country offers. And I can only say that I'm really grateful to both the organizers who have worked very hard in bringing all of you together, and I look forward to the inputs, to the suggestions that this conclave will throw up, and we will certainly be looking after for their inclusion in policy. So once again, thanking all of you for giving me attention. You've been personally also meeting up with us, and it has been wonderful chatting with all of you individually, also as a delegate and also now as members of this conclave. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring words and sharing your vision with us. That.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights, and thank you for your kind words also. I really assure you, we assure you that we will work with your ministry very closely, and we will ensure that the interest of all the stakeholders, consumers, farmers, trading industry, and the government, also our origin partners. We will work hard to ensure that everybody's interest is taken care of. We'll, from time to time, we will keep you keep you giving the inputs so that you know you can incorporate in the policy. We always look forward for a long-term policy, and we hope that India can, with your vision, with the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, and with your leadership, we can achieve the goal what the government has said during this budget towards the self-reliance, Atmanirbharta. So thank you very much for coming, because I know you are very busy. You have just taken some time to come here, and thanks once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we have a thunderous round of applause as we show the gratitude and thank the ma'am for her kind presence here with us. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed further with our next panel discussion. Would like to request all of you to please stay seated. सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कृपया करके अपने अपनी जगह पर बैठे रहें. हम हमारा आज का अगला पैनल डिस्कशन शुरू करने वाले हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we discussed global Kabuli chickpea outlook, and today we are all set to now talk about global chickpeas outlook in this next panel discussion. We have some wonderful panelists on our stage on this conclave today, ladies and gentlemen, starting by inviting the moderator of the session, Ms. Manisha Gupta, ladies and gentlemen, who is the editor of Commodities and Currencies from CNBC TV 18. Ma'am, can we have you on the stage, please? Please put your hands together as we welcome the lady on the stage. Now starting with introduction of all the panelists one by one. Allow me to start by introducing all the panelists one by one, starting by inviting Mr. Sunil Kumar Singh, who is the Additional Managing Director from NAFED. Mr. Sunil Kumar Singh. Moving towards the next name, let's welcome Mr. Kapil Dev from Vitera. Please put your hands together as we welcome the gentleman. Mr. Peter Wilson, who is the Chairman of Pulse Council from Grains Australia. And Mr. Satish Upadhyay from Dalal Satish Upadhyay. He will be joining the panel very soon. Meanwhile, let's just request Manisha ma'am, the moderator of the session, to let's begin the session.
Thank you for patiently waiting. I do understand that a couple of our panelists have gone to drop the Seki Doka out, and we'll perhaps wait for them. But in the meanwhile, let's set a context here. We have been hearing about pulses and lentils for last couple of days now, but what we're talking about right now is chana or chickpeas, which is called the king of pulses, because especially for India, 50% of our share when it comes to pulses is taken by chickpeas. As Peter was earlier telling us that he's been consuming chickpeas in sense of savory and sweets and just plain dal as well. So we have seen demand continue to gain up, and that is something as a point everybody has talked about on how Indian population that is growing, the nutritional needs, that something is something that people are getting more aware about, and a price that we're looking at all that is being paid for this. So when we look at the supply and demand, clearly India is in a deficit, and is the reason we have seen many partner countries this time join us in to take the conversation ahead. And as Seki Doka was telling us as well, that it is important, all partner countries are important for us, and while she did not absolutely mention on the dynamic duty structure, we were hoping she would say something on that as well. But that is a conversation that we perhaps will take forward onto this panel itself. We have Mr. Singh joining in. Mr. Upadhyay is somebody we're still waiting for, so we believe he's still outside there. But the first thing I will do is, as we open up on this conversation, is I would want to go to each one of my panelists and talk to them, ask them on what do they think about chana and its fundamentals right now. So Kapil, let's start with you.
Thank you, Manisha, and good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, actually. So if we start with the basic fundamental of chana, I think last year we have seen a lot of activities in chana. When we have seen area going down, we have seen the impact on the yield, and that led to, I think, the highest ever import campaign to the country, where we have seen a lot of chickpeas and even supported by other pulses as well. Now, if we see where we are at this point of time, because that's what we are looking at this point of time, how the new season and the new year are going to shape up as far as supply is concerned, I think if you look at the data, I think we are very comfortably sitting on the good number as compared to last year, what we have, what the area we see under the production of chickpea. Of course, it's not what we can say normalized, but yes, it's little better than what it was, maybe 3 to 4% up. So we are almost similar to what we were last year. Weather situation as of now looks very good. As of now, yes, there are bit of the concern, maybe we'll discuss that going forward, on the temperature side in the core production belt. But as of now, yield looks normal, and maybe if we normalize it to last year, we are comfortably sitting to the chickpea number, maybe closer to 10% higher to what it was last year. As of now, that's how we do see it. On the stock side, I think we are fairly tight in comparison to what we had last time at this point of time as a country. The total availability of chickpea, which is readily available for the consumption, maybe 50% less than what we were last year. And the major difference is, of course, sir will tell a lot more on that, that what NAFED had, that actually it has gone, and the entire stock remains with the trade at this point of time, largely in the port. So that's the core fundamental we are seeing this point.
Thank you, Kapil. Peter, let's come to you as well for your opening remarks on how do you see chana. We always do understand that with the Australian chana coming into Indian markets and then our own arrivals coming in, there is a gap which Australia does tend to make use of and helps India as well. What is the kind of final number that you're looking at in sense of imports into India this time?
I think the numbers are going to be relatively large in terms of imports, and I guess the figures that came out from the Australian Bureau of Statistics the last week, I think we've exported about 1.5 million tonnes so far this season, starting October 1 until the end of December. and I'd say 60, almost 70% of that has come to India, and the balance has moved to Pakistan, Bangladesh and the UAE, where there are 4 key destination markets. And I don't think there's any question the decision taken by the Indian government in early May last year enabled farmers in Australia, and indeed the supply chain, to lay down the framework for what was a very large production outcome, certainly the largest since 2016-17, where Australia produced around about 2.3 million tonnes. This year we will not be that big. It'll be slightly smaller than that, but the farmers did respond very, very quickly, and they got the area sown, and then conditions were very favourable. And I think that's the point, and I made it in the previous session, that you can get a lot of variability in yield depending on the climatic conditions. You could call it unstable, but whilst ever the conditions are remarkably good, then you will continue to lay on branches, flowers and pods, and you'll keep filling those pods with beautiful peas. And last year we had those sort of conditions. We had extended flowering conditions, we had adequate moisture underneath in the root zone, and then we had a very favourable harvest outcome. And then the other thing that we had was a very, very favourable delivery timing, in terms of we didn't have a lot of weather delays in terms of getting trucks onto farms to get the product into ports. And I guess the other thing is we had a fairly depressed wheat export outlook. That made a lot of export elevation available to Desi chickpeas that wouldn't have normally been available, and I think that was a surprise to many people. And I think the mathematics are that we have lifted Desi chickpeas from 4 bulk export ports and 8 bulk export berths within those 4 ports. That hasn't happened in history. So there was an enormous armada of bulk vessels that did move in that October 1 DEACE 31 period. So it was quite, the planets lined up, and it worked very well, and the farmers did a great job in producing the right quality, and I think we're hearing the feedback is that the market is very, very satisfied with the quality this year.
Clearly. Peter, a follow-up question on that. You know, at the last panel that you were also on, where you were talking about Australia and India, the kind of relationship that we have. In last 5 years, how have you seen the numbers increase in sense of pulses, especially chickpeas for India? And do you see those numbers continuing, especially this year when we are looking at a good crop within the country itself?
So we'll wait very carefully to the government decision on where things lay post the 31st of March. My sense is that the government will reflect upon local production outcomes and then make a decision. And I guess the Australian farmers have probably made a rod for their own back, if I'm honest. The government of India now knows if they make a decision by mid-May, then Australia can respond quite constructively with outcomes, weather permitting, of course. You know, we live in a highly variable rainfall pattern in northern Australia, but I think we will be respectfully waiting, and we look forward to engaging with the government of India over what we think we might be able to produce depending on the circumstances. So I guess we could see a contraction of area if in fact we don't get those market signals. So we would see farmers shrink back to maybe increasing more wheat area and possibly even canola in northern Australia. And that's a potential risk for Desi production in northern Australia. We're seeing new canola hybrids that are performing very well in the warmer production areas of Australia. Traditionally, canola has been in the Mediterranean cropping zone, and we definitely are seeing a bit more canola. So that's something worth considering from an Indian import perspective.
Peter, I want to understand if that is very positive, that very quick diversification that farmers in Australia do, because for India that clearly has been that happens with a lag, sometimes does not happen, sometimes farmers get trapped producing the same crop over and over again.
Yeah, I think, and I touched on it a little bit earlier, we had a very highly regulated grains sector until the mid-2000s, when the wheat market was deregulated, the barley market was deregulated, and so farmers had to be highly responsive and very in tune with the marketplace. And what we have seen develop is innovation around price discovery tools, and there's tremendous transparency across most of the crops, and farmers migrate to those areas where price discovery is a bit easier, and where there are marketing tools that allow them to manage risk and that of the balance of the trade. And if I talk of cotton in Australia and indeed in India, you know, people are selling 2026 cotton, so they're planting cotton that, you know, the seed hasn't even been produced yet, and it'll be produced at the end of 2026. So those tools are very welcomed, and market transparency is very, very important to encourage production, long-term production planning, and I think and I think we shouldn't be fearful of that sort of level of transparency and maybe less regulatory, you know, activity.
Sure point. Mr. Upadhyay, since you've joined us now, your first comments on chickpeas as well. We do understand that the acreage is kind of 2 to 3% higher than last year. The crop has started coming in some centers already. The quality is good. The moisture is slightly on the higher side as well. What is the kind of crop number that you're seeing, the kind of the numbers that we've seen coming from Australia already into the country, and how are we as inventories right now?
Thank you, madam. Regarding crop numbers, it is still difficult because in some part of, you know, northern India and some part of central India, still the temperature and the rains which we were expecting, winter rains, were very less compared to the last year. Even though the area has increased, I think we have to still wait and watch that the production number, how the crop will look into. But seeing the Karnataka numbers and the Maharashtra numbers, they are not up to the mark so far. We are thinking Gujarat will be better this year. We have to still watch Rajasthan and MP figures. And on the carryover stock or buffer, we are almost nil. Thanks to Peter, thanks to Australia, that we have in time, we have received such a nice quantity, better quantity, so that, and thanks to your, you know, younger brother Yellow Peas has given a help for chana prices to be in control. And our crop number, we are still calculating, so it is still immature, so we'll need some more time to, you know, let you know the crop numbers. But as per government figure, we met government officers, they are bullish. They said 2.58%, the acreage has increased 98.5 or 99 approximately million metric tons. And as per their indication, as per their forecast, the crop is much more better than the last year. And they said they are happy about the crop as of now, but we are waiting and watching this thing, how it comes.
All right, I understand Mr. Upadhyay does not want to speculate at all at this point in time. Mr. Singh, I want to ask you questions in two ways. My first question to you is in sense of somebody who observes pulses market so closely. You have all the numbers on your tip. So this is not NEFED right now that you're talking. You're talking as a person who knows pulses. So last year was difficult for pulses as an industry. We saw so many measures being brought in. We've seen record imports come in. Prices were on the higher side and then fell below MSP as well. Demand has been increasing. We need our partner countries, but this year is going to be a year that we are looking at enough stock as well. With the kind of deviation, if I may call it that, and the kind of volatile moves that this area sees, and then again the thing that we do not want to go the oil seeds way, how do you look 2025 panning out as for pulses?
Good afternoon, everyone. When you come out of the storm, there is a lot of lull and peace. After 2015-16, the storm that we were expecting, that was 24. That's over. Policies did the right things for the farmers, consumers, trade. So what I'm seeing right now, and Indian government has been quite conservative with its estimates, unlike previous years. Now there's a situation where the trade expects peas in pea production much more than what government of India expects. Will that happen in chickpeas too? That's the answer which I'm seeking from you, Kapil too, and Satish. And if that happens, then the situation is quite good, normal. And as I've been reiterating at many of such forums, which I did in 2023 also, for the downside, we are there. For the upside, you are there. So the price ranges seems to be comfortable. I wouldn't repeat it, Pradeep ji, which I did in 2023, but yes, on the chickpea side, I feel that the availability side should be comfortable, as Kapil mentioned, that there is expected 10% production more than the last year. So that adds up to what we have lost on the buffer. And the supplements that we got from Australia, that also would add up. So that would be in addition to what Indian production numbers would be, and maybe the surpluses that you have, if required, we shall be in the market and then suck that up, keep for the buffer, or let the supplies be there. One thing. Second thing, policies are dynamic. Therefore, review of any policy may happen at any time considering the market condition. And if supplies are around the globe, naturally it will come or it will flow to the Indian market. These are the initial remarks which I think that should be there. And then again, the demand transfer which happened last year from the shortage of the peasant pea to the gram or to the lentil or to any other pulse, that's not required, because what we expect that the peasant pea would be comfortable. Lentils, we are already comfortable. Mung beans, we are already comfortable. And black mapte, yes, the production numbers are there, and then the supplies also are there abroad in plentiful. So I think that 24 is over, 25 onwards, it shall be comfortable.
Now let's talk to you as NEFID, purely NEFID. We do understand that there's been a lot of procurement that we've seen in other pulses. For chickpeas, what is the plan? Usually the norm is 25% of the crop. So even as we haven't gotten any numbers from the stage, but 100, 120, 130 also is something that we are hearing from the traders here. Would you be procuring that number? How are you looking at creating buffer stocks in China? Do you have targets right now?
Would you allow me to digress a little bit?
We'll see.
In fact, I heard Mr. Chandrasekhar speaking, and it was making me itch to speak something on the procurement. Yes, I do concede that we may have not updated the information to Mr. Chandrasekhar, but again, that needs to be corrected. Reason, in the last 3 years, if I say so, we have procured 10 million metric tons of pulses at MSP. And the industry has the numbers. Yes, there is a scope of improvement, and every system looks for the improvement. I welcome the suggestion for strengthening the procurement mechanism, but yes, all of us are aware of the challenges of the procurement, then again its size, then again its movement to the storage houses, etc. Coming to the welfare schemes that also he talked about, and there has been lots of improvement with the production numbers going on, and you have now 16 states supplying pulses under their welfare schemes or at the discounted prices. So India has done a lot in these two at these two fronts, and then again there is no limit to the progress. We shall be continuing with the initiatives which are being taken by the Government of India. You have now this scheme of 100% procurement of tur, urad, I mean like peasant pea, red lentil and the black mapte, and that is only to incentivize the farmers that you grow, and your duty is only to grow, rest is the government's duty to provide you the MSP or the market rate, whichever is higher if you intend selling for the buffer. Now coming back to your question of NAFED's plan, we are always ready to intervene in the market as and when the prices go down. You have seen it in soybean right now, where we procured around 2 million metric tons of soybean when the prices have been continuously falling down. And so has been the case of the groundnut pods also. We have initiated the procurement of tur. Similarly, we shall there be on time at the procurement places to see that the prices do not fall below 5,650. There may be a situation where we need to get into the procurement above MSP. That also option is on, because as Kapil mentioned that yes, we are low on buffer for the gram. So I don't think much downside in the prices of gram to warrant a very, very strong procurement, but we are ready with that, and that we have shown in 2023 itself when I was conversing with you, where the trade was saying that we shall not get more than 7 to 8 lakh metric tons, but we, when it was required, we did procure 23.52 lakh metric tons, I would say, for the overseas guests, 2.3 million metric tons that we procured in record time of 60 days. That really helped in containing the prices thereafter with the launch of the Bharat Dal and all.
Again, just pushing that yet again, what is the target this time? Is there a target at all?
Well, target, as the minister also mentioned yesterday, like 25% of the national...
That is the norm.
Yeah, that's the norm. Yeah, that's the norm. So, see, the target is, for the PSS procurements, there are no targets. 25% is the sanctioned limit of the national production. So, if that converts to something around 2.5 million metric ton. And as regards the capacity, the market has already tested that we have gone to the extent of procuring 2.7 million metric ton and 2.5 million metric ton consistently. So, if the situation warrants, we are going to go to that extent of procurement for maintaining the minimum support price.
Kapil, is the situation going to come to that NIFID will need to come into the market?
I don't know how to respond to that.
Not diplomatically, please.
Not diplomatically. As I said, the production is a little better than what we were last year. We are sitting at the port side on the comfortable stock, and as Peter said, that we do see a good forward in the future that how much we can now take in quickly from the Australia. So on the supply side, there is not much concern, and Sir has said that we are better than what we were in 2025. But yes, there are some fine things which we need to understand. First is that a lot has shifted to yellow peas over a period of time because of high prices of chickpea, and yellow peas coming aggressively to the country, and we have seen yellow peas moving from maybe 1 million ton to 2.5, and maybe more than that. And now yellow peas availability, how it is going to be, how the domestic production. So how this shift from chickpea to yellow peas, how does it work at different price level? What we have seen last year, spread was much higher. Now it is shrinking if you see now. So will there be a bit of demand shift back to chickpea? That we have to definitely look carefully. Point number 2 is the weather. Satishji has said that we have seen IMD coming forward and saying that we have seen the highest ever temperature in the month of Jan. And if you look at the chickpea, how it is spread from Gujarat to MP and to Rajasthan, it is a different stage of crop production, and few are very sensitive to the temperature if you read the scientific analysis, how it impacts. So that we have to see if it continues, how much yield it can impact, direct impact, indirect impact in terms of moisture loss, in terms of grain size. I think that is something which we need to take care of. But the important part which I will draw what Sir has said, that there is a government to buy at the MSP level, and market right now is trading closer to, if you see the origin in the domestic market, closer to that level. So, he has not said the number, but I'm sure government is committed to buy a good quantity of.
So let me put it another way. We've seen a lot of Australia chickpeas come into the market itself. Now our own crop is looking good too. When those arrivals start to come in more force, do you see prices then start to go around or below MSP? Is there a threat of that?
Look, if you see today how the market is trading, they have factored in what we have and how the crop looks like. And that's why market, if you see from the last month, has corrected.
Market has factored in good crop, or market has factored in that there is enough private trade demand there, or market has factored in that NIFID will come and buy?
No, market has factored the good crop and the good supply coming in and the stock which we have. So I think all the available information already has been factored in. We have seen the sharp correction in chickpea prices towards the end of Jan. Yes. So, and if you see the prices today, very closer to the range. Will we land to exact MSP? It's very difficult to say, but the range is closer to MSP at this point of time. And now I think the fun factors which we have discussed will start playing in. But to be very frank, it's not a very loose SND in the sense that we are highly oversupplied. We have a huge quantity coming in which can create a huge pressure. I don't see that with the numbers we all have discussed at this point of time.
Mr. Upadhyay, just taking a leaf out of what Kapil mentioned here, that a lot of chickpea demand had gotten into yellow peas. As Peter said, he's been eating a lot of savory and sweet stuff. He doesn't know whether it comes in from chickpeas or yellow peas. So are we looking at that demand going back to chickpeas? Because I know a lot of people said all that besan that you're eating is perhaps yellow peas.
No, no, I'll tell you. When there is a price difference between, say, the substitute commodity is more than 20, 30 or 40%, then the shift is proportionately goes to that product, that commodity. But now, as Kapil was saying, that the spread was coming down. Yellow peas was 32, 33 rupees a week back and a month back. But the chickpeas was coming from 70 rupees to now it has almost reached to a 60 rupees level. 58.50 was the yesterday's rate at board. So now the spread is, is reducing. So if the spread is less, then the mixing or blending, that expenses not match to the final product. So then the separate line of yellow peas, besan will be a separate, but chickpeas predominantly will be required and is the major consumption pulse. So I don't think that no, what was the question?
No, that was a very different question
No,
altogether.
no,
No, no, I'm asking.
Yeah. No. Sunilji, everybody knows Sunilji is a mastermind. I don't want to remind
He's called you a
everybody.
mastermind.
Yeah. So that is everybody know. But that is there. Chickpeas demand will be there. Yellow peas will be timing okay, but it has made its own graph. And the entire basket now has been come down because now we have a sufficient supply side is very sufficient. So I don't think much of going down from here. Maybe chana prices maybe 5%, 10% if now if it start coming into the mandis. But still I am telling you it's cause of concern for chana. The way the winter rainfall not there, the way the temperature in the Jan was there. And suppose if the yield goes to 10 to 15%, 20%, you can imagine you have a crop number, you can divide it and you can ascertain what is the number, market is thinking. So we are still waiting and almost 1.3, 1.4 is coming from Australia, it's okay. It's hardly a 10% of our entire crop. So still 90%, we have to play for the entire year. So Nilkumarji is saying me, you will better.
I'll come to Mr. Singh. But
Yeah,
Kapil,
yeah.
As you said that the markets have factored in the crop right now. So what the markets are also factoring in, as Mr. Upadhyay said, it's about the higher temperature, believing that the crop perhaps is not the number that the industry is talking about. Is that a bit of a concern?
Yes, I think it is because the news on the temperature and the data which is coming in, it's not from the trade. Even the government is talking on the similar line. If you see the IMD, what they have spoken last month, that we have seen the highest ever Jan month and we are expecting warmer Feb with no rain visible at this point of time. So I think all the stakeholders on the same page that yes, weather is a concern and it may have impact on the yield.
So is that
this
concern
factor really
premium?
starts playing in now because Feb is a very crucial month from all the crop stages we have across the central part of the country and towards the Rajasthan.
Peter, as a third party, how are you looking at Indian numbers right now? The weather, the crop numbers, have you made any sense of this?
I'll be reluctant to comment on Indian crops, but I do just say that the chickpeas are highly variable, but they're tough. They're very tough plants, and so I've always loved the chickpea because it makes really effective use of stored soil moisture, and the genetic advances have provided a lot more flexibility and yield outcomes than we achieved 25 and 30 years ago, and I'm sure that's exactly the same here in India. I acknowledge the higher temperatures have got people concerned about more of the flowering, whether it's enough to trigger the cessation of flowering. And so you might have adequate moisture, but if it gets too hot, then the plant will say, I'm done and I'm just going to fill what I've got. If it's a matter of high temperatures, but the plant has already finished flowering and it's in pod fill and there's lots of moisture, it's less a concern in terms of yield because the plant will still deliver under those sort of circumstances. And I think the other thing that I acknowledge is that there is a enormous spread of planting dates for the Desi Chana crop in India, which means it's subjected to variable temperatures and rainfall conditions, and it's grown in small fields over an enormous area and an enormous number of states, that it's very hard to get it's a bit like trying to grab soap or something. It is difficult, but I guess my sense is that it's a tough plant. There was the monsoon was quite efficacious. It withdrew late, which should have meant good soil-based moisture. Anywhere there's some elevated temperatures is going to compromise yield, but I would have still thought we were looking at a reasonable cropping outcome here.
Peter, to you first, and while my Indian counterparts have reluctantly touched upon the pricing range that they expect for chickpeas this year, and I'll come to them more directly on this question, but to you first, what's your sense on the kind of numbers that you provided to India and the pricing? Do you see that sustaining for India?
We probably see it. This is the bottom end of the pricing cycle. We've got adequate. I think the market feels adequately supplied at the front end, and that's why Australia is so valuable, I think, to the Indian supply scenario, because there is a degree of counter-cyclicality. Desi chickpeas have been arriving in this market from Australia as early as early December, and then right through December, in that period where things were a little bit tight. And they're going to stop arriving at about the same time as the local crop will start arriving. So, yeah, I think that we're now going to see, because of the duty structure, the uncertainty beyond 31 March, we're definitely going to have a gap in arrivals, notwithstanding the existing supply, and then we'll have to, and then farmers in India have a range of options in terms of pricing. And so I would say, though, today that we're at the bottom end of the pricing cycle, because you can't be, no further deliveries really can be threatened. And I think we'll start seeing the market realise that, and we will see some upwards movement, I think.
Mr. Padhya, to you then, what's your sense on prices? Are we close to bottom? Do we only have an upside from here for chana for this year?
Maybe it all depends on how NAFED start procurement. You suppose if NAFED is not procuring in coming, say, 15, 20 days, then the prices, the arrival pressure is now is rising is increasing in Maharashtra, increasing in Gujarat. So NAFED start procuring in coming week, then prices may be in this range only. Or if NAFED delays procurement, the prices can fall to 100, 200 rupees a level. It can come to an MSP level, but I don't think the prices will go below MSP immediately.
If NAFED comes into the picture, then prices will not go below MSP, you said?
Yeah.
And how much are you anticipating, and how sooner are you anticipating NAFED to come to the market?
We are listening on the news media, TV channel, that they have already prepared heavily. He is preparing day and night. He is working hard to start procurement, and it is for him, because we were waiting since last 1.5 months. Not yet, only hardly 10 to 15,000 metric ton they could able to procure. Farmers are keeping the produce ready in their home, because market were below MSP in Tuar. So everybody was ready to, NAFED to come in now. Since the NAFED has started coming in, so prices have also, rising in Tuar also. So it's all depend on NAFED and NAFED only.
Kapil, your comments on prices first, and how much are we depending on NAFED for this?
No, I think prices are going to be range bound, because we are already closer to MSP, and NAFED directly and indirectly has always said that we will be there if prices falls to protect the farmers. So we know the baseline that they will be at what stage or what quantity. I think that's part number 2, but they will be there to support the market. And as we know that Australian supply is almost done, and we have the very visibility what we have on the stock. So that has been factored in what we are trading at this point of time. The production basis, current fundamental already has been factored in the prices which we are having at this point of time. I think the weather and the arrival, how it builds, and how the government at MSP operations does. I think one more thing maybe we can have around that, how much stocks is left with the domestic trade and the processors, because they are also a huge buyer when arrival starts. So it's not only the NAFED as such to support the prices, but the larger support comes from the trade as well. So I think that is also very important, as we understand, because it was largely fitted by the import, which we took in last 2-3 months largely. The private trade is also will be there actively to buy. And anyways, prices are.
And at what price? Where do you see the private trade coming in? At what prices?
No, I think private trade doesn't come
Private
at the
trade
price.
as much
Private
likes the
trades come
prices
at
going
that how the
down.
fundamentals
Prices-
are building up and how do they see markets going forward and how the demands in other commodities and other things are there. So they will not come at the price, but yes, because whatever we do see has been consumed. So I think everyone is waiting new crops to come in and to fill the supply bank.
All right, Mr. Singh has this chart ready here. Mr. Singh, you know what? When we talked to tour guys and they were like, oh, so much support because NIFED came in. You've saved the soybean as a market also. Now, Chennai is also looking at you. You know, I was talking to an industry, a company, and we told them the prices have been declining for this particular commodity. Why don't you go start buying, support it? And they said, we're not charity here. We like prices going down, and we'll procure as much, and before NIFED does. Do you see those situations come in sometimes?
Just to supplement to your question, I have a counter question to Satish. The current market, as you mentioned, and as you're expecting also,
you're not answering my question,
no,
though.
I'll be answering. I'll be answering. In fact, that's a supplementary to your answer. The price level and again the concerns that you're raising of the weather, those are not indicative of a MSP operation. So why should you depend on NAFED, right? And your assessment must be music to lot many ears who have their trade positions in China, and that too what has been purchased from Peter, right? So as regards 5,650, we would take all measures to protect that price. That's beyond something. That's assured. As regards this tool procurement, Satishji mentioned that it has been delayed. We must appreciate that the same very farmer, the same very area which produces soybean produces tool also. So the procurement has been in progress. The farmer is eager to sell his soybean first because there is a market disparity of around 600 rupees per quintal. So he is keen to sell his soybean and hold back the tour. That is the reason why the procurement of tool has not come up in the same manner as that of groundnut and soybean. And the markets are almost close to the MSP. I personally had been to Kalburgi and Tandur area of Telangana and Karnataka. They also have seen that the market prices are closer of the Maruti variety. Yes, for the Nimal variety, it had been quite lower. So we are into the market for tour also. We will get the farmers the MSP, but again, if there is a trade chance, you can pick up Mr. Satish if you find a better market for tour. That's for sure. Now then, coming for your question, ma'am. As in fact, I would like you to read this chart for the audience once.
We like numbers, and especially when numbers are coming in from an authority.
See, these are the, in fact, this chart would show you the numbers of the last 5 years. This chart would give you that what has been the production and what has been the quantum of procurement plus the percentage that NAFED did procure of China in last 5 years. The combined procurement has been to the tune of 10 million metric tons. That's a huge stock. That's a huge stock. And we have been able to manage it well. Even the 2023 onwards, the Indian farmers have not got only MSP for the 25% of the target which is set for the procurement under MSP, but we created the situation where those people who could not sell their produce under PSS, they continue to get MSP because the prices remain above rupees 5,335 since last IPGA, which Mr. Kothari held in Mumbai. Am I right? or wrong? So, chana farmers have been getting the MSP either from the market or from NAFED, and I hope that they would continue getting that.
You know, every time we speak to a pulses industry, pulses trader, there is no answer that doesn't start with saying, we'll have to see what NAFED does. Is this over-dependence on you?
Just read out the numbers for the audience before I speak.
This is for 2018-19 until 24-25 Rabi, 24 Rabi that is. So when it comes to gram, this is
only for gram.
This is only for gram. So we're looking at a total of 81. Quantity procured is 11, which is 13% of our total production. In last as many years, since 2018-19 to 24-25 right now. And I see very, very big numbers coming in, by the way. 18-19, the procurement was 23% of the total crop.
Yep.
And then the big number that we see after that is in the year 22-23, which is 19%, 19% again in 23-24. And for this Rabi, I mean, of course, it's just about begun, but, oh well, yes, those are big numbers then.
So what that shows that the apprehension of NAFED not entering into the market and not purchasing, that is negated by these numbers as Manisha ji read out. And just to come out once again, in 2018-19, we procured 23.94% of the production of chickpeas. And in 2019-20, the market required us to intervene to the extent of 7.81, followed by 19.35% in 2021, then again followed by 5.29. You see the cyclical change. 1 year, a very heavy purchase, followed by a lower purchase because of the market.
But the last 2 years shows...
Last 2 years, that is for 22-23 and 24-24, that is to the extent of 19%. That is follow-up. So let's see what happens. And then again, last year was a very minimal year, required only 0.39%. Let's see how it shapes up. If 2023 and 2024 are to be read together, those are heavier procurement years. Let's see what follows. Shall we follow 24-25 or we go back to 23-24?
So would you say that it would depend on trade or this over-dependence on NAFED?
No, obviously. When the trade doesn't pick up, then we are there. If they pick up at MSP, then where we are.
So is trade buying? Is trade going to buy? Is trade ready to buy?
Customers are still waiting because definitely the state is buying, NAFED is buying only 10-15%. Rest of the produce buying we customer, miller, trader, processor only. So our NAFED is buying 10-15%, maximum 20%.
You're not buying so
all
much.
80. Yeah, yeah, we are buying.
Buying at MSP or whatever.
Yeah, it's all, it depends upon the market. You know.
Satish, since 23, you did not have option of buying at lesser to MSP. So continue buying at MSP, assure the MSP to the farmers, rest we are there wherever you are not buying. And well, for that matter, it helps both. It will help the farmer also, plus it will rebuild the buffer.
Yeah, it depends. It all depends on prices, you know. The prices were not below MSP, so he could not able to buy.
I wanted to answer you.
So he could not below.
But again, you are not there. That I'll do one-to-one.
Yeah, you can talk. No, see, the prices are, if the prices are below MSP, then government is there, obviously. But government is there, how much government can buy? Can buy 10%, 15%, maximum 20%. But now this year they have a scheme, they can buy the entire produce. That is all technical, you know, I'm telling you. But if the prices, if the prices are above MSP, we are there to buy. And every producer, every processor needs the produce. So we have to buy. You know, we will not wait for NAFED if NAFED is coming to buy or not. We have to buy. We'll buy accordingly our needs and, you know, demands of the
that's
person.
also a problem.
So that is a thing there. I think he got the clue. No, that is the thing. If the prices are going below MSP, our big brother is there.
Obviously, see, one needs to study the policy. The policy is what? Chandrasekhar sir, the MSP policy for oilseeds and pulses is a market intervention. It's not procurement. So market intervention is a different policy than the procurement. Market intervention is only to continue buying till the market reaches the MSP level. After that, we withdraw. That is for the PSS. For the PSF, well, that is a requirement of buffer for which we buy either at MSP or above MSP as the situation requires. So anything which is purchased in PSS first has a first right of transfer to the buffer. That we do. So we need to understand difference between the procurement of paddy and wheat and this oil seeds and pulses. It's a market intervention. It's not a procurement.
Okay. Fair point.
Still, this year government has gone on board to announce 100% procurement of the produce of the farmers, either at MSP or the market rate, whichever they prefer, because that's an assurance for a short market for the producers.
I want to wind this down with a sense on prices then, because it all just boils down to that. We've understood on what the crop looks like. We've seen Australia chickpeas come in. We do understand what our crop is, plus minus perhaps 8 to 10% there. So, and this is a question that is open to the audience as well. Mr. Upadhyay, you've told me that you don't expect the prices to go much lower. It's going to be around MSP. So are we looking at minus 200, plus 500 kind of a market?
Yeah. Still the condition star NAFED comes into the picture. Star, if the import government allow the import of Australian chickpeas beyond this limit, and it's depend on the yellow peas. If government extend the ban of importing the yellow peas, then prices can go up to 500 rupees from here.
I love the way Mr. Upadhyay talks. Very flat tone, no expression on his face. Kapil, what's your sense on prices?
As I said earlier, prices are in quite tight range, and I think we have factored almost every fundamental. We are not heavily oversupplied.
I just want to understand the prices.
I think we are closer to MSP, and the season should start in the same range itself.
And you do not see prices going below MSP?
So
because there is
so
enough.
Many ways they will be there to
let's leave NAFED aside for a point. Do you think the private trade has enough demand? Do you see they coming into the market as arrivals start in?
Look,
appetite is the right word, yes. Is there enough appetite?
Irrespective of price, we have a captive demand, right? We have, the trade buys at whatever price because there is a consumption, they have to run the show to supply the chickpeas. So, yes, trade will be there to buy, I'm sure, at MSP level and near to MSP level.
There is appetite in the market?
Yes, there is.
There are buyers out there?
Yes, there are.
So the prices will not decline?
No, look, no decline is a very different situation. Again, it will depend how much arrival comes and how much the other factor works, how the government policies around impact works. But trade definitely is going to there to buy. As we said, that domestic pipeline is near to empty. Yes, and that has to be refilled back. And that will be filled back in the arrival time itself. There is no better time of doing that.
Than now.
Yeah.
Mr. Mohanty, are you willing to buy? I see you there, yes. Are you out in the market to buy chana?
I won't tell you whether we're going to buy or not, but you tell me if you are looking for a price range or price point, I may come forward.
If you get a good price point,
and I'm saying we are looking for a price point, I believe. What last year, I think the mandis were operating 54. We have seen in case of Rajkot. This year's price could go down to that level when the peak arrival comes. Now, I think today the Mundra prices are rolling around 58 rupees. I make a back calculation that works out to 55.50, so equivalent. So market could go by 1 or 2 rupees down in the peak, peak of the arrivals. That is what I could think of.
But Mr. Mohanty, the point that we are also trying to get here is the pipeline dry? Is retail, private trade sitting, waiting to buy?
I think if I talk about the pipelines are dry, as far as our sales concerned, we have been distributing quite a lot of Bharat Dal. That is continuously coming all around. That has given an impact on my dal to the extent of 30 to 40%. So they are giving it 70%, 8 to 10 rupees cheaper than the replacement cost. So it has been impacting quite a lot. And over last post October, the markets have reacted almost like 20 to 30%. most of the prices are bottomed out at the moment. That is what we see. Urad is bottomed out. All the prices have come close to the MSP. There's not much of downside at the moment.
All right. So maybe when you're looking at, so what do you read out of this room now? Because everybody says that there is demand, prices have bottomed out, maybe will not go below MSP, and even if they do, perhaps a rupee or two. How do you read the room in that sense?
Well, we would be prepared for any eventuality. We will be there in the market. And as and when at any place where there is a fall below MSP, even a 1 or 2 rupees that you are talking of, we'll be picking the stock. That's not an issue. And we have some requirement for the buffer too. So we shall be in the market, that's for sure.
And what buffer requirement are we talking about?
Well, the buffer requirement of gram is declared, it's all open in public. The 10 LMT is the buffer norm for gram. So for buffer maintenance, that stock is required. Maybe it is not to be covered even in a single season. It can be covered in multiple seasons. It's not that that stock has to come only in a single season. So whatever the PSS purchases, if required, then we may be in the market for MSP plus as well.
And how much are you holding right now, and how much would you require?
And that would be good news for the farmers, because ultimately we shall be paying to the farmers the MSP plus rate.
And how much would you need from the season?
It all depends on the market, because we would not like to distort the market too. With our purchases, we would not like to pull up the market to a level where again it creates some market distortion. So it has to be balanced out.
All right, so private trade does have a requirement. Anybody else who wants to, who's bullish on chana? I mean, of course, we have a bearish and a bullish view going forward. But as of now, the reading in the room is that the prices will not decline too much. Anybody? Yeah. I think we can take a couple of views and then we can wrap this.
मेरा पहला तो एक सवाल है सिंह सर से प्लीज़, कि जैसे आपने बताया कि अगर ज़रूरत पड़ी तो मार्केट रेट से भी चना हम खरीद कर सकते हैं, तो वो कॉल कब आ सकता है? जैसे लास्ट ईयर क्या हुआ कि एमएसपी के आसपास चना आया और ज़्यादा प्रोक्यूरमेंट नाफेड नहीं कर पाया क्योंकि मार्केट भी वहाँ पे रेडी था माल लेने के लिए। नेफेड के पास लास्ट ईयर 15 लाख टन के आसपास करीब स्टॉक था, जो हमारी जानकारी है उसके हिसाब से। तो इस बार तो नेफेड के पास भी स्टॉक नहीं है। लास्ट ईयर जनरली जैसे सीज़न जो शुरू होता है वो मार्च में होता है, मार्च में अराइवल के टाइम पे नेफेड की परचेज स्टार्ट नहीं होने के कारण अप्रैल में मार्केट धीरे धीरे रिएक्ट हो गया, मार्केट तेज हो गया क्योंकि नीचे में नेफेड खड़ा था, वो सबको पता था, तो लोगों ने माल ले लिया और नेफेड के हाथ में माल नहीं आया। अब इस साल की बात करें तो जैसे सब ट्रेड एक्सपर्ट्स ने बताया कि इवन गवर्नमेंट के भी अगर नंबर देखते हैं तो 1 से 2% से ज़्यादा के नंबर नहीं है सोइंग के। ट्रेड के और गवर्नमेंट के प्रोडक्शन के नंबर में भी वेरी कर रहे हैं, पर फिर भी अल्टीमेटली अगर परसेंटेज की बात करें तो ज़्यादा जो परसेंटेज है वो 1 से 2% है। तो वो कॉल कब आएगा? अगर मार्च में सीज़न की अराइवल के टाइम पे नेफेड लेने के लिए नहीं आता है तो मार्केट तब डाउन रहेगा, पर अगर डेट अप्रैल से ही है तो वो परचेज होना नहीं है, वापस अप्रैल से मार्केट अप हो सकता है।
देखिए जैसे आपने बात की कि पिछले साल हम नहीं ले पाए, हमारा लेने का उद्देश्य भी नहीं था। हमारा पिछले साल केवल एमएसपी प्रोटेक्ट करने का उद्देश्य था, क्योंकि हमारे पास उस समय समुचित भंडार था चने का, और उस पीरियड में हमारे पास बहुत ज़्यादा ही स्टॉक था जिसको हमें लिक्विडेट करना था। जहाँ तक रही बात इस साल की, हम लोग मार्केट को फॉलो करेंगे।
तो मार्केट की बात अगर करें तो मार्केट में लास्ट ईयर के मुकाबले क्रॉप तो ऑलमोस्ट
नहीं मैंने आपका जो आंसर दिया, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि मैं आपको फॉलो करूँगा।
ओके,
I think we'll give a chance to somebody else now. किसी और anybody else wants to say something? हाँ जी प्रदीप जी। Manik Gupta ji and Pradeep ji, if we can give a mic. दोनों के पास माइक दे दीजिए।
मेरा सवाल सिंह साहब के लिए है। सर, अगर लेट्स से कि प्राइस एमएसपी पे नहीं जाता है और नाफेड प्रोक्योर नहीं करती है, तो करंट जो नाफेड के स्टॉक्स हैं वो अगले साल का भारत दाल कैंपेन कंटिन्यू करने के लिए सफिशिएंट नहीं होंगे। तो उस केस में अगले साल में भारत दाल कैंपेन का क्या होगा?
भारत दाल की 5 कंपोनेंट हैं। जब चना नहीं होगा कोई और दाल होगा। नहीं, उसके पहले आपको मसूर है, मसूर 100% हमें खरीदना है, तुअर है, मूंग है, तो भारत दाल सीरीज रहेगी। जो चीज़ गवर्नमेंट के स्टॉक में है उसको बांटा जाएगा।
Actually, में sir, now the question is very, time is not good. Everything is depending on the policy. No. This is not the right time. Right time is when the policies are clear for the import of pulse, import of yellow peas and import of chickpeas for the next year. Suppose today government says, okay, Australia is open for next year. So if importer gets at 58 rupees, something like that, equivalent to that, or if yellow peas comes at 33 rupees again, then all the mathematics is changed. So everything is depending on the import policy. I can say there are two ways. One, if the government do not extend import of yellow peas and chickpeas, then certainly the NAFED has to buy at PSF. He will not, there will not be any cargo at PSS, at MSP. And if this policy is allowed, import of chickpeas for another 1 year and yellow peas, certainly then NAFED has to buy. It will be, prices will come down to come down to MSP level.
Thank you for your input. I'll keep a note of it.
Thank you.
और वैसे आपने कोठारी जी को नहीं सुना, जब मैडम थी तब उन्होंने यही कहा कि जो पॉलिसीज की रिकमेंडेशन है आप ही की रिकमेंडेशन है। और एक और बात मैं यहाँ पे कहना चाहता हूँ कि अभी जो पॉलिसी फ्रेमिंग हो रही है, it follows the market. It does not make the market.
That is there, but government, you know, we never believe to the government today what they say, the night what they say. We never. I can give you 100 examples. And what is Nidhi? Nidhi and even minister has no value.
No, that is between IPGA and this.
No. All decision is taken by group of ministers.
Singh Saab, I'll just intervene. As you mentioned about the policy, of course we recommend the policy. We strongly recommend the policies. What we think is in the interest of all the stakeholders, whether they are the consumers or the government or the farmers, even the trade industry, because we need to take care of the interests of the trade industry also, as we are the trade body. But I don't see that all the recommendations are being accepted, because we strongly feel that India needs a long-term policy. We need to look at the interests of all the stakeholders, whether they are consumers, farmers, government, trade industry, and even our origin partners, because there has been always concern, like Peter was mentioning. We do not know what is going to happen after 31st March. So we need to have a balanced policy, and that has been, we have been advocating. At IPGA, we always advocate a free trade policy of import and export. We just want that there might be some, because we understand the government of India's concern. We need to protect the interests of our farmers, but there can be a caveat. We can say that there might be some duty structure, or the cheaper imports are not, being allowed, because we have a policy of minimum support price. So the policy of minimum support price doesn't become irrelevant, so that we need to have a duty structure. So this we have been recommending, but we always advocate a policy of free trade where all the concerns of the stakeholders are being taken care of. So that has been the policy of our long-term policy, and that we stand by that.
But nobody is disputing that.
But nobody is still taking it.
So see, the point is nobody is disputing that.
But nobody is still taking it.
Why? See.
Anyway, we are not arguing on that.
The point is, the recommendations are not policy. Recommendations are recommendations.
We are not the policy makers. We can make the recommendation. We are not policy makers.
So no, see, the point is.
But you're important stakeholders. So.
See, it's a policy is an interplay of recommendations and aspirations of all the stakeholders, farmers included.
I have a question also, just one question.
Please, sir.
As you mentioned about the procurement, so like in the budget, government announced that they will be buying
tur, urad, and masoor at minimum support price, whatever is being offered to the government. Is it also in case of chana? Because
no,
there is no such announcement.
I tell you.
So I'll just complete it, then you please answer. So what Satish was mentioning, that suppose the prices are below minimum support price and there is a huge arrival if a good crop is there, as being estimated now, that we are going to have a very good crop. So if the prices are minimum support price, so don't you think it is going to hurt the farmers? Because what we have seen in past few years, except last 1 year, last year, I have seen in 18, 19, 20, the prices are below minimum support price, always, throughout the year. And government has procured whatever they had to procure. So while you have announced the policy, 100% procurement for tur, masoor, and chana for urad, why not in case of chana?
I come back to you. See, the very basis of this policy or this decision was that these three crops are taken to be import dependent. They are import dependent. You have import dependency of around 45% in case of red lentil. Similarly, you have in the case of peasant pea and black mapte. So that was the reason why these two categories of import dependent and then again sufficient stocking in India was taken. In the case of green mung beans, you know that we are quite surplus, and in fact right now, if I am to disclose the numbers, then around or I would say if I take MP market also, around 800,000 metric tons of mung beans are lying, and we are incurring heavy loss on that. So naturally, that's not allowed, even though it was a case which was made out of Tanzania yesterday. Chickpeas, we have been comfortable for a quite number of years, except the last year where we did have this problem. So two interventions came in the shape of yellow peas and the opening of the Australian market. So that's the reason why this has not been made in these two cases. But whenever required, this 25% is an administrative cap. It gets hiked up even to 40% whenever required, and this year in the PM Asha guideline, Government of India has strict that it is not now on a state production but on a national production. So even the production, if Bihar is taking a production, but again procurement is not happening, so that can be transferred to Rajasthan or MP or Maharashtra, wherever the production procurement numbers are high. So I answered you why these have been separated, and the challenges. Again, I put it because I had authored this concept, therefore I can tell you from that point of view. The challenges which a peasant pea farmer or a black mapte farmer is facing right now with the vagaries of weather, the disruptions in the Kharif season are more apparent than the Rabi season. Third, peasant pea crop duration is too high. A farmer has to engage his small holding for a longer period, therefore he has to be provided with that assurance plus a better price. So lots of thinking are going into this. If you have inputs from IPG or even for this convention, I think that you either can give it directly to the government or even to us so that we can make out the case.
I just have one final question, and while I was reading that chart out for gram that you showed to me since 2018, we've seen procurement as low as 0.5% last year to as high as 23% as well. Has ever this 25% mark be breached for gram for other pulses?
No.
No? No. So while you're saying while there is...
we are talking of national production. This is a comparison with the national production. But mind you, these production and the procurements happen in 8 major states. Whereas the production numbers are sparse even in Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura, etc., where the market itself takes care of the MSP because the production numbers are less, market rate is high.
All right, well, that's about chickpeas here, where we don't expect the prices to decline too much. At this point in time, that has been very categorically said, but the prices can go up. And then, of course, it's going to be about what crop we see, the temperature impact on that, and of course on what happens on 31st March or before that, whether or not that duty gets extended or those imports get extended. So there are a lot of ifs and buts at this point in time, but this is the best that we can do given the current circumstances. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining in.
Thank you. Thank you, Manisha ji. Thank you all.
I must put it on record. My comments on the price was neutral.
Mr. Singh had no comments on price.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much.
This has been recorded, and we have to think, diagonally opposite to what Mr. Singh has said, So then only it will match to the. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
so
Sunil
much,
sir.
everybody.
Thank you all. Thank you, Peter.
Hello. Thank you so much, everybody. With that, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause one more time for the entire panel for such a detailed discussion? Well, on that note, would like to request the moderator, Manisha Gupta ma'am, would like to request you to please come forward and present the Felicitation Trophy to all the panelists one by one, starting with Mr. Sunil Kumar Singh. Sunil sir, would like to request you to please come here in the center of the stage. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause when we do that? Would like to request Mr. Kapil Dev sir to please come forward now. Mr. Satish Upadhyay. Thank you so much. And Mr. Peter Wilson. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman, everybody? And last but not the least, we would also like to thank the moderator, Ms. Manisha Gupta ma'am, for conducting the session so well. And for that, I would like to request Mr. Mane Gupta. Mane Gupta sir, would like to request you to please join us here on the stage. I think she deserves a round of applause for conducting it so well. That was so detailed and quite engaging, I must say. With that, I would like to request the entire panel to please come forward for the group picture as well. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, lunch has been served, but we would like to kindly request you all to please assemble back in next 20 minutes as we will continue with the next panel discussion. Lunch has been served. Would like to request all of you to please assemble back in next 20 minutes. फिर से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी सभी से कि अगले 20 मिनट के बाद हम हमारा अगला पैनल डिस्कशन शुरू करेंगे। आप सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूँगी कि आप सभी कृपया करके यहाँ पे वापस उपस्थित हो जाएं।
maybe learning from these last 2 days, I want to just delve deeper into pulses. Pulses are said to be healthy, affordable, nutrition sustainable. And maybe you have heard this many times in last 2 days, and there are around 150 plus different type of pulses, starting from beans, peas, chickpeas, lentils, and others. They are said to be a nutritional powerhouse in terms of protein, fibers, vitamins, and minerals. Overall, they are said to be a staple food and a key raw material for all upcoming new protein products. What is driving the pulses space? This you heard many times in last 2 days, and maybe there are so many topics around it. I would like to highlight few of them here, maybe starting with the trend of health and nutrition awareness, where people have started thinking on it, and this has become very serious, and maybe probably there is where you see the pulses consumption has gone up. Maybe a trend of being a veg and vegetarian, and along with this, pulses is said to be a sustainable crop, and maybe the different cuisines around the world, which has led a pulses consumption growing up slowly. And pulses is said to be a convenience food, where you can go up with different, maybe variety of foods you eat in the menu, maybe starting with pasta, noodles, or any cookies around pulses. And the trend of maybe alternate meat, and many industry organizations, researchers who are investing time on this, building a new products around pulses. What's interesting around the pulses in a legume? This is said to be a legume, one type of legume which is used in a variety of ingredients, maybe for the production of various ailments and elementary productions. Maybe you can see on the screen there are different type of products which are made out of the pulses, which are said to be versatile, maybe starting from a burger what you eat, or maybe the noodles, or maybe the chocolates what you eat, and it is also in maybe the curry what we eat in the menu. We know something about pulses. What are we addressing around? So the population by 2050 is going to be 10 billion people. What does this mean? That means we have this burden of feeding 8 billion people or 10 billion people in the 2050. So how is that? Today it is because of 25% of global greenhouse emission is through agriculture, 70% of total fresh water usage is for agriculture, 1/3 of global energy goes for food production, and 1/3 of food produced maybe during harvest stage or during milling goes as a wastage. And you see there are people who are obese and dying because of this nutritional issues. What does this mean? This means by 2050 we need to grow more food within available land. That means 35% less agricultural land. So we need to cater almost 10 billion people in 2050. How is this with pulses millers or pulses processing? There is significant increase in energy prices. That means maybe manufacturer like Bueller need to look on how do we build really energy efficient machines, look for an alternative energy sources, maybe use of side streams, and maybe capture the trend of growing alternative protein market, and look for a consistent solution so that we increase yields by standardizing the process along the value chain. So this is the value chain, what you see for a pulses miller, maybe starting from basic raw material input to a primary processing, then going to a secondary processing. The trends, what you see in the milling technology are in the both ways. Maybe the secondary processing, where the topic of protein is huge in the market today, and you see there are many investors who wants to understand more on protein. I would like to have next 2 slides probably split into 2 different, one talking on protein and second followed up with traditional pulses processing. When it comes to protein, out of 525 million tons of primary proteins what's produced today, only 40% of which goes for our plate. The rest of them is said to be a waste, going maybe to an animal conversion or an as a waste. So with the growing population reaching up to 10 billion, that means we need to produce at least another 265 million ton of protein by 2050. So this is the opportunity, this is a trend where Bueller has invested a time, and maybe this is an opportunity to all of us to look how do we really address the protein need for the market. So taking this, so Bueller is into it. Maybe we want to have a clean labeled ingredient, high nutritional ingredients, probably protein, starch, fiber, and with an affordable solution around price, valorizing the side streams, and growing in maybe the amount of time or the amount of money spent on processing the protein, avoiding drying and rehydration, and building whole different type of protein-based products. Maybe it is farmed, whole cuts, flavored, hybrid products, and local ingredients. So there are few examples what you see here, which are said to be a plant-based protein isolates. Maybe starting from milk, burgers, maybe a coffee shakes, the plant-based meats. These are few examples what you see in the screen, which can be done around the pulses value chain, and maybe Buhler has a solution around it where we really have the application doing on different variety of pulses-based protein isolates. Few examples where starch is used. Maybe on the left side you see the glass noodles is said to be maybe used as use of side streams, where starch and fiber are said to be side stream coming from an protein plants or protein isolates plants. The end product what you see are starch-based breads, milk alternatives, food supplements, baby foods, or processed meat, pastas, and binders. Few examples of fiber, which is again said to be a side stream for an protein plants. The use of these fiber are into and maybe used as a binder and texturizer for plant-based meat, going to and feed, adding to the pet feeds and bulking agents. There are different applications what you see on the screen for a side stream fiber in the protein market. Coming to traditional pulses processing, which is an important maybe to communities sitting in here, maybe more on to the India. So Buhler has spent time on investing different maybe different innovations. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight one innovation where Buhler has spent very recent times. Maybe the lens what you see, the polishing, which is said to be a today unhygienic or maybe an unsafe way of polishing pulses. Overall 30% plus pulses industrially processed goes for an polishing. Today, most of conventional polisher uses maybe a leather or maybe a nylon belt, which is said to be unhygienic and maybe which is harming your nutritional value, or it is not to be a food consumption. So Buhler has invested some time here on this and maybe has come up with a new pulse polisher, which is said to be a leather-free and conventional product, and which is said to be food-safe polisher, addressing maybe with a reduced OPEX, addressing all the polishing market in the pulses community. It comes with some benefits, what you see on the screen. It is said to be a leather-free design, which is a big trend in the market where the pulses polishing was facing this issue since ages, coming with very basic use of leather or nylon. And we have invested some time here where we eliminated the leather and easy to adjust, and you can vary these polishing levels starting from very basic polishing going up to and maybe nylon finish. And this process also has seen a lower temperature recorded after polishing, lower power utilization, and less maintenance efforts. So few pictures for you to show what all this can do as a polishing in a single machine. As I said, this machine is versatile. You can maybe use different peas, beans, and lentils into it on the same machine for an polishing. Yeah, I would like to conclude the slides by saying the pulses is a growing market which has different growth rate compared to any traditional grains like rice and wheat. So maybe an average growth rate of pulses snacks is growing at 4% CAGR, and maybe the protein market which is growing at close to 7 to 8%, and pulses flour which is growing at over 10%. So overall, pulses is said to be healthy, gluten-free, vegan, and functional ethical. By this, I thank all of the people here, and I thank IPGA for this opportunity. Love pulses, stay happy.
Thank you so much. Hello, check. With that, I would like to request you to please stay here for another moment, as I would like to request Satish Upadhyaya sir. Satish Upadhyaya sir, our honorary secretary, to please join us here on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for the gentleman? Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the next panel discussion. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interrogative because we're going to discuss all about global lentils outlook this time. So please put your hands together as I first of all invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Ryan Van Pevenage from Columbia Gray. Ladies and gentlemen, on the stage. Now allow me to start introducing all the panelists one by one, starting by inviting Ms. Harsha Rai from Mayur Global. Mr. John Young from Grain Research and Development Corporation, Australia. Mr. Abhishek Agarwal from Viterra, Canada. And Mr. Brian from Montana Pulse Crop Committee. With that, over to you, Mr. Ryan.
I just want to thank IPGA for the welcome and really a great event. Really happy to be up here. Have a really impressive panel here today and excited to get into it. I think we had a slide. We can go to the next one. Perfect. We'll start with Canada, and I'll let Abhishek kind of talk about what we've seen the last few years in the Canadian production.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So this slide talks about the total production of Canadian lentils, which includes reds and greens both put together. Last year, I'll just give you a brief update. We saw a bit of increase in the green lentils production overall as compared to red lentils. If you bifurcate, I would call it, let's say, the StatCan number were around 1.5 million of this 2.4 million tons of the total production that we see here. We saw a shift towards the green lentils because of the good demand in green lentils from other destinations, and India was also active. And the yields were also a bit better. Acreage last year was a bit better than the previous years. That's what is seen in the production numbers.
Do you expect continual growth in green lentils and a decrease in reds going into 2025?
Difficult one to answer. It all depends on the price spread that the growers are getting right now. At the moment, you're talking about, let's say, 20 cents a bushel, which is roughly, call it $250 a ton. So yeah, if the demand continues on green lentils, we'll see that shift going on.
Awesome. Thank you. When we look into U.S. production, we've seen a really big increase in green lentil acres over this year. And throughout the United States, there's very few red lentils, and most all of it is used for domestic. Brian is a farmer from Montana. Brian, is price the biggest driver in the change from red lentils to green lentils throughout the United States, or is there any other factors?
Yes, price is super important. I'd say in the United States, it's almost tradition. Our friends to the north in Canada and in Australia do a nice job with the red lentils. So we do the green lentils, and we do them very well. And before color sorters, we were always told not to have Christmas lentils, so do not mix your greens and reds.
Excellent. I'll skip Australian a little bit and let John go into on your presentation on it. We've seen Turkey, very steady acreage base, smaller acreage base, smaller production. I think the biggest changes in Turkey's production is mostly due to weather, as we've seen in midi production areas struggled with drought and different options in terms of chickpeas and different things in the growing area. I'll pass it over to Harsha to talk a little bit about domestic production within India as well as lentil imports.
Well, the production, the acres for red lentils has been increasing in India from last 3 years because the government has been putting a lot of efforts in terms of increasing the MSP for the growers. This has definitely increased our acres, but if we talk about our yields, they are not been phenomenal. They have been very stagnant. So we haven't seen our production going as much as we wanted in terms of the acres which has been increasing. So if we talk about this year, we are seeing similar acres like last year. But it all depends upon next 1 month, wherein we see what kind of yields would be set in, looking at the hot weather in the central part of India, which is one of the major growing area. Also, the people on the ground do tell us that the seeding has been lower in Uttar Pradesh, which is again a major growing area for red lentils in India. So going forward, yes, the acres as per the government number are as good as last year. But in terms of production, we really need to watch another 1 month to see what kind of fields have been setting up and what kind of production or harvest are we going to see this year. In terms of imports, last year our imports were phenomenal, close to 1.67 million ton. But this year imports have been really less, not even 50% of what we saw last year till December. So imports have been less, but the other factor which is in kind of stopping all those big imports is the kind of stock that government is having right now, which has discouraged a lot of traders or importers to bring in a lot of stocks into the market. The other factor I would say is that it's because of yellow peas. I think a lot of suppliers at the origins are using all their capacities in terms of bulk vessels to bringing as much yellow peas as they could that they have traded. So red lentils have seen smaller volume in terms of bulk vessel, which was not the case last year.
Kind of in regards to production and imports for kind of all three of you, in the event tariffs were to come on, would you expect India to need to pay more and pay the tariffs, or would the origin markets need to get cheaper to make that work?
Well, as I said, we really need to see what kind of production we see this year, but as we can see that our government is very comfortable in terms of buffer stocks that they have right now, and imported lentils have been trading cheaper than our own desi grown lentils. So if the duty comes up, definitely we need to keep in mind that we are comfortable in terms of government stock, but we are not comfortable in terms of our own production reaching the consumption demand. So we are again dependent on import for some kind of tonnage. So if duty comes, and the second point is that is origin going to drop the prices or India is going to buy at the higher price? So if we look at Canadian production, which is higher this year, and if we look at Australian production, which is lower this year, has kind of offset a position where we are not seeing a higher global supply. But we really need to watch these two origins as to whether they have different markets where they can sell all their lentils or they are still dependent on India. So it's, it all depends upon the harvest, and then we see who blinks the eyes first, the buyer's ears or the seller's theirs in terms of the prices.
For the two of you, in concerns of if the price needed to reduce heavily, do farmers have other options they would likely shift to, or will they continue to grow red lentils at a decreased price?
So from the Canadian point of view, we have seen in the past that, so the values have been lower as well. We have seen this year because the government of India came up and allowed 0% duty on red lentils, because of which the exports happened last year easily. If, let's say, we have the growers are being paid, let's say, 34 cents a bushel right now, and and the current rule says that until March of 31st arrival, there is no duty. So all the planning which has to be done has been done. If we go back to the original previous 30% of duty, I think there will be similar level of drop in the values over there, and the market will adjust it. Market will digest the prices accordingly.
Yeah, I guess market will find its way. I mean, trade will find its way.
And talking about the acreage shift, yes, I mean the growers will look into other options as well, but this year we saw a bit of increase, let's say by almost 3 to 5% increase on the acreage in red lentils over there. But let's say if the timely notification comes to the growers, then they might look for other options as well, for sure.
John, any other comments?
Yeah, I do want to say that our growers are very flexible, and they watch the international markets very closely, and we do have a suite of pulses that we can grow. But lentils are the favoured pulse to grow in Australia. So, you know, we just hope we get the right price signals to continue growing in the areas that we do.
Kind of look at a total acreage and production from the last year that was covered. But really, because of the signs and support of the Indian government to make changes and long-term changes early on lentils, it allowed several other origins to increase production, increase acreage, to support not only the Indian market, but other markets to prevent prices from really increasing. So these long-term shifts and policies done by the Indian government really did a very nice job to help support their own market. So I think that's something to well recognized on that. Kind of from there, I'll pass it over to John to talk a little more in depth on the Australian side.
If we can just have the slide presentation, please. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I'm very honoured and excited to be here, and thank you for the Indian Pulse Grain Association for the invitation to speak. I'm not only part of the GRDC, but I'm first and foremost a farmer from the wheat belt in Western Australia, and very passionate about growing lentils. I'm travelling, luckily enough to be travelling in India with a group of growers, all Australian, and they all share that passion for growing pulses, and they all share a passion for learning and trying to build relationships with our important trading partners here in India. So I did want to say, if I could just get them to stand up briefly and give a wave. They're all over there, the Australian farmers. We're really keen to share our Australian story with you. So if anyone has any more questions after this presentation or later on this afternoon, please grab one of us, anyone over there or myself, and you know we'd love to give you some more insights into the Australian pulse industry. So lentils in Australia. This pie chart just shows the diversity of the lentils that we produce in Australia. You can see lentils coming in at 34%. They're the biggest pulse that we produce. And chickpeas secondly at 22%. That makes up 56% of the pulses that we produce. The third in line is lupins. There is a small export market for lupins, but the majority of lupins are consumed domestically in Australia. That's data from the last 3 years. This slide, this is the production of lentils and pulses in Australia. And I put this up because I think I just want to show the diversity, geographical diversity of the regions where we produce. So we've got in the north-east up there, we've got chickpeas and mung beans. As you come down, lupins and lentils and fabas. The lentils are largely produced in the southern part of Australia. And over in the west, we've got lupins and field peas, and the start of a lentil industry in Western Australia too. So you can see there the geographical diversity and the reason that we can hopefully withstand some climate change and some other adversities that get thrown at us. So Australia's lentil industry. Production has grown significantly over the last 10 years, and it's gone from about 200,000 tonnes to 1.7 million tonnes, and 90% of our crop is exported. So just to put this in some context, we are a country of 27 million people, as opposed to 1.4 billion where we stand now. So it's a very small nation, and it's a very export-orientated nation. So overall, we produce about 48 million tonnes of grain, and about 70% of that is exported. So we are an export nation. 50% of our pulse export, 50% of our lentil exports go direct to India. So India is by far our most important trading nation when it comes to red lentils. The next best in line is Bangladesh with 20%. 2024 was a record planting of red lentils in Australia, with nearly 950,000 hectares planted. And I might add that is also on the back of had a dry forecast for 2024. So farmers could have pulled back their scale and reduced lentils out of their rotation, but they didn't. They persisted and they planted the red lentil in record numbers. The 2024 crop, unfortunately, was affected by a drought and frost. So in that previous map, when I'll put that up, the southern area of the country, lentils favour beef field peas, you can see there, that was affected by drought. That was very badly droughted. And over on the east, lentils, lupins and favours had a large frost event. That did see, though, however, that we still produced 1.1 million tonnes. So it was a very successful year, considering we had both drought and frost. That was the third highest production on record, highlighting Australia's stability as a red lentil producer. And we expect those growth in yields, and we expect the growth in hectares across Australia to increase. So why are Australian farmers moving to red lentils? Farmers want to include a greater percentage of pulses into their farming system to improve sustainability, crop diversity, and to improve their resilience in the face of climate change. So it's a very important tool that Australian farmers need. The GRDC, or the Grains Research and Development, is investing over $136 million into pulse production over the next 5 years. So that's a very, very significant number. And they're focusing on the heat and the cold and the drought stress, acid soil tolerance, and addressing any subsoil constraints for the pulses in general. Also disease resistance, and developing management packages and agronomy packages so that we can move pulses further across Australia, so that those pulses can come to the west, and also lentils further up on the east. So this research focus is leading to increased lentil yields and hectares across Australia. So just a little bit of a summary of what we've been through. Australian growers are committed to growing lentils even in the tough seasons, and they proved that last year in 2024 with the third highest production year on record. Lentils have become an integral part of a sustainable farming system in Australia. Despite the dry season, severe frost, Australia has still had significant exportable surplus from the 2024 season. Australia is committed to improving the yield and the quality of our lentils. And one of the ways we're doing that is with collaborations across the world, including key collaborations here in India and also in Egypt. I would like to shift a little bit of focus off the production now and move on to a passion of mine, because I'm a farmer and this is my family farm, and my wife Ruth is in the crowd over there. So I just wanted to give you an insight into farming in Western Australia and how we farm lentils. In the picture there you can see that's myself and that's my two teenage boys sitting on the back of a ute, and they're sitting in front of some lentil storage. We farm approximately 6,500 hectares. It's a totally dry land, rain-fed system with about 300 millimetres from April to October. So this region would line up with a number of regions in India. We grow wheat, barley, canola, oats and lentils. This year we plan to increase our lentil area to 500 hectares, given we get the right price signals. It's a third generation family farming business with my wife Ruth and my 3 teenage sons. We have 5 employees that live on the farm, so it's a lot different than what we're looking at in India. We have been lucky enough to travel across India with a group of farmers, and it's just amazing. We're just our eyes are just so open to your farming system, but it is so completely different to ours. Our focus is on sustainability, efficient production through adopting technology and using the latest varieties and precision ag. Just put a couple of photos up because everyone loves photos. So the first photo up there is a very young lentil crop, which is a red lentil called a thunder lentil. So you can see that's just been rolled. We go over our crops with a heavy steel roller to squash the rocks in so that we don't harvest anything. Over on the right, you'll see us preparing to sow a lentil crop. That's our air seeder, so we're filling it up with lentils and with fertiliser, ready to go out. This one is just a delivery into our local CBH or our local grain handling facility, which is a cooperative. And then there's a picture of a harvester. That was just after a hard day of harvesting lentils, and we're about to take the front off the harvester so that we can move paddocks. So we operate 2 of those harvesters to cross our 6,500 hectares. Farming lentils. We've been growing lentils for 4 years. We grow the red lentil and the variety Thunder, which was in that picture. Our average yield is 1.5 tonne to the hectare, and that's a very sort of average yield across Australia. Lentils offer a good weed and disease break. They fix nitrogen to the soil. We have reduced fertiliser costs in the lentil phase and also in the phase after, so there's a reduced cost to our farm. And we have improved cereal and canola yields following the lentils, which is really important. It also provides a diversity of income. So when we have red lentils in the system, or when we have a pulse in our Australian farming system, this leads to a more sustainable and profitable farming system. And that's something that we need as we face these climate challenges that we've got around in the future. So that's our story. Thank you very much. And if anyone would like to catch us after, more than pleased. And I'd just like to say one thing. We are really enjoying meeting our partners in India and travelling across India and tasting our lentils and chickpeas in the food. It's been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that in-depth analysis on it. I think we have a few minutes for any questions, if there's anything.
Let me talk about India because that's of interest, and of course Ashra spoke very well. I'll give you some data. And I'm not in trade, I have no trading interest. Last year, lentil acreage was 1.96 million hectares, all government numbers, okay? And our production was 1.79 million tons. This year, the acreage is lower, 1.74 million hectares as of 4th of February. And my own outlook, I make my forecast every year before the government does. My own forecast of lentil production in India this year will be between 1.6 and 1.7 million tons, which would be lower by at least 200,000 tons. Number one. Number two, my own sense of demand in India is between 2.1 and 2.2 million tons. There is always a shortfall of about 500 to 600,000 tons. So that's a market which will continue to work in India. Any import in excess of that will obviously depress domestic prices. Therefore, this is something which overseas suppliers have to bear in mind, because the Indian market is extremely sensitive. This is what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the insight on that. I think the government stance on buffer stocks definitely would be a really interesting take on how that affects both the demand and consumption. And then I think the biggest thing that everyone is awaiting is the policy and how each area will change from the farmer aspect, as we heard here today, that it'll change the importer, the farmer side. And so as we await this news, we'll see kind of which direction the market goes from a buffer stocks and then from acres that we're getting a few months away in both Australia and Canada. So anything else?
What were the prices last year for red lentil? What was the pricing FOB?
Last year, I think Last year, I would say, sir, red lentils was the only commodity which was stable, and the price ranged from, let's say, if you're talking new crop, which comes in September, first shipment, for that the price ranged between $600 CIF to $690, $700. That was the price range. And the current volatility of the market in the other pulses that we're seeing, I think that was the only commodity which was in a reasonable price range. And a portion of that I will attribute to the currency fluctuations which most of us are missing, that we saw in both Canadian dollar and Aussie dollar. Because when the US government changed, we saw Canadian dollar weakening quite a bit, and if you see the chart for the last 6 months, it has moved by almost, we saw a move of around 7% up down. So now it is strengthening again. So which, if for a $650, let's say average commodity, you're talking about roughly $45 to $50 move. So that also kind of attributes to it.
So when you go to Dubai, are you planning as a Viterra to do any forward contract on red lentils? Are you thinking of doing some forward contracts in Dubai?
I can take that question one-to-one with you, but if as Viterra, we have facilities to run, and if there's a buyer at a price, we are there to serve.
John, the same question to you. The last year, the red lentils, the pricing of red lentil, which came to India or any place, what was the range of the pricing last year?
Yeah, I'm struggling.
As a farmer.
As a farmer, I think we were it's in Australian dollars, about 900 Australian dollars, and that's currently where it's sitting at the moment, 900 Australian.
So same, still with the forward contract, 900 Australian dollars, through the brokers or through you to the broker? As a farmer, I'm asking you as a farmer.
So, yeah, I'm not sure of your question, but I think your question is how many Australian dollars do we get for our red lentils on farm? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay, so it fluctuates, as you would well know, but probably somewhere between $800 and $900 for the last 12 months on farm, Australian dollars.
Thank you.
I think it's worth noting that red lentils has been one of the commodities, as Abhishek mentioned, that has been one of the most flatlined. It really didn't have the volatility that we've seen in other products, really showing the strength within the global market from this.
Just one more observation. I'm sure many of us here know it, but it always helps to reiterate the point. Green lentil in India is a great substitute to pigeon pea. I have done experiments probably 10, 12, 15 years ago. They know the market, and therefore I would expect green lentil producers to track Indian pigeon pea prices and try and match pigeon pea domestic prices, or even lower than that. You can increase your market share for green lentils in India. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've seen, as kind of talked on, the U.S. market shift almost entirely to green lentils, filling this demand from India with an increase of 73% over this year. So really an impressive increase, mainly to feed India. We've also seen the U.S. gain a lot of market share within other markets from 3 or 4 years of not having India. But it's definitely with large acreage base in U.S. and Canada on green lentils, it is very dependent on India and the pigeon pea replacement. To have such large acres in green lentils, it has to go to India to be able to move the stocks fully. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I think with that we would like to conclude the session.
No, I'd just like to thank IPGA for having me here to moderate, all of you for attending this afternoon, and also, as Mr. Rumney mentioned, having a wonderful event in the United States this summer, and look forward to hopefully seeing many of you there, not only from India, but from everyone there. I think it's something that obviously is a promotion of U.S. pulses, U.S. trade, but I think that with that, as we all know, the relationships are global, the trade is global, and hope to have as many people there to promote not only trade, but relationships and hopefully some good fun too. So I appreciate the opportunity to come here and look forward to seeing you guys some more.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. For that, Mr. Ryan would like to request you to please come forward, as we would like to request you to please felicitate all the panelists one by one. starting by inviting Ms. Harsha Rai in the center, please. Can we have a round of applause for the lady? Mr. John Young. Now I would like to request Mr. Abhishek Agarwal to please come forward. And Mr. Brian. Well, that was definitely a very meaningful session. So now to felicitate the moderator, I would like to request Jeetu Bheda sir to please join us here on the stage. Can we have a round of applause for Jeetu sir as well? Thank you so much, Ryan, for moderating it so perfectly. With that, now I would like to request the entire panel to please come together in a frame. Sir, would like to request you to please stay here for a group picture. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding towards the next panel discussion, we have a special announcement, and I'm not the one who is going to do that. So can we have Mr. Greg Sherwick, ladies and gentlemen, President of Pulse Canada, on the stage, please.
Hello everyone, I am Greg Sherwick. I'm President of Pulse Canada. And I want to thank, on behalf of my chairman, Mr. Terry Yuzwa, who is the chair of Pulse Canada Board of Directors, I'd like to thank the IPGA for allowing us to take a few minutes on the stage here today. I'd like to thank Mr. Chair Kothari and Pranav Marn, the Deputy CEO of the IPGA, for facilitating this couple of minutes on stage with you. I really want to acknowledge how great of a job you've done here too with this event. As an organization that puts on events like this, we know exactly how hard this is. Your program is top-notch. Your entertainment is incredible. The food, everything you do here is raising the bar for all of us who put on events like this. So thank you very much. Now, you know, in a world where this technology, like these phones, are taking over our lives, and this is how we communicate with each other. This is through WhatsApp and texting each other. We're joining each other on Zoom and in Teams meetings, etc. And that's great. That is facilitating greater connection amongst all of us more often. But often it also comes at the expense of personal connections and meeting with each other. And I want to remind us of how important it is for us to travel, to come out and see each other face to face, to sit down and have hard conversations, which I know you're having here this week, to shake each other's hand, to look at each other in the eye, to make each other laugh, to do all the things that you do that make each other, that strengthen friendships, that ultimately build trust. And that's what events like this help us do. They help us develop those strong friendships. They help us develop trust, which is the root and the basis of this entire industry, right? So events like this help us do that. And I want to point out that we're going to have another one of these events in September in Whistler, Canada, Whistler, British Columbia, Canada, from September 9th to the 11th. And I'd like you all to consider coming out there. It's one of the most magical places on earth. It's certainly one of the most beautiful places in Canada. And you know, there's mountain views and outdoor adventures, and of course there's mountain market outlooks, and there's networking, just like you're experiencing here. But don't take my word for it. Have a look at the video that we put together here. If the AV crew can pull this up right now, I'll show you a short video of what we have to offer you in September. And bonus points for those of you who can see the Australian ambassador to the Paulson Special Crop Convention in this video.
If you're in the pulses and special grains industry in Canada, you've got to be here. We have been coming to this event and sponsoring as long as I can remember. Over the years, I've met some of the greatest experts in the industry in this convention, but more importantly, I've met friends, people who can rely on, people who can mentor me, and I am grateful for that.
People like doing business with people. We got addicted to Zoom and Teams, and I think we missed that human contact through that period where things were a bit crazy. This organisation really helps to bring people together, and ultimately people are going to do business, and that's what gives me a great buzz about coming to these sort of conferences.
Being a first-time sponsor, I'm just really proud to be able to be among some of the people that are on the screen as the other sponsors. I think some of the biggest takeaways is the market update for me, just because I'm very interested in each of the pulse crops and understanding some of the past and some of the trends going forward. And coming to an event like this, I get to meet a lot of people with a ton of experience in that area. So I would say the value level of this event is huge. It's been fantastic.
It is the premier show to attend, especially if you're in Canada. The food, the atmosphere, always the venue. There's a lot of camaraderie, and I feel like I'm with family when I come here. Usually meet a lot of new people, but I really come for all the people that I've met in my past, just to reconnect, stay on the pulse of the ag business, and this is the place to do it.
I'm at the Paulson Special Crops Convention to represent Alberta farmers and represent Alberta pulse growers. The Paulson Special Crops Convention is amazing. Every time I come here, it's such a different event than most of the industry can go to. A lot of events I go to are farmer related, but this really shows the people that are buying, exporting, dealing with the trade and the issues and the problems, because as a farmer, it's easy just to think that when it leaves the farm gate on a truck or in a train, it's gone, but there's so much more to it from the transaction to get it to someone's plate in another country. So much more than even I realized 10 years ago.
This is probably the best event that we could possibly be at, meeting with the clients face to face, and it's understanding what they need from a business standpoint, from an interaction with some of the better people in the world. We just will always support this. I'm getting a little old, but I will never stop coming to this convention.
So September 9th to the 11th, please come join us. You can scan that QR code there and register your interest in coming out to the event. I do want to be a good global sport, though, for this Global Pulse community and promote the event in Singapore, May 20th, GPC convention as well. And of course, check out the event that the US industry is promoting in the first week of July as well. It's going to be fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Greg. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to proceed, but how can we miss the chance to thank Mr. Greg? Mr. Greg, would like to request you to please join us here on the stage. Mr. Greg, would like to request you to please join us here on the stage. Because how can we miss the chance to thank you as well? Would like to request you, Savla sir, to please do the honor. Please sir, here in the center. I think we all are looking forward to these conferences. I think this gentleman deserves a round of applause as we all are going to see him again in that conference. Thank you so much. Moving towards the next panel discussion, where we are going to talk about global beans outlook. And to moderate the session, we have, ladies and gentlemen, here with us Mr. Pritesh Nandu. Can we have him on the stage, please? He is partner from Himmatlal Hirji and Company. Now allow me to start introducing all the panelists one by one, starting with Mr. Pradeep Jindal from Jindal Overseas Corporation, India. Mr. Pradeep Ranwal from Berulal Radheshyam Bhandari, India. Yes, yes, we can applaud together for both the gentlemen. Come on, louder one. Mr. Pereira from Arbaza, South America. Last but not the least, Dr. Yo Win. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the Vice Chairman of MPBM SMA, Myanmar. Mr. Euclides, can we have you on the stage, please? Mr. Euclides Pereira from Arbaza, South America.
Hello friends. Beans are very colorful, wide range, lots of variety in beans. I would like to introduce my panelists. We have our own Pradeep Jindal ji from Jindal Overseas. Ram Ram Pradeep bhai. We have Pradeep Runwal from Berulam Radheshyam Bhandari, a big trader of kidney beans. And we have Dr. Myo Lin from Myanmar. He is the chairman of Rangoon Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and he is the vice chairman of Myanmar Pulses, Beans, Maize, and Sesame Seed Merchants Association. So we have a wide range of this thing. And we are awaiting Mr. Euclides from Arbaza. He's just about to come. Myanmar crops usually come in Feb, March, April. And the Brazilian crops come in, the Brazilian Chinese crop starts come in May, June, July, August. So Brazil, we'll be talking about June, July 2024 onwards. And Myanmar, we'll be talking about the current crop, that's Feb, March 2025. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Pradeep Runwalji to make his presentation.
mostly commonly consumed beans, light speckled kidney beans, and other variety we call Varun, that also light speckled kidney beans. Red kidney beans, small shape, red kidney beans, long shape. Yeah, thank you. Beans consumption approximately 2,50,000 metric tons to 2,60,000 metric tons approximately. And supplier country Myanmar, Brazil, China, Kyrgyzstan, South Africa. Light speckled kidney beans total consumption approximately 90,000 metric tons. And imported beans 50,000 metric tons. Local variety Varun 40,000 metric tons. The trend is changing since last year. Local crops acreage is increasing within new regions. This year local crop is 60,000. जैसे कि रबी और खरीफ का मिला के 60,000 है metric tons, down from the earlier estimate of 80,000 metric tons due to winter forecast. Arrivals will be continued till March end. Brazil LSKB, whatever lying in India is due to higher parity and low prices in India. Currently, China LSKB prices are also high. Trade is expected taking place. There might be less availability of beans May onwards when the pressure of local crops subsides. Red kidney beans small shape. Local production 1,500 to 2,000 metric tons. Imports from mostly Ethiopia and African countries. Imports from Kyrgyzstan, special variety high price, CIS country around 7,000 metric tons. Imports from China 960 metric tons. Still clear the old stocks with the help of international tenders. Prices will remain steady and medium term. Total consumption in India approximately 14,000 metric tons. Major supplier, red kidney beans, sorry, I forget to tell you long shape. Total consumption in India approximately 14,000 metric tons. Major suppliers Myanmar. And nowadays, so far prices is downtrend. In additional, LSKB is coming forward as cheaper alternative. New crop reports from Myanmar are awaited, which will be influence the future prices. Prices will be remain downside for the medium term. Red speckled kidney beans total consumption in India around 6,000 to 7,000 metric tons. Major supplier Ethiopia and Uganda, Kenya. India crop production about 2,500 metric tons approximately. White pea beans and black beans and bonita cream beans. Local production negligible. India relies on imports as sales are limited to niche. Market prices are inflated by international markets. White beans prices were high as no carry over stocks this year. Demand for bonita beans will increase soon due to high prices of Kyrgyzstan and China RKB. Brown eye beans total consumption in India approximately 1,20,000 metric tons. Totally imports 84,000 metric tons. And Brazil is the main supplier. Quantity approximately 55,000 metric tons. Madagascar is 12,000 metric tons. Myanmar is 17,000 metric tons. Brown eye beans total production approximately 27,500 metric tons in India. Brown and black, sorry. Brown and black eye beans, Myanmar crop was good, having major share of black eye beans. Myanmar has been a major supplier of brown and black eye beans, both. Demand for black eye beans is good. Thanks to IPJ, Mr. Vimal Kothari, Mr. Satish Upadhyay, and entire team of IPGA to present me Indian perspective of beans outlook. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep ji. Now, as Myanmar is harvesting their pulses, I would request Dr. Myo Lin to give more highlights about the Myanmar pulses. And doctor is a doctor. He's an MBBS degree, having a doctor, but his passion for beans for the last 3 decades, he's running his facility for beans.
Yeah. Thank you for IPGA chairman today. Very good afternoon to Mr. Kothari and our Excellency Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock from Myanmar, and all my colleagues and all distinguished guests and everything. I'm from the Myanmar, and I'm Mr. Dr. Myo Lin, and I also doing the president of the Yangon region Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And then also I'm doing the vice chairman in the Myanmar Pulses and Beans and Yellow Maize and Sesame Merchant Association. I do this business for nearly almost my 3 decades already. And I graduated also 3 decades already. And so that I mean I have no experience in the medicine, and I only experience in this pulses and beans business. That is why somebody they are talking to me, you are Dr. Beans or something like that. But actually, somebody they are telling why you are doing this business. This is my generation. All my generation, my father and grandfather, all they do this agriculture business. Actually, in the rice and rice mill and this pulses and beans business. Originally in 1990 to 2000, like this, I'm doing only this pulses and beans, only just doing cleaning and anything and something like that. And then we exported mostly in India for nearly 1 decade or nearly 10 years. But hopefully in the 2005, there is some export ban of the Indian dals to all over the world. That time, so many customers from around India, around the world, they come to Myanmar to get the dals. And then I started dal mill in Myanmar. Actually, now I'm doing all kinds of pulses and beans and business, and also I'm the dal miller in Myanmar. I doing all mung, uri, tual, and everything. But today I want to explain you that only that this beans, black eye beans, rajma, this we call it direct kidney beans, and then some lab bean production and market share and anything. Okay. I want to explain you one by one for the first. I want to explain the black eye wing. Black eye wing in Myanmar, we produce the most of the black eye wing is a brown eye and black eye, two varieties there. Originally, brown eye is more, but I think maybe the last five or 10 years, the California type or black eye type is more famous in Myanmar, and most of that in Lower Burma region, they are producing now. And Delta region also, they are producing black eye and brown eye. And Bago region, there is a brown eye, black eye. A brown eye is a big C is only 50%. As we can call it SQ, and brown eye FAQ is 50%. FAQ is there, and in the black eye, the SQ big size Cs is 85% big size Cs and 50% the small size Cs, and 6 millimeter up and 1255 number Cs is there, and C count maybe the 520 per 100 gram, and only the one crop in Myanmar, only one crop harvesting mostly in the February and March, and there is one advantage is in Myanmar and India, the shipment is maybe from Yangon to Chennai, maybe only 3 to 5 days, and our beans can reach to India within 1 week. From Yangon to Chennai, sometimes 1 week, our cargo can reach to the Indian market and immediately. Production of the black eye wing in Myanmar is almost nearly 42,000 metric ton to 43,000 metric ton. Out of that we last year export nearly 15,000 metric ton to India and 28,000 metric ton to other countries like UAE, Europe, South Korea. South Korea, they also use consumption a lot of black eye wing, and black eye wing has less split also, and mostly in China and then in Southeast Asia country. And now there is the very famous farmer's grade. Now, currently the farmer grade prices of the black eye wing is nearly 680 to 700, 710 according to the quality like farmer grade FOB Yangon is. And then the machine clean FAQ nearly 600 to 650 between the range of the prices. And then SQ maybe that 750 to 800 prices in. And dark red kidney bean. Dark red kidney bean in Myanmar, we produce mostly dark red kidney beans, long grain, in the upper part of the Myanmar cold weather region area. And then small amount of speckled bean and white kidney bean also. That we can call it long grain, Bamokata, and short grain is the Moyua. But this year, I think maybe that Moyua area cannot produce a lot because of that this area is some politically and instability, and farmers cannot produce like this. And market, most of the Myanmar produce the dark red kidney bean mostly nearly 27,000 metric ton. Out of that, last year India import nearly 70,000 metric ton from Myanmar. And other countries like China, Saudi Asia country, and UAE and Europe, they are buying 9,000 metric ton, and totally maybe the 27,000 metric ton producing. And last year, as the season started, the price is very high, and 1,200, 1,300, 1,400 also there, farmer's grade. Now, and then demand also good. Now, this year, the price is little bit going down, and now currently the price is 880, 900 and $920 per metric ton FOB Yangon. and machine cleaning rate, HPS maybe the 10252, 1050 metric ton. Sparkle red kidney bean is only maybe nearly 1,000 ton producing this year maybe. And white kidney bean also nearly 500 to 700 metric ton in some area. But all the sparkle beans and white kidney beans quality are very good. Yeah. And then I want to share some labla beans. Labla beans, we call it wal in Hindi, and we produce in the one time and in the lower Myanmar region, Pye, Aulan, and upper Myanmar region, and harvest is in the month of March, and only one up to the December shipment can done, and in 1 year we produce nearly 5,000 to 6,000 metric ton. Out of that, India is importing 3,000 metric ton of that wal in last year, and China importing the nearly 2,000 metric ton via the border trade. But wal is in our country, local consumption also very high. Wal is local consumption also very high, and in 1,000 metric ton in Myanmar, maybe there's two types of wal. The one type is a round and small seed, and then another one type is a big and flat seed. But I think maybe that this India like more round and small seed wal, and some country they like the big and flat seed wal. Okay. Thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Doctor. Now I would request Mr. Euclides of Arbaza, representative of Arbaza, to present his presentation.
So good afternoon to everyone. My name is Euclides Trevisan. I'm from Arbaza, Brazil. I wrote you some words because I'm getting very emotionally after 2024. I suffered a motorcycle accident that almost took my life. So this is my way back. This is my come back to the scene, to the business. So I would like to make a very little presentation of the exports of Arbaza. You will see together sesame seeds, but you don't need to worry about it. I will not talk too much about sesame seeds. So we go by product by NCM. That means Mercosur Common Nomenclature. And you can see the exportation comes with sugar cane first, crude petroleum oils, crude soybean, raw food, waste and scrap of iron and steel, and the sixth place, all varieties of beans, like dark red, LSKB, brown white beans, all of these kinds of beans. In the 10th position, we see sesame seeds. That's very important to say because Arbaza is a producer and exporter of sesame seeds. And so here we see the annual exports in Brazil in tons. Now that we have the bigger picture, let's dive deeper into Brazil's relation with India when it comes to beans. As you can see, India has constantly maintained a strong share in Brazilian beans exports from 2021 until today, proving to be a key player in the market. I must say 2024 was a remarkable year for Brazilian beans. We experienced substantial growth exporting more beans this year alone than in the previous 2 years combined. And here's the most important part. India alone counted 49% of this. To put this into perspective, in 2024, India imported more Brazilian beans than Brazil exported to the entire world in 2023. This shows the growth of this market, but also the importance of the partnership between our two countries. In such a vast market, having trustworthy and long-term partners is essential. It's not just about closing a deal or two, it's about growing together. In our base, we saw the first hand in 2003. We accounted 37% of India total Brazil beans imports. Our base is in the green, as you can see. This is exactly what we need, strong and reliable partners who can adopt and expand with us. So this shows the annually Brazilian export to India in tons by different beans. As all we know, the market can be very volatile with significant fluctuations from one year to the next. Here you can see the export shares of different beans variety over the past 5 years. This is some key takeaways. Brown eye beans have constantly stood up, but despite an increase of 36,000 tons, the market share has slightly decreased. LSKB managed to maintain their volume, yet their overall share fluctuated significantly. The biggest surprise for 2024 was the black market. This is an entirely new market for Brazil, and in just a few years went for exporting very few tons to reaching 7,000 tons and likely more. That makes black market the leading Brazilian bean variety exported to India in 2024. However, to sustain this growth, we need your support. Renew the current importing quota. It's a must. If we want to continue expanding, we need this extension. So when I say that, I say it with absolute confidence. As you can see, from January to December of last year, our base alone exports 50% of the black market beans, 26% of the brown eye beans, 32% of the LSKB beans, 41% of the sesame seeds. In total, we are responsible for 39% of all Brazilian beans and sesame exports to India. This makes us the larger Brazilian export of health food to India. This is a great achievement, but this was only possible because we had strong and committed partners here in India. So today, I invite you not only our current partners, but each and every one of to help strengthen this strategic partnership between Brazil and India. Together, we can grow even further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Euclides. Just a few questions, and then I think so everybody's waiting for the yellow piece panel. I would like to ask Pradeep ji, please give more details about LSKB, which countries they come from in India, what's the crop position in other countries, and give us a little bit more details about LSKB. Pradeep Jindal.
Actually, in the past, India was dependent on the Brazil and China in respect of light speckled kidney beans. But since last 2 years, our local Indian domestic production is gone up. And the farmers at farm level, they are very happy if they get around 6,000 rupees to 65,000 rupees for the Varun and 7,000 to 7,500 at farm level for the Chitra. So this is replaced from soya beans and chana. So lot of production is increased, and now the new belts last 2 years is from Kalam, Usmanabad, and this area they developed, and this year it was expected to be around, the people in the initially they were expecting around 10 to 12 lakhs quintal, around 10,000, you can say 100,000 to 120,000 ton. But because of frost in the night, the quantity drastically reduced, and the production now expected around 40,000.
40,000 per metric ton. So this will, the price which went down up to 75 rupees, now the Chitra prices has gone up to 92 rupees at farm level. So my personal suggestion is the best, instead of importing, it is a golden opportunity to buy LSKP, which is Indian, which is Brazil and China. So they took the seeds of Brazil and China, they planted here in India, and the color is so nice, so beautiful, because it is a recent crop. Whereas now the time has come, now if we ship from China or Brazil, the color will be dim. Color will be dim, and you cannot get the color what you are getting locally in India. So my highly recommendation is we should buy LSKB of Indian crop, and now because of this from 100,000 ton the crop has come down to 40,000 ton. So this will be totally the supply is affected, and demand is there. Annually demand is 100,000 ton. So people has to buy. This is for LSKB. And the new crop recently, in the new crop, Brazil was good crop, and a lot of shipment took place from there. Because of our Indian crop and huge crop, the contract which is delayed, it is revised, the contract cancelled, and it is renegotiated from 1,350 to $1,050. $300 is reduced by the Australia, and the China new crop, which usually to be open 1,400, it drastically came down to $1,030. So suddenly, because of European buying, again the Chinese prices gone up. Right now it is $1,220, and I believe around 100 containers is bought by Indian buyers. So if we compare the cost, our costing comes to 107 rupees per kg for the China LSKB, and if we buy locally 92 at farm level in the Brazil, Indian Brazil or India China, it costs to Delhi around 98 rupees per kg. And if we make good cleaning everything, it costs maximum 108 rupees per kg in Delhi, which is much cheaper and much golden opportunity to have a stock of Indian Brazil or Indian China. That's all.
Thank you, Pradeep ji. Just wanted to add that last year Brazil had a lot of logistics challenge. All the shipments were delayed, and the crop was harvested on time, but due to logistical shipping problems, they had a tough time shipping the contracts on time. And as Mr. Pradeep Jindal ji said, the variety, the Indian farmers planted Brazil seeds, but the color of the seeds is so beautiful, the Indian crop, that I mean, we should, it's very nice. I would open the questions for anybody from the audience.
My question to Doctor, what is the crop of black eye beans this year for the new season? I presume you said 42,000 tons last year? Yeah, so this year, what is the estimate?
We estimate, our estimation of the acreage is not much increase. But the yield, because of this year weather is very nice and very good. And then farmer also were very much interested, and they put it a lot of imports, like the fertilizer and anything. That is why we had the information from the farmer. This year yield is very good, and maybe nearly originally 1 acre land, maybe the 1 ton. This year maybe the 1.2 to 1.3 metric ton per acre. That means this year the cross side is the acreage is the regular acreage, but yield maybe the 10 to 15% more.
So you think the crop size would be approximately 50,000 tons for black eye beans specifically?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
And for the brown eyes?
But brown eye is nowadays, I think maybe the only 15 to 20% is a brown eye, and the 80 to 85% is a black
eye. All right.
Because of this black eye is more demand and then more yield also. Then in brown eye in Myanmar, the seed is a little bit, the generation a little bit down, and the big seed is less. And I already mentioned that the big seed only 50% in brown eye, and the big seed in the black eye is nearly 80 to 85%. All are the big seeds.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you.
Myanmar has always been a reliable supplier for India, and they harvest good crops, and we are looking at a good crop of red kidney beans and black eye beans.
My question is to, hello. My question is to Brazilian representative Euclides. Sir, my very humble question to you. The duration of the shipment we consider, when the bargain is done, it is said 45 to 60 days, approximately. The duration of the shipment from Brazil to Indian port, say on an average it is said 60 days. But most of the time it doesn't reach even up to 90 days, 95 days, 100 days. For the no region of the Indian buyers, they have to face the loss because of the color changes. When I'm not importing from Brazil, I am just requesting you to reply on behalf of my brothers who import from Brazil. And then the issue arises. The Indian importers sell your cargo in advance. And when it arises, reaches India, the color changes a lot. So it becomes a big problem. Is there any way to solve out this problem from your side?
See, we're talking about organic products, right? There will be always something that, especially for the quality that the Indian market requires, very light kind of quality of beans for LSKB. So it's difficult to say. It's difficult to say because I have seen many occasions that the cargo arrive with a good color and a cargo with darker color. So I would suggest maybe a referee containers.
No, it is of no reason.
I'll just answer the question. Last year, usually everything is okay. Last year they had a big logistical challenge, and due to the closure of Red Sea, the channel used to always the MSC lines, and their lines used to travel through Red Sea's channel, and abruptly it changed via South Africa. So all the shipping lines had a big problem rerouting all their cargo. Now a lot of cargo is being transshipped to the Indian port Viziam. So direct vessel coming from Brazil to Viziam, and then from there it is going. The situation is much better, but just due to Red Sea issue last year, and abruptly the shipping line just had to change all their schedule, and there was a lot of goods to be exported from Brazil. That's why they faced a lot of problem, but your question is valid. That is this thing.
Mr. Pritesh Bhai, I just want to share one thing. For the no reason or no fault of exporter or importer, the cargo gets inferior, and it is the loss on both the sides. We must find a way that none of them have this logistic loss because the color changes. It is supplier has no reason, the intention is clear, buyer's intention is clear, but the duration creates the problem, and we must find a way that this problem doesn't arise, and both exporter and importer are at peace in doing the business in future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
हेलो हरवाजा जी,
हाँ,
मैं दो क्वेश्चन आपसे करना चाह रहा हूँ। जैसे हम राजमा ब्राज़ील का कई बार खरीदते हैं तो एडवांस माल भी लेते हैं, लेकिन एडवांस माल में सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम होती है कि इनकी जो दाल है, जो साबुत दाना में आगे 8 से 10% तक दाल आ जाती है। तो ये दाल कह के बेचते हैं इम्पोर्टर को, या माल की एक्सपेक्टेशन जो करते हैं तो बाद में हल्का माल कैसे आता है, या रास्ते में दाल बन जाती है इसकी। दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये है पहले का पहले जवाब दो, फिर बताता हूँ दूसरा।
एक साथ दोनों क्वेश्चन करो ना।
दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि
तीसरा
जैसे
भी करो,
जैसे
चौथा
हमारे
भी करो।
देश में, इंडिया में राजमा की क्रॉप ग्रोथ कर रही है। जैसे हमारे देश में पहले 2 लाख बोरी रह गई थी, और अब धीरे धीरे सब मिला के, जैसे आज बीड़ लाइन में है, या सतारा लाइन में है, या आंध्रा में है, और या बिहार में है, सब मिला के 9 से 10 लाख बोरी की क्रॉप अप हो गई है। तो अगर नेक्स्ट ईयर हमारे देश में और भी क्रॉप अप होती है, तो ब्राज़ील क्या उतना ही राजमा हमें एक्सपोर्ट करेगा कम भाव में, या इसमें कुछ फर्क पड़ेगा?
जो आपका पहला क्वेश्चन है, मैं इंग्लिश में बोल दूं थोड़ा सा या हिंदी में बोलूं?
जैसे मर्जी बोल दो।
वो जो पहला क्वेश्चन है, इसमें स्पीड जो होता है जनरली वहाँ से 2 से 2.5% कह के ये लोग देते हैं, 1.5% 2% बोलते हैं, हम 2 से 2.5% कह के बेचते हैं। लेकिन कई बार वेदर क्या होता है, वो मोटोग्रासो इतना बड़ा ब्राज़ील है, इतना थाउजेंड्स माइल्स में फैला हुआ है, तो उसमें अगर कभी वेदर पे डिपेंड करता है। जिस एरिया में अगर ड्राई वेदर में अगर ये LSK भी पैदा हुआ, तो ड्राई के कारण जब ये प्रोसेसिंग होता है तो नंबर ऑफ स्प्लिट परसेंटेज बढ़ जाती है। और दूसरा, जहाँ ये अगर नॉर्मल मानसून में, नॉर्मल वेदर में अगर ये होता है, तो उस एरिया में स्प्लिट कम होती है। अब ये सब लोग, हम इंडियंस की बहुत फ्रेंकली मैं बोलता हूँ कमी है। अगर कोई भी शीपर है, अगर वो एज पर इंडियन रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से माल नहीं लोड करता, तो हम में से कोई भी इंपोर्टर उससे जाके लड़ता नहीं, उसको बैन नहीं करता। कोई भी एसोसिएशन, जैसे हमारी कोई भी दिल्ली की एसोसिएशन है, वो भी कोई एक्शन नहीं लेती। तो अल्टीमेटली जो शीपर हैं उनको एक चांस मिल जाता है कि जैसा मर्जी बेचो माल अपने।
नहीं, इसमें बायर जो हम लोग इंपोर्ट का माल एडवांस लेते हैं, उसके अंदर हमें तो बहुत ज़्यादा भाव के अंदर फर्क पड़ता है, क्योंकि दाल जो आती है, दाल का भाव 45 रुपये किलो है, और हम राजमा खरीद रहे हैं 110 रुपये का। अगर 10% भी आ गया तो हमारे को तो कॉस्टिंग के अंदर 700 से 800 रुपये क्विंटल का फर्क पड़ जाता है।
नहीं, वो ठीक है, लेकिन अगर सपोज करो यहाँ का एक लोकल बायर की एक और खूबसूरती है, एक और अच्छी बात है, वो इंडियन इंपोर्टर की तरह कोई एडवांस पेमेंट नहीं देता, पेमेंट देकर डिलीवरी नहीं लेता। वो यहाँ डिलीवरी देखता है, वो अपनी 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 डिस्कशन में अगर उसको समझ में आता है तो रीजनेबल डिस्काउंट मांगता है, और रीजनेबल डिस्काउंट करके नेगोशिएट होता है। इन टर्न इंपोर्टर एक्सपोर्टर के पास जाकर करके अब वो डिस्काउंट क्लेम करता है। तो ये काम ऐसे ही चलता है। अगर जहाँ तक है, अभी मेरे ख्याल मोर देन 99% क्रेडिट पे ही माल
2 साल से तो हमें ये प्रॉब्लम बहुत ज़्यादा आ रही है, लेकिन हमारे को जो उसका क्लेम मिलना चाहिए 1215 रुपये क्विंटल का मिलता है, उसमें क्लेम हमें 3 से 5 रुपये का। तो हमें तो इसमें भारी नुकसान होता है कि हम ब्राज़ील का जो एक स्टैंडर्ड क्वालिटी माल देख के खरीद के लेते हैं, तो वो स्टैंडर्ड क्वालिटी या तो वो कह के बेचें कि भाई हमारा 10 से 12% स्प्लिट आएगा, या फिर उसको हटा के बेचें।
नहीं, उनको ऐसा करना चाहिए। अगर नहीं करते तो फिर हमारे यहाँ भी तो एक्शन नहीं लिया जाता ना। हमारे यहाँ भी तो कोई भी इंपोर्टर बुरा नहीं बनना चाहता। वो सोचता है आज इसी पर से हमारा, मैं लड़ूंगा तो मेरा रिश्ता खराब होगा, दूसरा जाकर के कहता है मेरा रास्ता खुला। अगर हमारे में इंडियन इंपोर्टर में अगर एकता हो जाए तो ये क्वालिटी तो बहुत जल्दी सुधर जाए। और यहाँ पर जो माल आता है उसको तो फिर किसी का माल अच्छा आ गया ऐसा ही नहीं है, सारा माल स्पीड का आता है, कुछ स्पीड का आता है, कुछ बिना स्पीड का आता है। 10 कंटेनर में से 7 कंटेनर सही आते हैं उन्होंने एवरेज, 3 कंटेनर में भी प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है उन्होंने एवरेज। तो ये तो सब
पिछले 2 साल में तो 50% में दिक्कतें आई हैं।
नहीं, वो ठीक है, अभी हमारे यहाँ से भी तो कोई स्ट्रॉन्ग एक्शन नहीं हुआ है ना, किसी ने ब्लैक
तो ये कुछ
किसी ने ब्लैक लिस्टेड नहीं किया है।
ये एक्शन इसमें लिया जाए जिससे कि यहाँ का जो लोकल बायर है वो तो बच जाए।
आपका कहना सही है, ये ज़रूरी है। 1-to-1 बात करेंगे इसके बारे में कि वहाँ से क्या दिक्कत है और हमको क्या करना चाहिए। ये अपन आगे मिलके बात करेंगे, क्योंकि
इस टाइम तो सर जो मेन सप्लायर है आज ब्राज़ील की सबसे टॉप में बैठे हुए हैं अरबाजा जी, ये इसका अभी थोड़ा बहुत गाइडलाइंस दें तो बढ़िया है ना। हम आपस में ही कर रहे हैं, आप बुरा मत मानो, जिसका नुकसान होता है उसको पता चलता है ना।
Let me interfere in the middle. Just one thing.
भाई आप लड़का सोच के शादी करने जा रहे हो, निकल जाए लड़की, तो क्या करेंगे उसका?
कई बार लड़की सोच रहे हैं और लड़का निकल जाए तो
आता नहीं बाबूजी, एक बार भी लड़का नहीं आता, लड़की सोच के जाते हैं।
सर
अभी तक नहीं आया इंपोर्ट में ऐसा कभी भी। एक भी इंपोर्टर कोई भी ये हमारे को गारंटी दे दे कि हाँ हमने लड़की सोच के दी लड़का आया, एक भी इंपोर्टर नहीं दे सकता। हमने अभी तक जब 2-3 साल में जितने भी कंटेनर खरीदे पिछले साल भी, उससे पिछले साल भी और इस साल 3 साल लगातार ये प्रॉब्लम आई, इसका कोई हल नहीं हुआ। इंपोर्टर का माल खरीदते हुए फिर लोकल बायर को डर लगता है कि यार वो माल आएगा जब भी देख के ले लेंगे। आज थोड़ा बहुत डिफरेंस नहीं है, 100-200 रुपये का डिफरेंस नहीं है, डिफरेंस कम से कम 1000 से 1500 रुपये का डिफरेंस है।
नहीं, सही सही बात है आपकी। ये बात करते हैं, अभी क्या है वो दूसरी पैनल शुरू होनी है, ये 1 to 1 बात करते हैं करके।
बिल्कुल सर, वी आर गोइंग टू डिस्कस
इस फोरम के लिए थोड़ा सा तो उनसे डिस्कस करके कुछ करिए।
सर सुनिए तो सही, थोड़ा मुस्कुराइए तो सही।
मैडम हमारे जैसा तो मुस्कुराता ही नहीं कोई। हम तो हमेशा दर्द के दलिया से निकलते हैं मुस्कुराने के लिए।
बिल्कुल सर, we'll conclude it here.
राजेश जी,
गुस्ताखिया माफ, we would like to conclude it here. Thank you so much.
Just a second, ma'am. 10 seconds. My simple submission is, we always get the contract, quality inspected at the port of loading. If we change it, quality inspected at the port of delivery, all things will be covered. What Sunil bhai has said, I think it can be done.
नहीं, अपन बात करते हैं इसके बारे में बात करते हैं, वहाँ से कैसे क्या होता है।
Sell at this condition. So it is at the end of the day, it is only importer who is not strong.
That is the reason.
And otherwise there should be I would propose there should be a beans importer association separately, and the member should be, all the importers should be member and should follow the rules. Suppose I am the president of Pulses and Beans Importer Association. Today if I take action against the exporter, tomorrow my member is also approaching and giving $5 higher than me. Then what to do?
I endorse and I accept what Pradeep ji had said. A separate association should be formed of the beans in the interest of our trade, of the Indian trade. Thank you, Pradeep.
So, excuse me, I would like to mention, first of all, the quality issues. I think this is not an issue only for the beans. For most of the pulses, always we face these issues, that we get the quality issues at the port of discharge, because we accept the quality at the port of loading as the contract conditions. So it is not a matter of association, it is a matter of, we don't need a separate association for this. IPGA is equipped, very well equipped to handle this situation. We need to interact with our suppliers. We need to be strong. We need to, so that we are putting an idea of IPGA contract, let me tell you. Soon we are going to see, very soon, in next 6 months maybe, IPGA will have a contract for all the pulses, not only beans, but for all the pulses, where we will formulate our conditions, because we are the buyers. So we also have to, because the contract cannot be on one side. Contract has to be neutral. It should protect the interests of both the buyer and seller. So you see, it is not a question of separate, and I think this is not the platform where we have to talk that whether we have to form a separate pulses. Beans are also a part of the pulses sector only, and we need to address collectively. That is important. It is not important. The solution is not that you create another association. So I think let us finish this discussion here only, and we can, if we have to discuss further, I think on 1-to-1 we can talk, because we are getting delayed and we have to go on for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
sir.
Vimal ji, for giving us opportunity. And my forming of association, because there are limited, maximum 20-30 main importer of beans. So that is why I
we will discuss this.
But I am
on 1-to-1 we will talk.
And really I appreciate you are telling, you are coming up with IPGA rules. I would be the first man who will put the condition, my contract will be subject to IPGA rules.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank
Thank
you so
you.
much. With that, I would like to request the moderator, Mr. Pradesh, sir, to please come forward. And let's just start felicitating all the panelists one by one, starting with Mr. Pradeep Jindal. Can we have you here with us, sir? In the center. Mr. Pradeep Jindal, can we have a round of applause for the gentleman? Next, I would like to request Mr. Pradeep Ranwal to please come forward. Mr. Ulidis Pereira, would like to request you to please come forward next. And next, Dr. Mjolvin. And now I would like to request Sunil Savla sir to please step up here on the stage. Sunil Savla sir would like to request you to please step up here on the stage, and let's felicitate the moderator of the session, Mr. Pritesh Nandu. With that, I would like to request all of you to please come forward for a group picture. Can we have all the panelists together in a frame? Thank you so much, everybody. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to proceed further with presentation, and for that I would like to request Mr. Ajay Kedia sir to please join us here on the stage. He would like to talk about the statistics of tur and chana. Can we have Mr. Ajay Kedia sir on the stage, please?
So till my presentation is loading, good morning. अरे इतनी भी मंदी नहीं है. Good morning. चलो अच्छा है. अभी तक तो मुझे लग रहा था पल्सेस पूरे भाव सो रहे हैं कि कम से कम अभी जग रहे. So good morning, good evening everyone. So first of all, thank you IPGA for giving me an opportunity to present my presentation on pulses. Since yesterday we have seen many presentations and speeches from the Honorable Minister, dignitaries, global market overview. But we have seen there are many things that can be covered in this session. But today I am precisely working on two things. One is China and other is truer. So friend, my name is Ajay Kedia. My company is Kedia Advisory. Today I will be discussing about, first of all, factors affecting China prices. We have already seen China prices has moved very rapidly from January to June. We have seen prices moved very rapidly on higher side. Then, as we know, increase in import, government intervention or higher availability, we can say. From there, we have seen prices has moved sharply on downside. But one important slide I have seen, that is China versus mutter. If you see, since January 24, mutter prices was gradually coming down, but China prices was trading nearby 6,000 level. But slowly and steadily we have seen by reaching around August, China prices started moving on higher side, and as we know, import has been started, and the parity between China and mutter, right now it's around 62 nearby China, and mutter is around 4100. So I think this is an important chart I will show you on the ratio side also, where we can see some base is been creating in China and mutter. Factors, as we know, in domestic market price has dropped nearly, can I have hand mic? So factor we know, as China prices has fallen by almost 11% in last 3 months. And yellow pea import, we already know the supply side from Australia was quite good. Weaker miller demand, rising arrival, government stock, NAFED, demand, quality issue, and even the Rabi side outlook has been quite good. From the global perspective, we have already seen Australia was in the limelight, even currency, logistic. There are many factors which are been there. Because of that, China prices was under, we can say, we can say limelight. Government procurement, even temperature is going to be more important, because in Gujarat, MP, and even in Maharashtra, temperature has shoot up more than 30%, 30 degree. So it would be more important for next 7 to 10 days how the temperature would be there, because this will be impacting the yield. Secondly, global supply constraint. Protein demand after post COVID has been tremendously rise in India. So demand, one side is improving significantly, and as we know, we are protein deficit country. From negative side, we have already seen the import, China sowing has been improved, but still demand, I think we are not in position to match the same thing. If we talk about the area production and yield, so here we have seen important data. You can see in 21-22, our area production was around 135.44, whereas last year it was around 110.39. We can see a 10% fall, but overall 18% decline has been seen in the overall production. No doubt in MP, Maharashtra and Rajasthan, there has been shrinkage because farmer was having other options available, like farmers have been shift to wheat, maize and other crops. This is a seasonality because whenever we analyze any commodity, we go with a fundamental data, sentiment, seasonality, then we come to technical. So we will be coming on technical from next slide onwards. But here we can see the seasonality clearly shows. Last year, no doubt, we have seen a slight dip in the prices to, up till the March. But this time, slightly the weather condition is going to be more important, and prices has already started lifting on higher side. So maybe this blue line will show you how 5 years average is going on. So looking to this, we can see prices are getting some kind of support over here. It totally depends how the government policy would be there. Coming on this ratio chart, what this ratio chart suggests, whenever two commodities been compared on the basis of production or sowing, we'll get a clear idea how things would be moving. Here you can see in the month of April 2024, with the level of 140, we have seen a ratio has shoot up. That means China prices has to go up. But now it is showing a bottom around 152 nearby. That means downside for China would be very limited from here. Now coming on the directly on technical side as time is pressing. First of all, RSI. RSI shows you the trend. And here you can see the RSI is in oversold zone. At least as a financial player looking to the chart, I would not recommend to take short if this is a financial product. But from here, downside is very restricted. Next one is MACD. MACD is also a trend, defining trend. Here also we can see the MACD is around lowest since 2019, which doesn't allow me to take any kind of short position. In fact, as a financial player, if it is a Nifty chart or any other asset class, I would prefer to take a long position. Vortex is a sentiment driving, we can say, index, which is showing divergence over here. That means whatever the weakness is been losing its strength, whereas positivity has started slowly. And these are the early sign on technical, because everything works on technical number also. And last is the volatility, because this volatility index help me always whether the commodity will be facing high volatility or low volatility. Most of the time, if we see in the year 22-23, we have seen low volatility zone when the ADX was lower side, but now it's on a higher side. That means volatility is going to be there in China. If we combine everything, so you can find here 200-day moving average is around 51.40. But if we go with this chart, here I have mentioned a time Fibo also, which allow me, see, you can see this vertical blue line. This will show me whether there is a time shift is there. So you can see from July 2024 onwards, high volatility is being started. Ichimoku cloud is showing market is under slightly oversold zone. But here some span is been there. Maybe another 200, 300 point we can see weakness in China prices. But overall from here, we expect prices should come up again to the level of, let's say, 64, 65 as of now, depending upon the crop, delay and other things. But overall downside seems to be very limited for China. So factor which you have to watch, technically I have already explained, but import, domestic production, weather, government policy is going to be more important. Coming to the tour, here also we have seen prices has moved rapidly from mid of 2024 to almost a low. But now prices are consolidating near to 7,400. Factors we know, the arrivals, liquidity. One more thing, since 2016, credit line has been totally disturbed in all agri. You can see edible oil complex are pressing because of, we can say, payment crisis, even cotton industry. So every industry has been suffering from the payment crisis, because in India, when we talk about trade, it totally depends upon the credit, how fast you give, how limit you are giving. Credit line has been totally disturbed. Because of that, trades are been on a stagnancy. Factors for tour, as we know, tour prices has almost dropped by 28% in last 3 months period. Increase in arrival, quality issue has been seen, government procurement, market support like NAFED, how it will be working this year is more important. Stock monitoring, global factor is import, supply, policy, global competitor, stock position. This will be the factor. I will be sharing this slide also. You can refer later on. I think for tour, you have to, first of all, watch government agencies, how they will be working this year. Even Burma will be more important. Even budget was also been focused on agri. FM already announced their six-year mission in union budget. That is also showing that government is very keen on agri commodity from here onwards. Now coming on the APY, here we can see tour production has rebounded almost 2.5%. That is a very negligible, because if we see the production in 2021 was around 43.16, and now we are around 35 only. So there has been sharp decline in the production, but now I think with the mission coming back in a government limelight, I think things could be changing for all pulses. Here coming on the seasonality, you can see last year we have started around, let's say, nearby 10,000 nearby, but till May, we have seen prices has moved rapidly on the higher side. And even the 5 years average, that is the blue line over here, you can see for January, February, March, April, May, till May, we can see prices should go up. So looking to the seasonality also, we don't expect in next couple of months prices should be under stress. No doubt the uncertainty related to government policy would keep on going, but my trump card would be weather condition, because in next 10-12 days weather is going to be more important in India, because after La Nino generally we see harsh winter, but this time winter is, I think, not at all available in northern part. Coming on the technical side, here also the RSI is in under oversold zone, which doesn't allow me to take any kind of short position. In fact, whenever RSI is below 30, it allows me to accumulate. So I think this is the time one should look. I can understand if I am talking about the accumulation of pulses at this level, no one will be ready. But frankly, whenever everyone is under selling pressure, this is the time we should take a long position. Even we have seen in the COVID period, when everyone was in selling, those people who has invested in equity has made a multifold. So this is the time we can see pulses should bounce back in next few months. Even on MACD also, here we can see it is oversold zone since 2018. Vortex shows me the how the trend is going. So here you can see this green line is showing a sign of rebound. That means this is not a time to exit from these pulses. This is the time we should look after pulses. One more thing is volatility, because volatility is signing me there would be a high volatility, maybe because of weather, maybe because of government policy, but I think for pulses, this next 6 months is going to be more volatile as compared to what we have seen up till now. If we combine this chart, here you can see prices are already, tour prices has already topped towards the level of 127. Since then, we have seen market has dropped significantly, but I think market is now slightly below 200-day moving average. I know that commodity is not only traded on technical, but there should be a fundamental seasonality. After combining everything, I think nothing has been left for tour to go beyond this level. Maybe some consolidation required, but overall, I think 200-day moving average, which suggests 84, 85 is going to be in next 3 to 4 months. But from here, downside is very much restricted. Coming on the conclusion side, here we can see NAFED procurement, stock release, import trend, arrivals, weather condition, quality. These are the factors we have to look. And last slide would be on currency, because now we are on the verge to test 90 level mark, because up till now, after Russian-Ukraine war, we used to take oil from Russia and Iran. But now with the Donald Trump in power, now we have got a very immense pressure to shift our purchasing to US. That will definitely impact our currency. So looking to the technical chart, we have already seen there was a rounding bottom in 21-22. We have shoot up to the level of, let's say, 83-84. Afterwards, government has taken, even we can say RBI has taken utmost all care to stabilize the currency, and we have performed very well. But now there is a breakout which suggests prices can go up to the level of 90. Factors, our import is continuously rising. Dollar index we expect to the level of 112, as we are surrounded with the many instability nearby other countries. So I think overall currency is going to be more important. If you are an importer, just try to match things and go, because currency is going to be more volatile. With this, I end my session. For this presentation, I will be sharing. You can take, because time was pressing. That is why I was just on a 2020 mode. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Would like to request Avla sir to please do the honor by joining us here on the stage. Would like to request both of you to please join us here in the center. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an insightful discussion. It's going to be a bull and bear session, where we will discuss bullish optimism and bearish caution. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here going to discuss all the key factors affecting the demand and supply. And with that, we are going to start the discussion with the chana first. And to moderate the session, we have here with us Ms. Manisha Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome her on the stage. She is the commodities editor from CNBC TV 18. And as we mentioned, we are going to have two bulls and bear session. We are starting with chana first. Before I invite all the panelists on the stage, I would like to request all of you to please grab your voting devices first. Everybody have received the voting devices? If you have not received it, please raise your hand. We'll circulate it right away. Circulate the devices. And once we are done with tur and chana, I would like to request you all to please return the devices to the same people. Please return it later to the same team. With that, get ready. As first of all, I would like to start by inviting both the bulls on the stage. It's Mr. Pradeep Jindal, ladies and gentlemen, here with us, and Mr. Dilip Kabra. Can we have both of you on the stage, please? Mr. Pradeep Jindal and Mr. Dilip Kabra, they are the bulls. And on the beer side, we have Mr. Madhur Biyani and Mr. Kunal Parekh. Mr. Madhur Biyani and Mr. Kunal Parekh. With that, over to the moderator. Let's begin the session.
Well, thank you so much. I think before we go ahead, there is something that should come in on your screens. And since we are talking about chana, and I have bulls here and I have bears here, and I'm going to only be the referee. इसके लिए मैं यहाँ बीच में बैठी हूँ, and let them fight here, and I'll only intervene when I feel there is need to do that. But before we get into this discussion, there is that coming in on your screens? Because we can see that. Can we put, oh, that is where. So all of you have this device in hand, and there are 4 options on your screens, and there are 4 options that you have here as well. So the first thing is, आप लोग के पास नहीं है? Can we have more sent here on the stage, please? Can we have more devices here? So that is your first question. What is the crop looking like this year for Desi Chana? Is it going to be 10% lower than last year? Same as previous year, 10 to 20% higher than last year, or 20 to 30% higher than last year. So you all have this, and बस A, B, C, D वहाँ पर है, A, B, C, D यहाँ पे भी है. 10% less than last year, same as previous year. Are we done with this? Can we go to the second question? आप तो बोलो. Okay, so we have a lot of people who actually said that the crop is going to be 10 to 20% more than last year. So that clearly seems to be like a bearish scenario to begin with. Next question, please. This is second question. Price range April में June में क्या होगी? 50 से 55, 55 से 60, 60 से 65. Price range for the next 3 months. Okay. 55 to 60 is the view coming in for this one. So the point is that we will do this before the discussion and after the discussion as well to understand if your mind has changed. But a third question then. Price range for the next quarter now, July, August and September. What is your sense on this? And we have a timer running. $60 to $65 is the sense coming in right now. We have one more question going forward for you, and this is now the last quarter of this calendar year. What is the price range that you're expecting at that time? Are you bullish? Are you bearish at that time? All right, definitely bullish. As you can see, more than 60 rupees a kg is what we are expecting in sense of prices. We have more questions? Or this is it for right now? Okay. This was it. This was the last question. We're done with this right now. So one thing that most people believe that crop is going to be 10 to 20% higher than last year, and the expectation is that by the second half of this year, we are looking at higher prices from where we stand right now. So as I said, I have two parties here. These are the bulls and these are the bears. First of all, why are you a bull? And what is it that's keeping you bullish on prices? And what is your price range?
नमस्कार जी, प्राइस रेंज का आज जो गवर्नमेंट का मिनिमम प्राइस जो गवर्नमेंट की एमएसपी है उससे चना इस साल क्रॉप जो हिसाब से बेहतर है, गर्मी पड़ रही है, जो क्रॉप का साइज आएगा 80 से 85 लाख टन है, 80 to 85 लाख टन का क्रॉप रहेगा। और चने का जो प्राइस है आज लेवल, ये प्राइस का इसमें 60-65 रुपीज़ का से चना नीचे जाएगा नहीं, 65 रुपीज़ का चना होना चाहिए 60-65 में।
80-85 की फसल है और 60 से 65 के नीचे जाएगा नहीं।
ऐसा है, पहले फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मनीषा जी, वी आर नॉट हियर फॉर फाइटिंग, वी आर हियर फॉर
आप तो मेरे बिना भी फाइट करते रहते हो, आज तो मैं करवा रही हूँ।
Secondly, we are bullish not for short term, we are bullish for the long term. There are so many factors. Number one, the crop which I presume it should be more or less to the last year. Initially it was a little bit high, 2-3-4%, but because of weather and last moment, the MP farmers, they changed their mentality. They are now planting more corn rather than lentils and chana. Secondly, the US dollar from 83 rupees now it is 87 rupees. And God knows in the new crop when it comes maybe 88-90 rupees, it will effect resulted the cost of the importer will be high. Thirdly, the pressure from Australia is more or less over. More than 90% is over. And they have exported 1.2 million ton out of their production of 1.8 million ton. Rest of the things they have for the whole year, their domestic consumption, their domestic sowing, plus Bangladesh, Pakistan, Dubai, here and there. So I don't think more than another 200,000 ton through the whole till new crop will arrive in India. Further, the port logistic they have already blocked for April, May, and I think the main logistic will be open in May and or June in Australia. Thirdly, the government is NAFED is zero in stock by the time, and they must have to create the buffer stock like Mr. Singh told, whether it is PSS, whether PSF. So they have to make a stock of this. Thirdly, all majorly depends on the government policy. Majorly two factors: one, whether the yellow peas import will be extended or not. Secondly, the desi chickpeas, they will extend for another 1 year or not. Despite the fact whether I take on the positive note, suppose they allow the import of chickpeas, which will not become before December 2025, and suppose if even they open yellow peas, so yellow peas is not very much left except Russia, but it will not give an impact. So there is a huge demand, and I think the consumption last year is fulfilled by importing yellow peas and by opening desi chickpeas. So this year, if the importer, they crazily, they bought at $900 for the October shipment. Last, they bought 615 to 620. Now this year, if the government, they will open the import, so there will be a level. So I am very much bullish after 15th May. From June till 15 May, I am not very much bullish, but after 15 May, till Diwali, I think again, minimum, the Delhi price will be 7,000 plus, minimum.
वो तो हमने उसमें डाला भी नहीं था और यही प्रेजेंटेशन आपको मिनिस्टर को देनी चाहिए थी फिर देखते हैं हम फिर देखते हैं कैसे आता है इम्पोर्ट्स ओके ये बुलिश है कि फसल कम है आप फसल पे क्या बोल रहे हो इंडियन मार्केट्स में 80-85 लाख ये बोल रहे हैं 120-130 गवर्नमेंट बोल रही है
there is a huge variance between the private survey and the government survey. What they say is 120,000 ton to 12 million ton, which we never believe.
Okay.
So according to me,
100 plus 100 below
according
100.
to me, the crop will not, on the higher side if we take, should not be 9 million ton, including the Kabuli of around 1.4 million tons. So for the chickpeas, it should not be over 7.5, because if the crop is under 12 million ton plus import plus yellow peas, 14 million ton, the consumption is only 10 million ton. Yes. The prices will be water.
ओके तो ये तो बुल सिनेरियो हमने यहाँ पे देख लिया और ये फर्स्ट कमेंट्स है यहाँ पर फर्स्ट कमेंट्स हम अपने बेयर से भी ले लेते हैं मधुर क्यों इतना बेरिश है आप और कितना बेरिश है आप
बहुत तो बेरिश नहीं हूँ लेकिन एज ऑफ नाउ देयर इज अ ह्यूज डिमांड डिस्ट्रक्शन
पहले तो क्रॉप बोलो मुझे
क्रॉप एज सच गवर्नमेंट फिगर है कि सोइंग ईयर ऑन ईयर इज 2% हायर सो एज ऑफ नाउ वी हैव टू बिलीव द गवर्नमेंट फिगर but there is a disconnect from the industry. Industry is believing 80-85 should be the reasonable crop size going forward. But this is not the question of crop. Basically, there is no demand in this chana and chana dal. And the demand destruction has been there primarily due to two reasons. First, there is a huge change in consumer eating habits from traditional foods to fast food. Secondly, what happened, I mean, due to cheaper yellow pea import and duty-free import, which is allowed by Government of India since December 23, and the prices has been widened, like it has, yellow pea prices gone down and chana chickpea price gone up since August 2024 till the peak time. So demand destruction has happened and about 2 lakh metric ton per month demand has been consumed by yellow pea of chana. So this is the primary reason. Second, liquidity is a major issue. About 2,000 crore rupees has been wiped up from the pulses industry due to sudden fall in all the pulses prices. And there is a huge negative pessimism is in the market. Nobody wants to buy extra, considering the further price decline. Everybody is in fear. So nowadays, consumption has to be restored, and it all depends upon government policy on yellow pea and chickpea going forward. Thank you.
All right. So one thing is consumption, second is the liquidity in the market itself, and then we've seen some demand destruction also. So these 3-4 factors can take it down. Just very quickly, Madhur, what is your crop number again?
80-85 should be reasonable.
Same.
But I'm comfortable with the 80-85 unless otherwise demand is restored. If demand is restored, then it's a small number.
और कहीं government की figure 100 वाली आ गई तो?
Again, price range यहाँ से 200 rupees से ज़्यादा
नीचे नहीं जाएगा.
मुझे नहीं लगता है क्योंकि हर downfall में there would be some demand due to pipeline is empty. But majorly liquidity is the issue again now. Financial year closing is coming up. So as of now, I don't see any prices going up till the month of August. Mid-August, September should be, mid-year, that should be the price where we'll find price of Delhi 6,000 to 6,500. Before that, prices will go down to loose mandi in terms of 53 to 5,500 should be the loose mandi prices. chana, it will come to 57 Delhi before going up, because it will form a double bottom. It should come to see last year's bottom also.
All right. You're bearish, but you're not very bearish.
Not very bearish.
What about you, Kunal?
See, instead of giving you hi Manisha, instead of giving an absolute sowing number, I would like to give you a delta. I see the crop as 5 to 7% plus vis-a-vis last year. So 5 to 7% plus is more or less in line with last year. Last year the crop was low. This year the crop is low. What drive the last year is the import policy of yellow peas and chana. This year also, this policy gonna drive the scenario. Today, when prices are time and again touching 56, 56.50, which is also the MSP in India, all of us and the government also is fearing that this price will go below the MSP. And the government is also looking at the angle, as per most of the trade people, that they can impose the duty on yellow peas and they can control the prices. But at the same time, the government can also reduce this duty during the seasonal peak, which comes in the month of July and August and September in India, and they can easily remove the duty and they can cool off the prices. So yes, the balance of trade is in the hands of the policy makers. What we gonna import, how we gonna import, at what duty is what gonna decide the future of the market, not the Indian crop alone. The Indian crop was short last year, it is short this year. We are not self-dependent on the crop side. The current stock position of yellow peas is like above 1.1 million tons, which will keep the market well fed going forward. And then we have our crop to look ahead. Most likely policymakers will continue the import of Australian chana. And at the MSP price of India and at the current market price of chana, the Australian farmer is comfortable growing the chana. He still is getting a positive parity. So this trade gonna continue if even there is, like from my crop estimate of Australia is 2 million for this year. Even this goes down to 75%, even they are going 1.5. Before India into the market, they were only exporting 500, 600,000 to neighboring countries of Asia. You still have 1 million ton of chana coming from Australia next year. I think this program gonna get continued, but in the budget, the way they have highlighted the self-reliant point, I'm very sure something can come on yellow pea side.
And what's your sense on prices then? And are you also dividing this year into two? Because most of you guys believe that first half, some pressure, second half, very high prices. Not very high, but...
As a market player, I would always buy on rumor, sell on fact. And the fact is that Indian government has done a decent job on taming the inflation tiger. I think they will continue to do this job.
Okay.
Since it's in the hand of policymakers, what import policy they design, and they can conveniently control the prices. I see market in a very tight range going forward.
Okay. प्रदीप जी, मांग में डिस्ट्रक्शन हुआ है. एक तो ये कह रहे हैं कि रीजन है प्राइसेस नीचे आ सकते हैं, और दूसरा कि गवर्नमेंट आपके ऊपर एक होल्ड रखेगी, प्राइसेस बहुत ऊपर जाने नहीं देगी.
नहीं, that is true के जो the demand is just normal demand, is not a special demand, because no everyone the chickpea prices from 8,000 rupees per quintal, the people were supposed to 10,000 rupees, they were presuming. It came down to 62 rupees in Delhi. So generally, when the prices comes down, generally every stockist, every miller, if they want 5 trucks, so they need only 5 trucks. They don't go for 50 trucks like this. So this demand will suddenly jump up. After May, I am always repeating, every time I am repeating, after 15th May. So, secondly, if government comes up in July, August, if in case of reducing the import duty on yellow peas, it will not be useful, because their planting time is around April to June. So by the time the Australia and Canada, they have to decide where to go, what to grow. Secondly, this is really very unfortunate in the industry. The importer and trader and miller and everybody, they suffered a huge loss. But same time, the thing is, like you have seen in the multinational companies, one is another, like 10 multinational companies came here. So platform is there, the player are changed. This is the practical.
Correct. Okay. अच्छा, तो अब ये बात बताइए कि ये इन लोगों ने भी कहा है कि बहुत ज़्यादा मंदी में नहीं है, लेकिन आप लोगों जितनी तेज़ी में भी नहीं है. यूजुअली ऐसा होता है, तेज़ी में वो लोग होते हैं जिनके पास माल पड़ा होता है. आप लोग के पास माल पड़ा है?
अभी माल नहीं पड़ा है. बात ऐसा है,
तेज़ी में क्यों?
तेज़ी में इसलिए है जी, ये 2-3 बातों ने बोला है या तो लगता है हम लोगों को भगवान ने से शक्ति दी है कि मार्च के बाद चना ऑस्ट्रेलिया से इंपोर्ट होगा, गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी लिखा हुआ है कि मार्च के बाद बंद कर देंगे, या आप लोगों को ऐसे अंदाज़ा आ गया हो कि भाई भगवान ने बता दिया हो एडवांस में कि भाई मार्च के बाद कंटिन्यू चना इंपोर्ट होगा? ऐसा तो कुछ है नहीं, बराबर है? तो गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी है, फर्स्ट बात। सेकेंड बात है कि आपका जो चने की बात है, जो प्रदीप जी ने बोला है, 80 रुपये 85 रुपये में हर आदमी को 2 गाड़ी लेने के लिए मिल लेता था, 1 गाड़ी लेता था। चने की प्राइस गवर्नमेंट के लेवल के भाव रहेगा 60-65 रुपये में, जो मिल वाला काम करता है तो 2 गाड़ी का 3 गाड़ी काम करेगा। तीसरी बात है, अभी येलो पीस के लीजिए, आप चना के लीजिए, लास्ट 2 वीक में कौन सा ऐसा फैक्ट आ गया कि सडनली 6 रुपये येलो पीस में बढ़ गए, चने में 3 रुपये बढ़ गए? कौन सा ऐसा अपना गवर्नमेंट का फैक्टर आ गया? ये टोटल माइंड गेम है। अब तेजी मत दी, मैं लास्ट 45 ईयर्स देख रहा हूँ, कोई तेजी मत दी, क्रॉप से नहीं है, मतलब केवल व्यापार का एक पूरे सिनेरियो बनता है कि माहौल कैसा बनेगा, उसका माइंड गेम है।
एब्सोल्युटली, कोई बेचेगा तभी तो कोई खरीदेगा, तो यहाँ पे पैसा बनना है। तो अच्छा, आप मुझे ये बताइए, क्योंकि हम अब यहाँ पर प्राइसेस सेट कर लेते हैं, आपका हाईएस्ट प्राइस इस साल में क्या लगता है?
I think more specifically I tell because somebody tells about mandi and exporting state. We used to use the this one prices at prevailing at Lawrence Road. So now at present, suppose if the Lawrence Road prices is 6,200 rupees, so lowest I am presuming when the heavy crop comes from MP and Rajasthan, lowest I presuming it will not go down beyond 6,000 rupees, 6,000. It should be the last. And highest after 15th May, whether whatever the government policy will comes, before October, up to October, I think it should be plus 7,000 rupees at Delhi. Minimum.
I want that answer. कुछ भी गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी होने दो, आप प्राइस बताओ, मिनिमम एंड मैक्सिमम।
मिनिमम प्राइस 6,000 दिल्ली रहेगा और मैक्सिमम प्राइस 7,000। जो बोल रहे हैं ये बाजार क्या गवर्नमेंट येलो पीस बंद करे चाहे खोले, भी लोगों को इतना कैपेसिटी अंदर हो गया है कि येलो पीस के ऊपर जो 1 महीने पहले तक लोगों के दिमाग में था कि येलो पीस बंद होगा खोलेगा, अभी लोगों के दिमाग से वो निकल गई है। बंद करेगा तो पुलिस हो जाएगा येलो पीस, नहीं बंद करेंगे तभी मार्केट 6,000 लोएस्ट, हाईएस्ट 7,000 रुपीज़ कंटिन्यू चलता रहेगा।
एक चीज़ मैं सर एक चीज़ मैं और ऐड करना चाहूँगा, वो जैसे अपने मोंती जी रिलायंस वाले कह रहे थे हम भारत दाल इतना कर रहे हैं उतना कर रहे हैं, जब वो अंडा ही नहीं होगा तो चिकन कहाँ से बेचेंगे, मेरे समझ में नहीं आता। तो अभी एक सेकंड नहीं, मैं उनके सामने भी कह दूंगा जी रिलायंस है तो क्या है,
वो आई डोंट डाउट।
एक सेकंड जी, वो अभी नेफेड के पास ही मान लिए हैं, जितना स्टेट ने ले लिया, भारत दाल ने ले लिया, नेफेड हैज टू बाय, सो द फार्मर्स they will sell to the NAFED if the prices is minimum 300 or 400 rupees down from the MSP. Otherwise, they will be more happy to sell to the trader. So then suddenly they will look, and after some time NAFED will come, and instead of PSS, they will start buying at PSF. So it will change the game.
I get that. So well, the demand is there. Whatever happens, chana prices are not going down. NAFED has to buy as well. And then, of course, retail has to buy. Bharat Dal is there. So there is going to be buying there. What is your sense now? What is your minimum and maximum price now as a bear?
As a bear, minimum should be 5,700 in terms of Delhi. Like, and 5,700 minimum should be there, because it will come to see last year's bottom. It will form double bottom. That will be good for all market participants to accumulate again, and it may go up to 6,500. And I don't feel more than 6,500 as of now, because there is a huge, I told you, there is huge pessimism in the market, and market participant doesn't have the confidence, because at higher prices they don't have an option to hedge their position.
मेरे right side में तो बहुत confidence है.
They have, but miller, farmers, investors, traders, they don't have a confidence to hedge their position whenever government takes decisions, because we don't have a platform. Last time we had a NCDX as a platform where we could have hedge our position. Market pulses industry has incurred huge loss because they don't have a hedging platform altogether in India.
So 57 is the lowest.
Yeah, 57
and
is the
then
lowest.
On the higher side?
Higher side 6,500. That could be in the month of August, September.
Price, just the price range.
5,600 to 6,700.
Oh, wow, that's a huge range, but you have a lower on the lower side there. All right, let's do that. Voting yet again and see if any one of you has changed your mind. Are you going on this side? Because they've given there enough reasons, and we have a lot of reasons coming in from here as well. So that first question that we were putting out on our radar was on what is your sense on the crop size? If we can start doing that, please. Okay. One se laga do. What's your sense on chana demand? Less than last year, same as last year, higher than last year? The one, same as last year. Okay, let's move on to the next one then. Tour we'll do after this, but that of course is about chana. And if we can take the first one yet again, please, on what is the crop looking like? If we can go to chana, number 1 as a slide. So we can vote yet again on that.
One number.
No. We'll go back to chana on this. Yeah. Drum rolls. Crop this year, we want to see if you have changed your mind after this discussion. What are you expecting the crop to be? Same as previous year to more than last year. Okay, and let's come to the second one then on what's your price sense. April, May, June. Most of us are anticipating that you will be looking at lower prices between this time. It's only after mid-year that the expectation is prices will go higher, but let's see on what the price range is for the June quarter. $55 to $60, and then for the next quarter, July, August, September, you can take your counts here. $60 to $65, okay, and the last quarter of the calendar year. Now we've suddenly seen prices go up, by the way. For the September quarter, most people have believed that the prices will go higher. December quarter, let's start voting on this. All right, so the first half of this year, perhaps the prices will be in a range, but the second half, I think our bulls win because most people seem to believe that the prices will be going on the higher side. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining in.
Thank you very much.
Chana.
Thank you.
That's about chana, but we will quickly have a short segment on tour as well. Thank you so much, guys, and if we can have the
Thank
tour
you so
people
much.
joining us
And
here
yes,
now.
for that, we would like to request Satish Upadhyaya, sir, to please join us here on the stage.
Really, we thanks IPG and CNBC. This is not a game, but a game.
बहुत बढ़िया है नई चीज सीखने को मिली है बहुत बढ़िया है
This is our way of knowing that what positions do you have.
But a game. Very good and very nice moderated. We are very pleased that we have such moderator with us.
Yes,
Thank
very
you
nice.
so much.
Very nice moderator.
so much.
We
Would like
now
to-
on you
Good.
that you're bullish. So if somebody is looking to take positions, we know exactly where the money seems to be flowing between these guys. But thank you. That's about chana. And let's start inviting our tour guests in as well.
Exactly. We have Satish Upadhyaya, sir, here with us. Let's welcome Mr. Hitesh Kataria, our two bulls. And for the beer, we have Mr. Lalit Bangar, sir, and Mr. Ankush Jain. Can we have all four of you on the stage, please? Mr. Hitesh Kataria, Mr. Lalit Bangar, sir, and Mr. Ankush Jain. And all the people who are leaving would like to request all of you to please pass on the voting devices to the team. All the people who are moving out would like to request all of you to please hand over the voting devices to our team.
All right, we have 4 people on this panel as well. We have bulls on this side, and bears on this side. So we know exactly what we are discussing here. In case of tour as well, we've seen prices very volatile. The tour prices have come much off their highs. NIFED has been buying, so let's understand on what are we looking at onto this one as well. So Satish ji, आप क्यों bull हैं?
There are 3 reasons for bullish in tour. First is...
Oh, we are missing a bear here. Oh, I'm suddenly a lonely feel
Ankush.
Sir, actually, we thought that you're good enough for both of us. So we thought
Ankush.
Ankush, is
Ankush
Ankush here?
Jain.
Can somebody call him? So
Hold
then
on.
I think he was outside.
Let him come one more.
one of the tour bear has run away.
अजय जी मुझे भेजा क्या आपने?
I know.
Seems
Did you
to be
lock him
match fixing.
somewhere? Did you guys lock the bear somewhere?
Oh, left for the day. Then
So we have 1 bear and 2 bulls, and let's see how much can you do with that. Satish ji, let's start.
Ajay Kedia, can you come on the dash?
Ajay is a bear. We already saw that.
He's a bear.
He's a bear.
He's a bear in tour now. Yeah, internal
He's an
bear.
eternal bear. All right, till Ajay takes his seat, why don't you start?
So, first voting or first?
Sorry, my mistake. Okay, so when we're talking about tour, this is the first question we're asking you. You have your voting pads on your hand. Looking at tour crop, same as last year, less than 10% or more than 10% since last year. Okay. We're looking at a higher crop. I mean, that's something that is really known and factored in as well. But let's go to the second question, which is more about prices. Demand of tour. How do you look at demand of tour? Same as last year, 10% higher than last year, 10% lower than last year. Are you guys voting? Please vote. Demand of tours, same as last year or slightly higher than last year? Okay, let's get the next one in. That's maybe about prices now. Price range for Jan to June.
This we are talking about Desi, as in what should we take as a respect of?
Desi, Indian. Price range for the first half of this year is between 72 to 75. And do we have a final one as well? Are we talking about the second half as well?
Next one. Next one.
Next one? Okay. Price range for the second half of this year, that is on your screens. Please start voting. All right. So like in case of Chana, tour also, most people believe that the second half is going to be on the bullish side here. The first half, nobody really voted on that side. So let me come to you. Why are you...
we have one more point, I think, 5 and 6.
Do we have one more point? No, that's it.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So 3 reasons for bullish in tour is first, we don't have a carryover. Pipeline is empty. And the prices of tour dal are much, below the last year's or 3 months back's prices. It's almost 30% lesser than the prices what we had in 3-4 months before. Bullish.
वो कह रहे हैं जोर से बोलो, अगर आप बोलो
अच्छा,
तो बोल बंद के बोलो.
तो भैया ऐसा है काबरा जी.
तो भैया ऐसा है.
तो जो प्राइसेस है मुझे क्यों तेजी लगती है, एक तो सबसे बड़ी बात है कि पूरी पाइपलाइन खाली है. दूसरा नंबर गवर्नमेंट के पास भी कोई कैरी ओवर नहीं है. तीसरा नंबर इंपोर्ट का माल जो अभी पोर्ट में है वो बहुत नॉमिनल है, 1-1.5 महीने का है. चौथा जो अराइवल आनी थी, जो अराइवल आई है, ऑलमोस्ट कर्नाटका 50% हो गया है, महाराष्ट्र का 10-20% निकल गया है, अभी तक नाफेड की खरीदी चालू नहीं हुई है। और जो क्रॉप का जो जो लोगों को और ऑप्टिमिज्म, मंदी में क्या है, माल डेढ़ा दुगना दिखता है, तो मंदी में सबको लग रहा था कि ये माल बहुत ज़्यादा है, बहुत ज़्यादा है, एक तेज़ी आने दो, माल ही नहीं दिखेगा लोगों को बाज़ार में। तो मेरा ये मानना है कि जो जो वेटेड एवरेज से अगर अपन निकाले तो तुअर जितनी लास्ट ईयर थी उससे 5-10% ज़्यादा भी आ जाएगी, तो प्राइस जो 30% गिरी है उसका कंजम्पशन 20-25% बढ़ जाएगा। तो वो हिसाब से तुअर के यहाँ से दाम भी बढ़ने हैं, और तुअर इस भाव से कोई भी इन्वेस्ट करेगा तो उसको अच्छे रिटर्न मिलेंगे, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
All right, ये तो reasoning है. I'll come to prices in the second round, but what's your reason to be a bull?
So pretty much, I mean, if I'm looking at mathematics now, I mean, तो and mathematics by the way sentiments ही है ना, जो इन्होंने कल भी बोला था वैसा ही है कि when you look at the numbers and you feel like it's bottomed out, and you know at one point of time the fear will end and the hope has started. Effectively, you know, there was a point of time when people were bearish and you used to tell them, okay, there's about 1 lakh tons of cargo at the port itself, and that number is 1 lakh tons, good. And now if you tell them there's 1 lakh ton of cargo, mostly everybody will say, oh, only 1 lakh ton, right, that's it. The number has not changed. Effectively, the way people are looking at it, the sentiment is changing. Again, the factors right now, there are less moving parts. So people can actually evaluate if we have one of the biggest buyers, that is the government of India. If that comes to play, then obviously, the market has to move. There is definitely a support. And maybe even from the bullish side, and sir will also agree, Satish bhai, that we are not saying that it's going to be like 10, 20, 50% jump, nothing like that. But the number from here doesn't seem to be sliding down, and probably a 5 to 10% correction definitely can happen in a very short term. And if the government continues to buy, and if they have to build their buffer stock, this probably is the right time, the right year, if they really want to do that. And if that comes to play, then all your numbers which were last year are falling in line. And if then, according to last year, the number has to go up, and then the price went up, then why not this year? That's one of the reasons.
So you're saying the prices have bottomed out, one, and second, the sentiment has changed. People are not so pessimist anymore, and we've seen a very sharp decline in any case. What's your justification to be a bear?
First and foremost, the production numbers. You see, last year was 27, this year they're expecting 40. So this close to 45% jump. So even if the demand goes up by 10%, which most of people have voted for, the production number will much outnumber the demand, first of all. Second, the current scenario of financial crisis. This is a short-term view I'm taking. I'm not talking the second half of the year, but immediate few months is there's a huge financial crisis. Even if I know, if my friends, they feel that it is bullish trend, but do they have money in their pocket to really buy? So
do you have money in your pocket to buy?
This is another.
They have money in your pocket.
This is another big point.
Stock in the market.
Which certainly. And third thing, which Satiji was telling about, NAFED has not started buying yet. I think we already had seen a debate in the afternoon morning session between Satiji and Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh has shown no intention or no mood to buy at the moment. So let us read it that way, that they are too diplomatic, and their buying might even be further postponed. They are watching it. Lastly, that the new crop is yet to hit the ground, and which is huge, as we say that. And this is a Pakka report that the new crop is huge. So these are the factors which I feel personally.
Do you have the money to buy?
Ask him to go. Now, how much money you need?
How much money do you need?
First, I think everybody should honor their yellow peas and chickpeas contract, and then we'll see how much money they are kept in their pocket.
No, we have all honored our yellow peas.
We all agree, right?
No.
All old contracts should be.
No, don't go that side. We are sitting in a tour panel, and see, everybody has honored. India has imported 1.5 million ton, 1.3 million ton of
money is
chana.
money, whether it is from tur or chana or whatever.
One case, this is not fair. Only one case, you cannot एक आदमी से एक आदमी की वजह से आप पूरे बाजार को नहीं बोल सकते.
पंचरत्न दाल बन रही है यहाँ पे.
No, I'll let him know. We have imported more than 6.6 million ton of pulses in India. Hardly 2 cases of default were there. They are also not in the default so far. So in the 6.6 million ton, you can imagine if you are paying premium for covering the losses of the 6.6 million, उनका premium से भी कम default है वो.
See, as the people and the whole community is saying that the losses are to the tune of 2,000 crores or 3,000 crores.
That is,
let me complete. So much of money has gone out of Pulse's community, you know. So then, even if I am bullish, whether I would be willing to put my money there in the tour or not, this is a big question mark. You know, that's what I personally feel.
Let me get in Ajay's view as well. Why are you a bear?
गुड इवनिंग मैं कोई बैरिश नहीं हूँ. मुझे लगता है एग्री के अंदर अभी पैसा आना बाकी है. Frankly, things have been totally changed after 2016. We have seen demonetization has actually broken our backbone. COVID नहीं चेंज नहीं हुआ हूँ, मेरा व्यू अभी भी तेजी का ही है.
आप मुझे सिर्फ ये बताओ आप क्यों बेयर हो. आप मुझे स्टोरी मत दो. बेयर क्यों हो?
मैं बेयर नहीं हूँ, मैं बुल में हूँ. मुझे लगता है देखिए जो सेंटीमेंट है वो एज ऑफ नाउ सभी जगह से हम देख रहे हैं, लेकिन तो वो सीट यहाँ खाली थी तो मैं यहाँ पे आकर अपॉर्चुनिटी लेने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ बेयर में आकर.
See, I can tell you one thing professionally. You can manage by the way. What are the bearish point in your mind? You just tell those points. Rest of the time you can.
You just honor your chair.
Debate, then you have to be safe.
Okay. You have to honor the debate. You know, you have to respect the debate.
So if we talk about the bearish signals, what we are getting, first of all, definitely the crop size is going to be higher slightly. Secondly, the sentiment is going to be more important because right now things have been जैसे हम एक कहावत बोलते हैं हाथी टके में मिल रहा है बट टका लगाने वाला भी चाहिए. तो right now since last 3-4 years post COVID things has been totally disturbed. Credit line in agri market, not only on pulses, you talk about the edible, you talk about cotton, gawar, every side has been totally disturbed right now. So I think the first of all sentiment is important, crop size is good, and secondly we can say trade is not at all supporting right now. So I think it will take time despite of fundamental, but right now credit line production, these are the two major hindrance which will be grabbing this rally.
So let's start with your price view then for this year.
I think downside is going to be very limited. We are not so much but I think 7,000 could be the level where things would start improving. But I think 7,000 could be the base case.
And on the higher side?
Higher side, it will take time, but as we have seen polling also, I think it will post April, May, we should see the sign of recovering. On higher side, maybe around 78, 79 could be the conservative side, because I think second half is going to be a game changer for all pulses.
70 to 79?
I know the same view. For the short term, there is a bearish note, but second half, certainly, I'm going to sit in that chair.
Yeah. We will. What's your sense? 70? Do you see 70 coming?
For higher side, my number is 90 rupees.
Are you dreaming of 90?
No.
I'm prepared to sell at 90 right now.
He's selling you at 90.
Right now, I'm prepared to sell.
Leave that.
You can keep it.
Yeah.
You can keep it.
Yeah.
मेरा एक सिंपल एक हिंदी में कहावत है, भाव से कम भावनाओं से बाजार ज़्यादा चलते हैं. अभी भावना गिरी है, भाव बहुत नीचे है. आप भावना सुधरने दो, 90 रुपए में भी आपको तुअर नहीं मिलेगी, आप देख लेना. बांगड़ जी, आज लिख लो आप, अगर 90 रुपए देसी नहीं हुई तो आप बोलो मैं अपन दुबई में जहाँ पे बोला एटलांटिस.
ये जो इतना बड़ा नंबर है, जो प्रोडक्शन नंबर आप लोग बता रहे हैं,
आप सब छोड़ दीजिए सर.
उसका क्या होगा?
गोदाम बड़े रहते हैं तो भी तेजी आ जाती है, और खाली गोदामों में भी मंदी देखी है हमने.
What is your sense?
Yeah, so I push.
काबरा जी देखो, काबरा जी is all right.
For the near short term, I think
काबरा जी का reaction is perfect.
Bullish reaction.
For a near term, I think yeah, the higher side can be 85, and what he's trying to say is right. When there are buyers in the market, they only want to buy, and then probably a knee-jerk reaction can take it to 90. But on average, I feel that the season will be between 80 to 85 for the DC.
All right, let's see as a voting on whether or not your mindset has changed, because 70 on the lower side and 90 we didn't even put there, but okay. Tour crop area, what's your sense? Same as last year, minus 10 plus 10%. What are you voting on? Crop is definitely on the higher side. I think that hasn't changed at all. Let's talk about the prices then. And what we showed you earlier was first half and second half. So let's get that slide on what your price expectation is for the first half of this year. Can we get that, please? Oh, the demand of tuar before that. What's the sense on demand? Same as last year, 10% higher, 10% lower. It is a definite B there. People expect demand to be 10% almost higher on the compared to last year. Let's get the third slide in, talking about the first half of this year in sense of prices. Well, we've spoken all of that range by now, actually, when we were talking to each other, but yeah. 65 on the lower side. People have said 70 perhaps is the bottom. 85, 90 is what we've heard. So first half itself could see 70, 75. Let's go to the next one where we talk about July to December on what you expect in sense of prices. And we've heard pretty high numbers onto that one. $75 to $85. So maybe 85, 90 is not coming, but
ये जो एक वोट कर रहा है 70 to 75 उसको पूछ के बुला भी लेते हैं.
All right, with that, that's all the time that we have on this one. Thank you so much. I know the whole program has been delayed today, but we've tried to do this in a hurry, and we've had chana and tuar, both of these commodities put out for you. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everybody. Would like to request all of you to please come together for a group picture. And rest of the people would like to request you to please stay seated as we still have more sessions to be go. We have 2 more sessions. We have 2 more sessions, ladies and gentlemen. First, we have a presentation on redesigning pulses supply chain through Dubai. And then we have a global yellow peas outlook panel discussion. Would like to request all of you to please stay here and be with us. Thank you so much, everybody. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're all set to proceed towards the next session, Redesigning Pulses Supply Chain Through Dubai by Jebel Ali Agri Terminals. And for that, let's welcome Mr. Mitesh Mishra, Director of Business Development, DP World GCC, here on the stage. Can we have a round of applause when we welcome the gentleman, Mr. Mitesh Mishra, on the stage now?
क्योंकि वो बोला मैं सुबह फ़ोन किया तो आपका फ़ोन नहीं लग रहा था तो मैंने बोला मेरे को फ़ोन कर लेना था. ठीक है.
Good evening. So today I'm going to present you about DP World, what are our capabilities, and how you as an exporter, importer, and processor based in India can use these capabilities to increase your trade. I'm particularly going to talk about 3 important projects that we are taking and which has, I believe, we can leverage you to export more. The first and foremost is Jebel Ali Agri Terminal, which we are setting up, and this is going to revolutionize the way the supply chain is being held through Dubai. Second, of course, is Bharat Mart, which will provide you a destination, a platform to sell and access the market outside. And third is the Dubai vegetable and fruit market, which is going to be the largest fruit market in Dubai, and we have recently taken over this. Let me start with Dubai. Many of you will be traveling for Pulses, for Grain Conference, Gulf Food. Now Dubai is a city, it's an international city. More nationalities than number of UN members are staying there. We provide access to 3.5 billion population. It's because of the geographical positioning. If you see Dubai's position, it is mid of East and West. So we proudly say that we connect East with West. We are also 3rd largest re-export hub after China and Singapore. Let me show you a small video to understand where we want to be in next 10 years.
وما زال السباق في بداياته. So we want to double the size of economy in next 10 years. We have done 14 trillion dirham in last 10 years, and we want to double it to 26 trillion. Closely aligned with the vision of Dubai is vision of DP World. Today, we have transitioned from being a port and free zone operator to complete trade enabler. And today, and I'll tell you why we prefer to call ourselves a trade enabler. 9% of global volume is being handled by our DP World. If you see any part of world, we have having port, we have ICDs, we have logistics entities. So in India, we control 18% of volume. In Africa, say 5%. In South America, 12%. In Australia, about 25%. In Asia, 7%. So what does it mean for you as exporter and importer? You can leverage our capability, and we can support you on global basis wherever you require. This is how we do our business, right from picking up the cargo from your factory till making it reach to its end destinations. And believe me, we have our ecosystem, we have our supply chain at every step of supply chain. We are also developing free trade zones. So Jebel Ali Free Zone is our largest free zone, most successful, and we want to repeat the success of Jafja elsewhere. So by 2027, we have this motto to develop 28 free zones across world. These all free zones have either benefit in terms of their access, they provide access to landlocked countries, or they have preferential tariff. For instance, in Dominican Republic, you can export to US using the preferential tariff agreement that we have. In India, of course, we are one of the largest foreign operator. We run 6 terminals, 7 ICDs, 6 CFS, and after Concord, we are the second largest rail operator. Our ecosystem in Jebel Ali, I'm very sure you can identify this structure, Palm Jebel Ali and Palm Jumeirah. Our free zone is located at a stone's throw distance. Jebel Ali Port, the red shaded area, is the 10th largest port, having capacity of 19 million TEUs. Beneath that is Jebel Ali Free Zone, which is largest free zone and the best free zone in world. Together is 100 square kilometers, represents largest ecosystem for industrial and trade. We also run multiple specialized zones like Dubai Auto Zone, like Dubai Food District, Talking about Jebel Ali port, this is the largest port, 10th largest port. It's a polyfunctional port, meaning that we can handle any type of cargo, whether it is bulk, break bulk, liquid. So in this 25 square kilometers, this is one of the most advanced port because we have capability to handle any type of cargo. Adjoining Jebel Ali port is Jebel Ali free zone. Spread over 57 square kilometers. We have been growing at a frenetic 11% every year since COVID. Pre-COVID, our total business was 99 billion US dollar. Today, 10,000 plus companies give you 168 billion US dollar. What does it mean for you? There is a sourcing and supplying opportunity in Dubai. And I will assume this is not a free zone. There will be only 50, 55 economies which have bigger number than this. What we offer is a plot. Starting with 5,000 square meters. We have offices, we have warehouses, almost 1,200 where you can do the distribution. We have build-to-suit solutions where we build as per your requirement. We have showrooms and on-site residences. And it comes with 100% ownership. There is no restriction on bringing foreign trade, foreign workers. There's no duty. There's on-site customs. And even though the corporate tax has come in UAE, you are exempt subject to certain conditions. We also have main and industrial zone called NIP, National Industries Park, which you can use to access GCC. We provide a very good connection to entire Africa. From Jebel Ali port, we connect to 180 ports. And for us, these are ports. For you, this could mean new market, which you can reach in very quick and efficient manner. What are opportunities for Indian companies? Of course, Indian companies are second. India is second largest partner with UAE. We have done, all the companies in Jafja, Indian companies, have done 7 billion US dollar of business last year. It's growing at 10% per annum. There are 1,500 companies which are in Jafja. So out of 10,000, about 15% are Indian companies. And last year, we have handled 577,000 TUs from Indian companies. We have also signed multiple free trade agreements. And why this is important for you is that it provides you duty-free access with all the countries, 18 countries so far, and we are targeting to sign an additional 8 free trade agreements by 2025. So this represents a 2.9 trillion opportunity for you, where you can process and manufacture in UAE, and you can export to these markets. Now, this is a game-changing project that we have launched. The way the supply chain is being held today is it comes to Jebel Ali and it pulses go to Northern Emirates, traveling 80 kilometers, and a lot of cost and inefficiencies are there. What we have decided is to make a project where just from 50 meters from berth, we'll be allowing our tenants to build the silos, the processing facilities. This is supposed to be the largest Dubai's largest multi-tenant and integrated agri-processing and silo storage facility. The groundbreaking was done last year, and now the progress is doing well. It will have dedicated 190 meters of berth. So in times of congestion in the port, now you have dedicated berth for this facility. There is state-of-art unloading system. So DP World is investing in pneumatic system with 400 metric unloading. We also are building, our partners are building bulk silos for storage. You will be able to do global access. It's a quayside processing is also permissible here. It's highly efficient, and there will be rail connectivity also. So as you know that Emirates, there is a Emirates rail which is connecting to a lot of 1,200 kilometers rail line. About our tenants, there are 3 major components of this project. One, of course, is the pneumatic system, which DP World is building. Second is to our tenants. So Al Amir Food, we have partnered with them, who are building 120,000 metric ton of storage. Right on the quayside, you have silos and processing facilities. It will be equipped with most advanced weather monitoring system to ensure the temperature. There will be grain chillers. There will be container tilting stations. So there is possibility that you can do the modal conversion. You can bring by bulk and you can re-export by containers. Similarly, we have also partnered with Grain Desk, a Canada-based company, who are also building 120,000 metric ton of the storage. Now it's possible that you can use these facilities and reduce your logistics cost. We are also building world's largest food and trading and logistics center. This is popularly known as Al-Awir. 60% of the perishable items pass through this market for entire GCC. Recently, DP World has taken over this market, and if you require any type of retail and storage facilities, this is available. This brings me to Bharat Mart. I have been hearing about Bharat Dal, but if you need Bharat Mart to sell to the world. This is a game-changing partnership with Government of India, where we are going to provide a platform where Indian manufacturers can showcase their product. So when Prime Minister Modi had traveled last year, he did the groundbreaking of this project in august presence of our ruler. Bharat Mart has a unique position where it is just 10 kilometers from 10 minutes drive from Jebel Port. It is also next to Al Maktoum Airport, which is going to be world's largest airport with a connection to over 400 cities. Bharat Mart will be located next to Expo, and I think a lot of you will know that from next year, part of Gulf Food will be held here. So you will have a lot of footprint. Dubai is a very big cash and carry market. A lot of people travel. In fact, 2.47 footfalls were registered in the World Trade Center, the current site for all exhibitions. It's also going to be connected with Etihad Rail, which has connection to 1,200 kilometers to entire GCC. And there are 3 major routes which passes through Jebel Ali. So you can send to entire GCC in 1 to 2 days' time. Let's see this small video on Bharat Mart.
Introducing Bharat Bazaar, a trade gateway for international buyers and sellers that will include avenues for retail and wholesale, physical and virtual trade, onshore and offshore trade, using our supply chain infrastructure in Dubai, the center of global trade. We will combine our flagship economic zone Jafza with our Jebel Ali port and other logistics facilities. Plus, the advantage of being close to the airport to create a sustainable trade platform connecting India to Europe, Middle East, Africa and beyond. Traders will have access to cost-effective warehouse and retail space options. A thriving marketplace of potential customers in Jafza. Dual licensing, flexible customs regime with duty and fees to be paid only on local sales. A tax-free, duty-free and risk-free commercial environment. Less shuttling of cargo and shorter transit times. Invest in a business plan with market access to 3.5 billion consumers, so you can sell more, spend less, expand your footprint and shrink your travel bill. Open your door to more possibilities with a hybrid marketplace open to the world. Bharat Bazaar, your storefront to the world.
So we have also set up first incubation center for Indian exporters in Jebel Ali. Now you can get a 60% discount if you set up here, if you are Indian exporters. Please put up your expression of interest for Bharat Mart at DP World website, and you can scan the code. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Would like to request you to please stay for another minute. Would like to request you, Upadhyay sir, to please join us here on the stage, our Honorary Secretary of IPGA. Would like to request you, sir, to please join us here in the center of the stage. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to proceed towards the last panel discussion of the day. Please put your hands together as I extend my warm welcome to the moderator of the session, Mr. Mrityunjay Jha, who is the commodity editor from Zee Business. Would like to request you, sir, to please join us here on the stage. Mr. Mrityunjay Jha, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for the gentleman. Now let's welcome all the panelists one by one, starting with Mr. Bimal Kothari, who is the chairman of IPGA. Dr. Deepak Rawat from Empros International. Mr. Yogesh S., ADM, from Russia and Europe. And Mr. Amir Buhari, country head, Adroit Overseas USA, from USA. Mr. Yogesh S. With that, I would like to request the moderator to let's begin the session.
Thank you very much. And it is truly honored for me as I am given the opportunity to moderate this session. But this is the last session, and this is actually the yellow peas is highly discussed commodities nowadays in among the pulses industries. So because there is so many hot news regarding yellow peas, and the biggest discussion in the pulses industries these days is about the future of duty-free import of yellow peas. So my first question to you, Mr. Kothari, is do you think the duty-free import of yellow peas will not be continued after 28th February?
Thank you, Mridunjay ji. You see, the import of yellow peas was opened by Government of India on 7th December 2023 after 5.5 years restriction. And that was open for a period of almost 4 months. Then it was extended by 1 month to April 24. So there were total 6 extensions, and now this is the last extension was given in December, that is, and valid up to 28 February. So we have in just 1 year, say 14 months, we got 6 extensions. That has put the trade into a great difficulty, because trade was, not knowing that what is going to happen, and every time they were expecting that the government is going to stop the import, and so the larger quantities were imported. We imported 3 million tons of yellow peas since India started the import from 7 December 2023 till the end of December, or till the end of January. So a large quantity has been imported. I think the object to import yellow peas was to restrict the price of other pulses, which were to arrest the price of other pulses which were going very high, like pigeon peas, atur, and chana. So of course, government objective was met with this import, because the cheaper cost of yellow peas has definitely arrested the price of other pulses, because it has substituted the other pulses. The reason, India is a very price elastic and very price sensitive market. So when you import some commodity at 32 or 33 rupees, and the dal, you make dal which is around 40 rupees, and the other dals are selling at 100 rupees a kilo, then I mean the Indian consumer, which is, I mean, the large segment of the population, which are, I mean, or rather the vulnerable section of the society, they tend to, for them the price is most important factor, not the taste. So they immediately, shift to the other, cheaper pulses, cheaper source of protein. And yellow peas is a good commodity. So as I said, the objective has been met. I don't see any reason that Government of India should, carry on the same import, the cheaper import, which has been the main stance at the time, which was the main argument when they stopped the import of yellow peas in 2018. But as at IPGA, what we expect that the government should have a free trade policy, and of course government needs to take care of the interests of the farmers also. So So what they need to have is there has to be a balanced policy. There has to be a balance in the policy.
Okay.
You have to need to take care of the interests of the farmers. You have to take care of the interests of the consumer, trade and industry, as well as the government. And also keep in mind, we need to have a relationship, a confidence in our origin partners, because they should know that, because we are the largest importer. Last year we imported 6.7 million tons of pulses. So
more than 40% import is yellow peas. Right?
Half of the import is the yellow peas. Almost half of the import is yellow peas. So I mean, suddenly if you stop 6 months, you stop, and again 1 year after you open. So this policy is definitely going to hurt the Indian consumers. So
right. So if duty-free import of yellow peas continue, do you think chana prices could fall below the MSP level?
Definitely.
Do you feel so?
It has. We have seen of late that, as I said, I will say import was not required. At 32, 33 rupees we are importing. In fact, it was, I think the dumping was taking place. I won't say it was import. Then now almost it was dumping of the yellow peas, which was not required. Because of the cheaper price of yellow peas, lending cost was cheaper, 30 rupees,
right.
the cheapest pulse.
Right.
Even at this price, in India we don't sell the cattle feed also. The cattle feed is more expensive than the yellow peas. Wheat is more expensive than the yellow peas. So we have never seen that the cereals are expensive than the pulses. So, but this has happened first time.
Exactly.
So, so my point is this: if this continues, it's definitely going to not only chana, it is going to affect the demand of all the pulses, because all the pulses, they sell beyond 100 rupees a kilo.
Exactly. So now, Mr. Rawat, your turn. What impact do you foresee on the global market, and especially on Canada's yellow peas market, if India discontinued duty-free import of yellow peas?
So first of all, I would like to thank IPG and Mr. Kothari especially for inviting me and asking to give comments on that. So coming back to your question, like you said, what will happen in Canada if India does not allow duty-free imports? So look, Canada, you can't compare Canada with India or other countries, even with Australia, because sometimes we have seen Australian farmers, they become desperate or they have no other option. Canadians, like on the other side, like they are very well protected by the government of Canada, like in terms of crop insurances, the other things. They have other options also, like they have canola, they have wheat, they have other crops to switch to. They have also other markets in a little bit into Caribbean. US is next to us. US buys a lot from us. I don't think, there will be a major shift. Like, see what happened, like for 6 months, I just give an example, for 6 months, like Mr. Kothari just said, like we have seen yellow peas prices of what, 33 rupees? This was the lowest, and this lasted for what, about 4 to 5 months time, right? So what happened in Canada? Did we see these type of prices? No. Canadian prices are very much static. They have not fallen below a certain level. Even if you see in containers, you will not find offers below $400. Yes, there were some trades below 400 levels only in vessels. See, there is a concept called stock transfer, which is not a real trade. So sometimes what happens is from one country, a vessel comes, it is not actually traded, and then it comes to India or any other destination country, and people feel it's a traded product. It's not a traded product. Later on, it is traded after landing. So the point I'm trying to make is, Canadian farmers are not desperate. I don't see they might not plant too much of peas this year, or they might look for some other alternatives.
So prices will fall in Canada?
Well, as I said, prices are static. Like if I give you an example, like Canada, we trade even new crop. Right now we are trading even new crop also. So if you see the differential, between the old crop and new crop, it's hardly like $15 a ton, which is nothing, which is barely like 1.5 rupees a kg or something like it. So which is there's hardly any difference. So there is no farmer ready to sell below that level.
Okay, fine. Now, sir, if you can share US market insights, US market dynamics of yellow peas.
Yeah, first I would like to thank everybody who decided to stay back, It's pretty much an empty auditorium.
Unfortunately.
Really appreciate, you guys staying back and, respecting the panel. That's important. Basically, US has become a player in the global dry pea market, but we are not a big exporter of yellow peas. We are in a unique position compared to Canada or the Black Sea. Over a period of years, US has developed a pretty robust domestic market. Just to give you some numbers, the latest number what I have is for 2024. Our production is close to 900,000 tons. That's the entire pea, that's green pea and yellow pea, but pretty much 650,000 tons is used by the domestic market for the yellow pea. Our major markets are China is a big market for us. Application is food and feed both. India is definitely another important market. But more than yellow peas, I would like to see Indian government opening up the green pea market for us. We have a substantial production, about 250,000 ton of green peas. We would love to come to India for that. But since this panel is yellow peas, we have other applications in the US, you know. We are into the pea protein market, starch market, ingredient market. So we are honestly not very much dependent or influenced by the outside factors.
Okay. So do you have any other alternate market ready if India discontinues import?
Yeah, because our exports overall was only 300,000 tons. That's both green peas as well as yellow peas. So it's not like Canada. Canada is almost a 3 million metric ton producer.
Okay, fine. So now, Mr. Kothari, what should be the win-win formula for all? I just want to ask, government should completely discontinue the import of yellow peas, or import should be happened but with duties? What should be the proper mechanism for import?
I think the restriction is definitely not a good idea.
Okay.
We, as I say, at IPGA, we don't advocate the policy of restriction. We advocate the policy of free trade, either import or export. We should have both the policies.
So you are in favor of import?
So let me
with the riders.
So there might be some caveats, there might be some riders. So basically, the government's interest is that what is the contention of the government? That the cheaper import is hurting the Indian farmers.
Right.
So how to address that issue? So you impose certain amount of duty, a reasonable amount of duty. I'd say still with the duty, we will be able to import. So whenever there is a, the idea is to take care of the interests of all the stakeholders. If the prices are beyond MSP, then of course the import takes place, then it will take care of the interests of the consumers. If the prices are below MSP, import will not take place.
Right.
And the farmers' interest will deteriorate. So basically the duty structure should be it should be such that the lending cost of import should be around the minimum support price. If it is around the minimum support price, I'm sure that it will take care of the interests of all the farmers. Mrityunjay ji, we must know that India will require 40 million tons of pulses by 2030.
Right.
Our demand is increasing. Presently, the demand is around 32 million tons. Our production was as high as 27 million tons in 2021-22.
Exactly.
It has declined a bit because of the weather issues. Last 2 years we have seen. Last year our production was 24 million tons, and from 24 to 40 million tons, the government has come out with in the budget. They have announced Pulse's mission to achieve the self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, but that is very subjective. So my take is that the government should look at just they have announced certain policies like that to increase the yields, climate resilient seeds, develop the climate and develop the pest.
Okay.
But also you should have a balanced policy.
So how much duty should be imposed according to you?
My take is that you should impose the duty structure should be it should be a dynamic duty structure. So the lending cost is close to minimum support price. So then then it will take care in the interest of all the stakeholders.
Okay.
Then there will be always a balanced policy. Then the government is not required to announce a policy every 3 months. What we have seen now that every 3 months, every 6 months, the government is announcing the policy. In fact, last 5 years, what we have seen the trade has suffered badly, partly because of the government policy.
Exactly.
Partly because of the government policy.
Policy should be sustainable.
Yeah, it should be sustainable. The policy should be sustainable. Government doesn't need to intervene day in, day out. There has to be a long-term policy. There should be a clear message what the government wants.
Right.
And that should be that should be done.
Exactly. But main question is, does India really need imported peas? Because having come to know that there is I think more than 3 million tons of yellow peas lying in the country. So does India really need right now, imported peas?
I tell you, you see India's independent demand of yellow peas is about 800,000 tons. Independent yellow peas. Yellow peas is not a part of the major basket, among the major pulses basket. So yellow peas is a substitute of all other pulses because it is cheaper. But when it is close to the minimum support price, I think if the price of any other pulse, again it will be a substitute. The price of any other pulse is going very high, the import of yellow peas will take place, number one. Number two, if our crop is down and we require say about 1 million tons, say this year I am expecting the crop will not be more than 400 or 500,000 tons. So we will be short by 500,000 tons. So then we can import for our own requirement also. But it will definitely always a good substitute of other pulses.
Right. So now, Mr. Rawat, because you are exporter, so on what duty level, on what duty structures exporters are comfortable? What you feel? What should be the duty on yellow peas?
Well, like see, we discussed before in one of the other panels also. So duty structure, whatever it comes, like whether it is 5%, 10%, 20%, I think it will get adjusted into the price. So, for example, like let's say it's not about that. I think as Mr. Kothari, like I concur with his thoughts. Like when he talks about number one, we must understand yellow peas standalone is the least preferred product. When we talk about desis or tuar and those type of products, even we don't have an MSP in yellow peas. So the point is, yellow peas is mostly consumed or imported because it is cheaper. Number one, the cheapest pulse in the world. Secondly, it offers you a protein of 27%. Yellow peas. When you compare it with wheat, like we just said, like, you compare the prices of wheat. Like, if you go to Europe, Europe buys close to 1.5 million tons of feed peas. They don't use for food consumption, they use it for feed consumption. Why they buy? Compared to wheat and sorghum and other products, because it offers 27% of protein, which you don't get from other products.
Right.
So, it has a value. We were talking about, I was listening to various discussions. We were talking about like India is, short on nutritional value, food, what we eat, what we consume. So this offers you that solution.
So that's what Kothari ji has said.
Yeah.
There should not be restriction.
Right.
There should be import with duty. That's why I'm asking you. Well, what
will get
duty
adjusted
structure
into
you
the
want?
price. Like there is no such formula. Like if you say 10%, if government comes up tomorrow with 10%
So
or 20%,
10% is okay for you?
Yeah, I think it will get adjusted into the price. Yeah,
10% is okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Sir, can you tell us what is the demand supply scenario and what is the demand supply outlook of yellow peas for next 6 to 9 months in the global market?
I think if you take Canada, they produce pretty much close to about 3 to 3.2 million metric tons. US is another 650,000 metric ton market. And you are looking at European market at least another 2 to 3 million metric tons. So it's a total of about close to 9 to 10 million metric ton production. Or it could be less also, depends on the market. But I feel the trade could be anywhere between 4 to 5 million metric tons. That's what the global trade is.
Okay, fine. So now one very important question.
I'll just interrupt. I think we are forgetting Russia. Today, Russia is the largest producer of yellow peas. Russia's production this was between 4 to 4.5 million ton, whereas they were expecting 5.5 million ton, but due to some weather issues, their production was a little down. And Russia is today the largest exporter, largest producer of yellow peas. And during this period, what we have imported, we imported large quantity from Russia also. It was just not the Canada we got from Canada. We got a large quantity from Russia. Still, we have got number of cargoes which are coming, are arriving our port.
So what will happen to Russia if we reduce our import?
No, I think they are primarily selling it for, they are producing this yellow peas primarily for the feed market. So, of course, when they sell it to the Indian market, then definitely they get a good premium for their product.
Okay. So do you feel, Kothari ji, because you have said very important things, so do you feel if Indian, as you mentioned already, if Indian government were not allowed duty-free import of yellow peas, chana prices would have crossed 100 rupees per kg?
So this you would reply this, but I tell you, yes, if India would not have imported, but those are very hypothetical, because that because we required a solution because our production was badly hit due to the El Nino and factor, and it was just not the tur and urad. You see, out of 5 major pulses in our pulses basket, tur, urad, chana, moong, and lentils. 3 major pulses were badly hit in last 2 years. So that's why it was very important, essential that this needs to be replaced with some other pulses. Obviously, if you look at our origin partners, they are not producing such large quantities. That's why I've been always saying that we should have a balanced policy where we can work together with our origin partners. Because suddenly you can't tell them that I want 3 million tons or 2 million tons. Our 10% requirement is 3 million tons, 3.5 million tons. So if our production is down by 10%, that means we require 3.5 million tons. So you cannot suddenly go and tell them. So that is, and then we have to look for the option. That option is the yellow peas. So I think what I have been we have been telling. In fact, we have been recommending the government in our presentations that India needs a balanced policy because we will require large amount of pulses by 2030, and we should keep in mind our pulses are grown in rain-fed areas. One issue in the monsoon, one bad season, our total supply dynamics gets changed. Our productions are badly hit, and we have to restore to the large imports. That is what we have seen recently.
Exactly. So just come to the farmers' points, Mr. Rawat. If India, as we already discussing, what impact you see on Canada's farmer or the producing nation's farmer if India discontinue or reduce yellow peas import? So what impact on the global yellow peas farmers?
Yeah, so before answering that question, I would like to just comment on what Mr. Kothari said about Russia. So just 2 points, very small. So first of all, Russian peas production, like when you look the topography of Russia, see the northern Russia, the central Russia, whatever they produce, it's hardly get exported. So even if they produce 3 million tons or 4 million tons, it's not exportable, number one. So by far, Canada is still one of the largest exporters of peas. They might be the producers, but not the exporters, number one. Number two, Russia has its own 50 to 60% of domestic consumption. They use it in, the soup, they use it in, this animal feed.
But they have to export 40%, no?
40%,
so
but yeah, so 3 million tons,
they need
so
40%
you take
market.
out the 40% of 3 million, and third thing is the logistical issues. You don't face these type of logistical issues in Canada or anywhere in the world, what, Russia faces. Now we have sanctions. You have only 2 shipping lines operating over there. You have only bulk vessels coming out of there. So you have a lot of restrictions when the cargo comes out of Russia. So this was just something because so Russia, even if they produce 5 million tons or 6 million tons, that volume will not be coming, for imports, that type of volume, what Canada can offer. Coming back to your question of Canadian farmers, see, what happens is every year, so the farmers will go into planting around late April or early May. So they do a sort of, they call the planting intentions. So the farmers, they will say probably by mid-March, they will do, discussions on, how the demand is, like if India is opened or not. Of course, India is a factor. So if India is, if India keeps it open, definitely, we don't see too much of, difference. We might see maybe 2 to 5% of change in acreages, maybe on the higher side. But if it goes down, yes, they can divert some of the acreages to other crops like canola or wheat, which are the other viable and alternates. I don't expect so it depends again on India's policy.
They have the alternate option.
They have the alternate options, yes. So they can, because see, if you see last year we produced 2.45 million tons of yellow peas because we are talking about only yellow peas. Compared to that, last year it was only 1.65. So see the variation, 600 to 700,000 tons of difference only in 1 year.
Okay.
So it can happen that way. So that if demand is low, they can go down to that side also.
Exactly.
So I have a just comment on that. I have a different opinion on the Russia. What I have little difference of opinion what Mr. Rawat said. I really totally don't agree that Russia cannot export and it is all being consumed in. last 1 year, as I said, our import was 3 million tons. Our import from Russia was about 1 million tons. So
something thousand
about
tons,
1 million. So I'm saying about
Yes.
1 million tons. So about 1 million tons. So that means 35% we got from Russia. If we continue, today Russia is the cheapest when they are offering. Today, if we even suppose the government continues, I think we will see more Russian cargoes now than this. So secondly, from the what they produce on the Siberian side, that is all getting exported to China. So it's not true. It's not the correct scenario that Russia is not exporting. I don't agree to this.
No, it's not like this.
Anyway,
Russia is not exporting.
You
It
want
is-
to add
yeah.
something, sir, on
Yeah,
Russia's
yeah.
point?
See, my point is, in a globalized world, we are dependent on each other for our food security. So if you take the case of India, the reason India imported so much LOPs, because you had a situation with your other pulses, prices going up. You were able to get a very cheap protein source, whether it's from Black Sea or North America. That's because of the price factor.
Okay.
So what an American farmer or a North American farmer or any farmer, there are only few growing areas, when it comes to peas. It's North America, that's Canada, US, Black Sea. They want some clarity. In an uncertain market, everybody is scared, So what would my farmer want? As an exporter, when I go to my farmer and say, hey, I would like to do a contract, I have to have the confidence. That's where government policy is very important, You have to have transparent policy, long-term policy. So planning becomes easy for everybody. In a situation like that, to control your inflation, there will be partners who are willing to support you. So it's an integrated...
Advocating for a long time.
Exactly. So it's an integrated business. It's a
Yes.
global business where we can support each other
Right.
with clarity in policy, government policy. That's
Yes.
very important.
Yes. So now we are in final round. What's your price outlook for next 5 to 6 months?
Honestly, we are not comparable today. There were some inquiries even in this session. Today, our track prices are trading around close to $390. When I say track, to bring it to the port in the US, you are looking at another $120 to come to India. So we are absolutely not comparable. But then again, we are at the end of our pipeline. Our old production is pretty much over. So if you go in terms of dollars, the farmer would want at least $12 to $13, that is 100 weights in US. So US is not the most price competitive, but I can assure you the American farmer raises the best quality of premium product. So premium product comes with a premium price.
Okay, Mr. Rawat, what's your view on price?
From Canada?
Yeah.
Look, we have two types of pricing, one in containers, one in bulk vessels. So there is always a difference of about $40 to $45 a ton because of the freight differential. I would see what happens is now, what we have seen in a week or last 10 days, Indian prices of yellow peas from 33, 34 rupees is almost touching now 40, 41, right? So what we have seen is about $50 to $60 a ton increase here. So this impacts the farmers, the other side at the origins. So it's not that it is the same what a week before was. What I would say is if the prices, if the prices for Canadian farmers or if our exporters would be like, 420, 415 range, for bulk vessel, I think it should work. There should be the parity at these levels.
Okay.
And I think India should be able to import at these prices.
Kothari ji, what's your view? If India continues to import or if India does not import? In the both scenario, what should be the price outlook for next 5 to 6 months?
So as Mr. Rawat said, the prices locally, domestically has gone up. Definitely in last 10 days, price has gone up by 5 rupees a kilo. We were selling around 33, now the price is around 37, 8. I think if India allows the same policy continues, I think the price will fall down.
How much?
It will come to 34, 35 level.
34, 35.
And I think we will see that a lot of Russian peas coming into the market. They are being offered at $355. So I really don't see that then we will see the price to go up. And if India doesn't allow, then I think the yellow peas price can go up to 45 rupees at least.
45 rupees.
But it is not going to have any impact on
Okay.
any of the pulses. Because you see, this price of 32, 33 rupees, that is what we are trying to, give this message or communicate to the government. There is having a huge negative impact on the entire pulses ecosystem.
Right.
So that has to, that negative impact has to be, has to be lifted. There has to be a positive impact for everyone, all the stakeholders, whether the farmers or government or the trade. Because if we continue to import and our lending cost is 30 rupees or 33 is our selling price, then I tell you, not only chana, but all the pulses will get impacted, the demand will getting affected, because I've been telling time and again, India is a very, very price sensitive market. The demand shifts in accordance with the price. If the price is so cheap, the demand will get hugely shifted, and that is what we have seen.
Okay.
We otherwise consume, independently we consume 600, 700,000 tons of yellow peas. This year we have consumed 3 million tons.
So you are giving assurance that prices will remain in control despite India.
I'm not the one to give. You are asking a guarantee.
No, so prices will not rise. You want to say that?
I don't think the price will rise. I don't think so. Price will rise. I say that it will get out of the negative mode. At the moment, the impact is so negative. The entire market, the entire business is,
farmers will be the biggest sufferer.
No, both are suffering. Farmers,
industry,
and the industry, and the trade. Right. All are suffering.
Exactly.
Trade has lost more than $500 million in last 6 months because of these, this kind of. I will blame partly to the policies, and of course, the trade is also responsible for this.
Okay, fine. So thank you very much, gentlemen. So all eyes on now on 28th February, right? So all are eagerly waiting for the notification.
I think
what will happen?
I think we'll see the notification before that.
Before that.
28th.
Okay. Hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can have the notification next half an hour. Yeah. That's why he said.
Yeah, 21st, 22nd. Half an hour you might see.
28th is the last date of the extension. That's why.
But the extension has nothing to do with the government of India. They can come whenever they want to do it. So the policy